ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together. Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
It's day 2 of week 3 and the days are ticking by as everyone is rushing to find their spots here in the top 16 of the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. I'm Tash Bunny. Alongside with me from DVD, I have Jimmy OP alongside MRPX Rocky. How are you both feeling today? Let's start off with Rocky.
Ya, seneng lah. Semangat banget lah.
So he feeling a bit, I mean it's not a bit, but he's feeling energetic and yeah, he's feeling good.
He's feeling really good. But what about you, Jimmy OP? Apakah perasaan anda pada hari ini? Hari kedua, lagi 3 hari akan datang ni?
Bagi saya, perasaan saya semangat untuk mengejar poin untuk dapatkan ke grand final nanti.
So Jimmy OP says that he is feeling great and he's feeling really good about chasing all those points to get into the grand finals. As you guys don't know, these two teams are currently trying to rush and get their positions here in the top 16, where they are currently in a very, very precarious position. Now, starting off with MRPX Rocky, currently in the league rankings, you guys are at number 14. How's your team's mood this week? Will you be feeling more stressed compared to the last 2 weeks, or do you think like you're super super confident you'll make it through.
Jadi di minggu ini kalian berada di ST14. Apakah itu salah satu hal yang bisa bikin kalian agak tertekan? Ataupun ini bisa jadi kayak semangat buat kalian untuk perbaiki lebih baik lagi?
Kalau misalnya yang ditanya ya mungkin kita nggak peduli sama week-week yang lalu. Mungkin di week ini kita super semangat banget, kita udah ngelupain dua week yang lalu. Ya mungkin yang kita inget-inget paling ya struggle di week pertama kan, kayak kita sampai proser di bawah banget. Ya gitu aja.
So basically, he don't really care about the pressure that he had right now, and he also already forget about what happened in those 2 weeks that they have been through. So right now they trying their best to perform really well, and yeah, they're feeling super duper great so that they can perform better.
I think some teams are more of a pressure cooker team, and MRPX seems to be one of them. So last week, your team actually performed much better than week number 1. Can you share with us what made you guys perform so much better? What did you fix? What did you learn from week 1?
Jadi kalian itu perform lebih bagus lah dari week 1. Apakah yang kamu belajar dari week 1 itu yang sampai bisa bikin kalian lebih perform?
Mungkin yang bikin kita perform ya kita selalu ingat lah week pertama apa yang hal yang kita lakuin yang salah banyak banget. Kita ingat terus kita juga hilangin pressure kita, karena di week pertama itu kita ngerasa kita sekalinya bikin blunder terus kita kesuges, kita bikin blunder terus dan terjadi.
So basically, they keep remind themselves about what are the mistake that they made on week 1, and yeah, it's because of the pressure that they had on that particular week that make them actually, it's just like suges. Suges is English is something like it's not a deja vu, but more towards like a bad thing for them, so that they repeat the mistake. Again, yeah.
I think I get it, because as Albert Einstein said, doing the same thing over and over again is insanity. So you have to learn from your mistakes. Now, in your opinion, do you think that grouping affects your daily performance? If yes, can you share with us what you think about this week's grouping for your team?
Jadi apakah kalian ngerasa performa kalian itu jelek ataupun ya terganggu sedikit gara-gara grouping? Kalau iya, bisa nggak cerita pendapat kamu tentang grouping ini? Grouping pada minggu ini?
Kalau masalah penentuan grup sih mungkin nggak ada ngaruhnya ya. Ya paling kita kayaknya nggak ada ngaruh sama sekali sih grup. Ya udah tinggal main, kita tinggal ngeliatin grup mana yang nggak main. Jadi ya udah main aja.
Okay, so basically for the grouping stage, right? For the grouping seeding, it doesn't affect their performance. They don't care about which team doesn't play today, and they just gonna play whatever they need to. So yeah.
Right, focusing on yourselves can be very important. But for now, do you have anything you want to say to your fans at home?
Jadi ada apa-apa kata-kata yang kamu mau sampaikan kepada fans di luar sana?
Buat fans Indonesia, terutama buat MORPH GPX, ya karena ini lagi ulang tahunnya Indonesia yang ke-78, Dirgahayu Indonesia. Dan jangan lupa support kita, MORPH GPX dan tim Indonesia yang lain. Kita banyakin aja kalian hujat-hujatin kita semangat kalau kalian hujat-hujat kita. Jangan kalian puji-puji.
Okay, so basically to the fans out there, and especially today is Independence Day for Indonesia. Happy Independence Day from me, Jangs, to Indonesia. And yes, for the fans out there, keep bashing them, so that bash is actually things that they took as a spirit. So yeah, they want more.
They want more of the bashing. They take it with a grain of salt, and they prove other people wrong. So for now, let's talk a little bit with DBD. We have Jimmy OP here from Malaysia. As we all know, this will be the final week for all the teams to grab the chance to make it into the top 16. And last week, your team did so much better than week number 1, which gave you 12 league points. Can you share with us what's the changes between week 1 and week 2? So kalau kamu tahu, pada minggu ni adalah minggu yang terakhir kan untuk ke arah grand final sekarang top 16 sekarang ni. Dan tim korang actually perform lagi bagus pada minggu ni berbanding dengan minggu kedua banding dengan minggu pertama. Boleh tak korang share dengan Tasha apa perubahan yang korang lakukan antara minggu pertama dengan minggu kedua?
Sebenarnya kita orang kekalkan kita orang punya strategi, and kita orang tak ada ubah apa-apa daripada MY and then masuk ke C. So kita orang tak ada ubah apa-apa. Cuma kita orang perlukan konsisten saja.
Right, so what he said was that nothing changed in his team. It's more just consistency than anything. From Malaysia stage all the way to PMSL to the CE stage, it's all been the same. It's just consistency is key, and I think it's starting to show. And for now, your team right now has the same points as MRPX in the league ranking point, which is at 15th place. Can you share with us what's your target for this week? So sekarang ni korang punya ranking sama dengan team MRPX, iaitu rank yang ke-15. So korang boleh tak share dengan Tasha apa target korang untuk minggu ni?
Target kita orang semestinya adalah di first page untuk kita orang kejar lagi point untuk bawa ke grand final. So kita orang lebih pentingkan untuk masuk ke first stage dan bawa point yang lebih untuk ke grand final kerana perbezaan dia tak tinggi pun. 1 dan 2 ke atas kita orang saja.
Right, so he says that MRPX only has a little bit of difference with his team, only 1 to 2 points. So what they want to do here right now is to chase in terms of points, to make sure they're on the first page, and to gain as many points as possible. All of the extra and bonuses will benefit them in the grand finals later. So your coach, Mos Goku, has always mentioned that mindset is the most important thing in making your team perform. Is there anything that your team has fixed over the last week to have a better performance for this week? So Mos Goku selalu cakap, yang mindset tu paling penting untuk perform. So ada tak perubahan mental apa-apa yang telah diubah pada minggu ni berbanding dengan minggu-minggu yang lalu?
Mindset sangat penting kerana setiap fight kita orang perlukan setiap idea dan juga strategi untuk kita orang masuk ke next circle. So memang mindset adalah penting untuk kita orang.
Right, tapi tak ada tak perubahan dari segi mindset ke maintain saja?
Bagi kita orang maintain saja sebab kita orang maintain komando.
Wow, so he says that they have a commando mentality where they don't have to change anything that much. Consistency is key from gameplay all the way to the mental, and I love hearing that from them. And last questions kepada fan-fan DBD yang di rumah, ada apa-apa nak katakan mereka? Do you have anything to say to your fans at home?
Untuk fans Malaysia, untuk khasnya untuk DBD, keep support us and doakan kita orang untuk lepas ke grand final nanti.
So he says that for the fans at home over in Malaysia, which is right here, he's hoping that they just keep supporting them and keep praying for them because they are so close getting into the grand finals. And for now, thank you so much for spending time with me on the stage before they go into the game. So let's see who will be making it to the top between these two teams. Gonna toss it over to the casters. Take it away.
Second day of the grand finals, final week here, and we're talking about nobody is safe down there, including DBD and MORPH. I love the interview. Thank you so much, Dash. But speaking of which, we are the casters of the day. It's gonna be Chichi and Sekla as always. How are you feeling today, Cloud?
I'm feeling happy today because happy Independence Day, Indonesia. Today is the day. So I saw a lot of postings from the players. They are really fired up today to do well in the name of Indonesia. And in general, the Indonesian teams have been doing really well. It's just that, okay, MORPH GPX, I think they will be fine. They're okay down there. They can do better, of course. But for Boom, they are still in pursuit for survival. They need to maintain the level of consistency. Started off well yesterday, but the second half, not so great. So the Indonesian spirit will be needed by them to perform today.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the Indonesian teams will really push all out since today is their Independence Day. So their boost of morale will be over the top and definitely over the rooftop. And we're talking about yesterday's performance, today's performance, possibly will drag throughout the entire of the final week, where we're waiting for different teams coming out at top and number 1. But so far, if you guys have been missing the past 2 weeks, at least you join us in the final week here. We're down to only 4 more days to go on the August of 17th. Right now, August of 17, where 20 teams will be fighting each other. We don't have Group A playing today.
Yes, and by the end of this week, we'll determine who will move on to the grand finals. 50% of the total league points collected will be the starting point in the grand finals later on. So even if the teams are up there, they will still want to hunt for more points to have a good start later on.
Speaking of which, we mentioned about Group A not playing, which is going to be RRQ, Team Secret, Infinity, and PBE. But also note the fact that since we are down to the final week here, whoever is actually in a Group D, they only will play until this Saturday. So when it comes to our weekly ranking, we hope GE and Boom will actually make it top 2. I honestly feel that way. I honestly feel like I want them to be top 2 because they need those points. But when compared to teams that are actually on a 14, 15 place, like we saw DBD and MORPH before this, the pre-show interview, they're not in the safe zone either.
Yeah, because they're just after Boom as well as GE in the weekly points as of the end of last week. Same goes for DVD as well. So they will want to try to be in the safer zone because right now we can see both GE and Boom aren't doing too bad. So we got to compare the top team of yesterday, that is GE, who did really well, and obviously they're up there right now. PERSIJA EVOS just behind them, who is also chasing for PMGC points. Based on the stat, PERSIJA EVOS has more average eliminations and also more average damage, but
Wow.
at the end of the day, it's also about the points collected, and GE is doing well.
And speaking of GE doing well, Master Ishi definitely used a lot of nades compared to Mizu, which is none. That's surprising because usually we do have 1 or at least 2, right? But there's 0 on the top of the stat of Misery for now. But I don't blame him because a lot of times we're being eliminated quite early on, in some cases yesterday's map for the entire day rotation. When it comes to between the performance of these two players, pretty much up to par, neck to neck. But for our top stand-up performance here, we do have BTR playing today, which is going to be introducing Group B again. BTR, DBD, Alter Ego, and FaZe. DBD and BTR both on the top to watch team this time.
Yeah, DVD seems to love Sandhawk, so they're number 1 right now. Let's not forget about BN United and XERXIA, who is also playing today as well. So all 4 teams who love Sandhawk is in it today for game number 1, the only Sandhawk for the entire day. So just a little bit of recap of whatever happened yesterday. So we got the highlight teams at GE, PERSIJA, EVOS, as well as Boom. And we all know by now that Boom is fighting for their lives alongside GE. And both teams happen to generally perform quite well.
I remember this map where GE actually a bridge cam or gatekeep towards that bridge for a long time. And that was actually the start of their remarkable run after that. They have been consistently getting themselves at the top 5 almost every single map, but unfortunately they have to maintain that for the entire week because that's what they need right now for GE and Boom. And they realize, I do feel relieved the fact that GE and Boom realize how much at stake for them, how much is at risk coming up for the grand finals for them. So they really push it up really well, extremely perform when it comes to day number 1 in the final week here.
Yeah, and what really worked out for GE yesterday is that they start to change their play style. They play in the middle of the circle, which is the current meta. And Boom, when they did well, they do that. But the second half, that wasn't so great. It's either like, okay, there were a lot of factors, right? But they end up playing from the side of the circle, trying to get it, and it was really hard for them. So they ended up with like, what, 12th place and 15th place, especially inside the Miramar games, which weren't great for them. Although their overall points collected isn't too bad, 50 points collected yesterday. PERSIJA EVOS did generally well as well yesterday with the same strategy. This is a strategy deployed by most of the top teams. Play in the middle, defend your ground, and score the chicken dinner.
Yeah, especially with BTR playing as well. PERSIJA, EVOS and BTR do have the same mindset when it comes to playing at the center of the circle every single time. But today's match is starting off with Sound Triple Wrangle and ended up with double Miram of the day. But I do want to see Camp Boom. Yesterday, it was okay. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest performance come out from them. They did, and Yummy actually do mention about owning his own mistake because they're a bit sloppy in the very last minute. But something that's great coming up, which is going to be not really coming. It's already available for you guys. The exclusive PMSL South Asia skin, and this is the first ever. We cannot stress enough how limited amount of time you can actually have this.
Yeah, and this is also here for a limited amount of time. The Dragon Ball Super collaboration with PUBG Mobile, which is the new game mode inside of the game right now. If you haven't tried it, where have you been, guys?
And the Dandy Grooster, also something that you should keep your hands on because it's going to be interesting to see that hair flashing in the Battle Royale field, and everybody can spot you miles away, but you will pin them down the first because you got this fashionable skins with you. But speaking of today, right, I'm worried about a prediction, honestly.
I thought you wanted to say something about it, so I'm like, oh, okay. I'll
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop it there. I'm gonna stop it there.
It's just there. It's just there. It's just there. Okay, it's just there. It's just there for the sake of there. Unless there's one unless, right? Unless we get another day that we potentially can get 6 different flags in our top. We can. Oh, but we can't because PLAYBOOK Esports is not playing today, so too bad. But we can get a 5. Okay, fine.
And thanks to RRQ yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm still holding a grudge against RIQ because they shut it down for us. And speaking of box, please give us a reason not to do this anymore. That one reason that we've been waiting for. We are craving, but they're definitely famished right now for this chicken, right? At least one. You cannot end this league without any chicken here. You need to score at least one. One time, just once.
Yeah, just that one chicken dinner. Come on, just that one chicken dinner. But we have FaZe Clan on screen right now. So FaZe Clan, quite in a dire position, I must say. And they're also one of those teams that if you want to qualify into the next round, you have to get the top spot this week and also hope for the other teams to not perform. It is a very difficult position for FaZe Clan at this point. For Vampire, obviously, they're cool. We got Mr. Handsome playing today, Stone. I would expect him to continue to play a lot, at least for this week. Next week will be a different story altogether.
Yeah, Vampires don't have Newsy here today. But speaking of DBD, DBD is a team that is so hard to predict. I'm saying about when you expect them to get a chicken, that's why they did not perform. But when we don't actually focus too much on them, that's where they start to push the numbers up. Coming up from the side of Boom, on the other hand, can they maintain what they delivered yesterday? Because we do know the Indonesian teams happen to be having this sort of familiarity rotation between them. So they might actually clash against each other quite early on. If you notice, so many times happened that before this. Now, if we do have BTR playing it today, Boom should keep an eye out because they might actually be the target by the side of BTR. But on the side of FaZe, I don't know, man, Cloud. Will this be the first time ever Mela cannot get into South Asia Grand Final?
It's almost 90% that they cannot go through because of the points collected. So, the only way again is like you get the really top and you have to hope that other teams don't perform. So the likeliness of that happen is very, very low actually. Wanted to elaborate a little bit more on the Indonesian teams clashing with each other, and you mentioned that. So the Indonesian teams, they got like 6 teams in the PMSL, so that's a lot. So if we look at like today, for example, the only Indonesian team that's not playing is RRQ, meaning that out of 16 teams, you got 5 Indonesian teams. So even from that kind of math, it's high possibility enough that they will meet up with each other.
We're gonna have to wait and see because Sunhawk is a super small map. It's really heavily circle dependent as well. And so far, the circle when it comes to the final week has not been kind. I don't know who pissed off the god of circle, but definitely it has been bizarrely difficult for the past few days, especially when it comes to the final week here. But we don't want to waste any more time. Enough chitty chatty down here because we're heading to our first map of the day, which gonna be Sunhawk. Put your gears up.
So we got Sunhawk here. The top 4 teams that love Sunhawk is playing today inside of this game. Flight path, here we go. So without PBE playing today, Sahmi will not see a challenge. MORPH GPX is going to go back to Sabi unchallenged with the unpresent of PBE today. For Paradise Resort, it will be really interesting because both D Xavier as well as GE, they are playing. So going to keep an eye on that. FaZe Clan returns to this map, so they will be jumping into boot camp. For Boom, they're the nomads now, so we're keeping an eye on where will they drop right here. You can see them dropping somewhere up north. Going to DBD's place? Probably not. They're going to take Mall 9 instead. DBD will go to top.
A bit of claustrophobic on the northern side, honestly. DXGE. Boom, very segregated. Look at where Achul is dropping himself. A bit too far from the rest, down south all the way around Bonn area. Now the other tree is a bit too far in case Arturo need a call of help. XERXIA is doing the same thing here across the map, right on top of Quarry, is spreading out quite thin. Well, we do have Altaïga taken away, DL Chem Alpha by themselves. But speaking of these Xaviers and GE, here we go again.
Yeah, expected. This doesn't end for some reason. The closest one is that if GE decides to drop outside of Paradise Resort, but for the most cases, they try to challenge D-Xavier. So D-Xavier, they already know that this is coming and they're prepared for that. And I guess that's why they kind of have this some sort of a separation. But if we look at what happened yesterday, GE didn't want to let them go. Even Mernat, he surprised one of the D-Xavier players in the outside house of Paradise Resort. So if you're D-Xavier, you would anticipate that as long as GE is around and you have the circle still clear, GE will be there.
On the side of GE, I'm not sure if they really want to commit to this. It feels like they're backing away, knowing the fact that they don't want to taking the risk too much early on today, because it will affect the entire day momentum on the side of GE. It will set the standard and the tone for them for the entire day. They're having a bit of a tough start. Speaking of which, Master E to be shot down from afar. The Xavier's taking him now. Same goes for the side of Box Gaming here. GE surrounded Box. Kwang spotted out Master Ichi. He wants to finish him off straight away. But he can actually just slowly crawling towards the other side of a wall. Master Ichi, man, they definitely have the intention to save him up. But Kwang took him quite a number of time to find a spot out. Master Ichi not breaking any sweat. It's a piece of cake for the side of Box Gaming. And speaking of Box, this should be the map, the target for the chicken here.
Well, at least for a start, Circle does favor them. They normally drop around the areas of Quarry, so the Circle is somewhere Paradise Resort above, so it will be like a straightforward line for them. Between Quarry and Paradise Resort, normally there's not much challenge. So the moment they move up, because GE went out of Paradise Resort, for some reason they went down south, that's where they bump into each other. And for the team that is coming in later, they had a little bit more advantage. So that's where GE, they got one of their players got caught off. So it's unfortunate for them. And if they were to score this chicken dinner, this is a good chance for them, just because of how the circle is.
And also, it's going to be the only once in a day map. So if you compare it with the Wrangle, I know some Mirama, it's a bit harder for the side of Box to actually score this chicken, because there's a bit of a, how do I say this? Not really consistent when it comes to the drop. But on the side of GE and Box happen to be try to capitalize over this compound right now. Slims out with the DBS shot. 1, make it 2, make it 3. Now the last place standing for Box right now.
Wait, what?
And he's down by Slim's Eye.
From the top? Okay, alright, I'm looking at the elimination feed now. Wait, Zai took down all of them? What?
FaZe.
Oh, what? Box? How? How did you bottle that?
FaZe and DX approaching to Rose side, coming up from the side of GE. They're being hammed down. Big win, yes, but for how much long? It was a remarkable clutch coming out from the side of GE, but they're not done. I'm not sure the Box laying around will be enough for them to fight two teams at the same time here.
Well, one thing is about the Box. Second thing is that they only have 2 players left. So it's not looking good for them. So FaZe Clan, knowing the elimination feed, they saw the Box. And that's pretty much the only fight that has happened. If you're the players, you will be alert of that. And they know that there's only 2 players left. So this is why they're going all in into this compound.
Mata Small cooking up the night. Hoping a land on anybody will not connect for now. The side of GE, they have no way to exit out other than just a couple of entries left and right and the one in the front. Nothing at the back. There's a big wall at their back right now. Being cornered up. Our problem is, can GE bite back on the side of FaZe here, who tried to close in. But lucky for them, these Xaviers start to shoot against FaZe, so they are a bit distracted for both teams. DX, either they try to go for the run and just fight and take advantage of FaZe.
2v4. Fortunately, they don't have numbers. Now make that 1v4 with Smile on his knees. Yes, Zai, he has the DPS, the best weapon if you want to use to clutch in this sort of situation.
Wait.
But let's see if he can. He can't even land the shot. Oh my goodness. He probably landed one bullet, but maybe because of the distance. So not enough damage to knock down Ventoris. Even if it does, backup is there. No chance for him to win the fight anyway.
You have to give credit to Mela because of his distraction just now. Kind of confused GE. Where are the players coming into it? Where are their entry point? Because he was a bit distracted from those footsteps. He actually did not give his full attention of what's in front. He's just focusing on something at the back. But that's going to be another team out. GE and Box. This is going to be huge cost on the side of GE. It's going to cost them quite a limb down there. Since GE being eliminated early on, at least they scored a 4, right? As long as they scored themselves a couple of more points by the end of today, they're still going to stand themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, they still can. I mean, it's like 5 more games to go today. It's still majority of the day. They're still up for grabs. And somehow, most teams, they will look at it as outlier. I mean, it's an iffy map at the end of the day. Iffy or not, we'll still see GEEK Fam and BN United fighting with each other. And the circle might shift away. We're looking forward to that. Yes, it will. Paradise Resort is the center of attention right now. And look at the amount of teams trying to play in the middle. This is really now the meta.
Oh man, the circle just happened to be right on top of everybody else as well. Whoever actually tried to leave all the small islands, it is about time to do it. MORPH were actually entering in the latest by far compared to all the others. Yoodo Alliance come up from the right side alone and paved way for them to enter into the circle. And side of GEEK Fam, they take this junction for now. We do know it's best to have all this junction apartment filled in by the players. BN United spotted out Vampires. I think Ravenclaw quite confused where the shot's coming up from just now. He's going around in circles.
He knows now that break is onto him, but luckily he moved away from his vehicle, not even staying near the tree, and he evaded that nade. But Ravenclaw, he needs backup though. Not the best situation to be in since he's on the lower ground, but thanks to Stone, Mr. Handsome knocks down Soas, probably makes an opening, not for Ravenclaw to run away, but for Vampire Esports to charge in.
Break, spot out Tony K, who tried to rush up to those elevations. And now BN United, they are being surrounded. Vampires are repositioning, walls of high value. Tony K especially make an entry and shut down 2 players of BN United. But from the flank side, Max doing a remarkable job, but lost his little of health on the last play on that one player of Vampires across him. Down to only Porsche to actually clutch it out for the entirety of BN United. 3 players down, 2 out. 1 is bleeding out. Porsche the last man standing. But for the side of Vampires, they can have a reset on all 4 of them.
Yeah, they can because BN United, 2 players eliminated. They are undermanned. Some of them knocked down, so they need to reset. Now BN United will not pursue Vampire Esports. And Vampire Esports secures their first 2 points in this game while maintaining all 4 of their members. This is the specialty of Vampire Esports, that they are very good at taking fights. Early fights are very strong. So for Vampire Esports, if you notice that they don't really play by the middle of the circle, they still play by their regular meta. It's because they have a different mindset of trying to be consistent. But we look at the replay from the previous round. This is how Zai actually clutched Box Gaming. I mean, that was insane stuff if you ask me, but it was also Box Gaming that kind of bottled it.
It was a collateral damage by the end of it. It was, something about DBS that mind-blowing every single time. And that's why everybody tried to ram him back the airdrop, because DBS is just insanely good right now. DBD spotted out possibly Boom across the entire hill. Just opposite to them. D-Axis breathing just next to them as well. So DBD, if they kind of attracting 2 teams at one time, they'll be having some troubles down there. Probably gonna get stuck. That happened to GE before. BTR taking those high grounds at work, but we do know they love to play in the center of the circle. Now keep an eye out to PERSIJA, EVOS, and BTR because they're always in the center.
Yeah, it's going to be their regular meta to the end. Let's see how will this meta be broken. That's what I want to see later on. How is it going to be counted? Circle-wise, okay, very likely the middle part will get the circle. Yes, Paradise Resort, you still got it. That's the advantage of playing in the middle with this kind of ping-pongy circle. But good for the teams on the south side because the circle went down. MORPH GPX that came in a little bit later after coming from Sahmi. because it's a little bit far. So they'll be happy with this kind of circle.
Surprisingly, they were on top of ruins last time we saw them, and then they're cutting across Painan and Quarry from Lakawi up there. That's going to be a super long journey for the side of MORPH. I just hope they have a full squad down there since they'll be entering all the way from the blue zone. Alter Ego on the other end, there's nobody nearby. I think they're pretty okay. On the side of MORPH, they're playing alongside with the blue zone. It's still going to be stage 3. It's going to be hurting them quite a bit. Boom spot out DBD. Razy start fire on the side of Echo. And then that's going to be difficult to track down on them. But, I mean, this is not the best place for you to cut yourself. Oh, they're stuck down there.
Oh, lucky for Jimmy. He's still able to get away. If not, he'll be knocked down by D Xavier in a peculiar position. But unfortunate for them, they ran into XERXIA now. One of them down, and XERXIA will take advantage. Jimmy OP on his knees. Yen as well. DBD, only one player left on the other side. Izane, always the last man for DBD, but this time against the entire XERXIA squad.
We've seen some miracle runs in Sunhawk before, but this one seems like he got himself some fighting spirit inside of DBD. XERXIA will be hold their ground for a bit delayed of the inevitable coming up from the side of DBD down there. The entire team of XERXIA just surrounding him left, right, center. It's just a matter of time. So far, we haven't seen so much happening on the side of Paradise Resort, surprisingly, even though so many teams happen to be passing by Paradise Resort for quite some time now.
Yeah, I guess we still have somewhat circle inside Paradise Resort, so you can still kind of hold that. But the moment you come out there, it's like, oh, so many teams there, including now Boom or Rosemary. Okay, Yummy and Rosemary. Okay, this is going to be interesting, though. Two of the top fraggers from Indonesia, and Yummy surprises Rosemary with, well, the DBS.
It is the best weapon when it comes to Sunhawk. It's a lot of CQC fight in here due to how small the map is. Fnatic might spot it out. Yummy May who's running across. A bit separated for the side of Boom here, playing a 1-2-1 formation. But Alter Ego is even wider spread coming up from their side. Splitting himself into 1-1. MORPH just arrived, but they're being pinned down. Gatekeeper in the hands of Yoodo Alliance. I think Luke giving a bit of a pressure. And some warning shots to the side of MORPH and trying to challenge them. Tom, on the other hand, a bit interested with the fight of Yoodo Alliance and MORPH. He's staying back for quite a bit. And XERXIA got himself right in the center of everybody else, where it's going to be the outskirts junction of Paradise Resort.
Coming out of Paradise Resort will be really interesting. Look at that. We got like 4 teams there. And we have visual now. D Xavier, one of them. PERSIJA EVOS creeping behind. So this is going to be interesting. PERSIJA EVOS fighting through D Xavier. I don't know about that, but what would their option be? Even if they want to rotate like down south, number 1 from our vision, we get to see another team there. Number 2, because D Xavier has the rooftop, they still be able to somewhat shoot PERSIJA EVOS. So they are caught in a situation whereby they probably need to take the fight.
So the entire Empire is clustered up on top of each other and slowly got sprayed in a straight line of sight by RNJ possibly before, or somebody else entirely. PERSIJA EVOS taken down on FaZe. They're trying to get those elevations to work, but it's just being stopped and denied entirely for their advancement. But the hands of PERSIJA EVOS, Misery lost his life again quite early on. 7-9 taking on MORPH Boo Boo, who seems like MORPH couldn't even get into the safe zone. The moment they leave the blue zone, that's done. But FaZe, on the other hand, not enough land to run on Mormon, finally knocked down by Redface.
Okay, Onzens, is he able to pick up by Redface? Knocked back by someone else. Probably got some help, but for MORPH GPX, no one to help them. 7-9 will eliminate MORPH GPX. One side clear. We're back on the PERSIJA EVOS. We're going to talk about the difficulty of getting into the circle. Taking a fight is a must for PERSIJA EVOS.
PERSIJA EVOS have to get in there. BTR are having the same sort of situation, just like how PERSIJA is right now, but they're going against each other's, at each other's throat right at the very moment. As Lynx finish on one of BTR player, the rest of them try to slowly hike up, but the problem is, none of this team will actually be safe, even though they got those elevation at work. It's going to be somebody else trying to gatekeep them at bay. Lynx have to move forward. It's going to be stage 4. This is going to be tremendously painful by now for the Blue Zone. On to the side of FaZe, it feels like a lot of FaZe Clan players slowly being chipped off one by one out of off angle, and they have no clue where the shot's coming out from.
Well, one of them is definitely from Paradise Resort because Xavier came out, and now BTR had to come in as well. So BTR landed a couple of shots, but they focused on getting into the circle instead, which is okay. So they have the circle advantage, and they can try to gatekeep FaZe Clan from coming in. Now it's Xavier's turn to overcome this challenge because look at the minimap. It looks like the circle went away from them.
Speaking of circle, nobody can predict circle these days, but Chua! Spray on to his other FaZe is trying to hike up. Try to actually stop him from slowly reaching up on the side of Onsen, left, right, and the back line as well. Janforce shooting him from the rear end. Chua just gonna hike and just go down. That just leaves Onsen's pretty much in vain down there. Nothing else, and that's gonna be the last play, if I'm not mistaken, coming up from the side of FaZe. And Janforce, the rest of BTR will try to take him down at the same time. This is gonna be a clear view and clear line of shot, but Janforce a bit too reckless, trying to overpig himself. Sam9 has started to fight against BN United, but GEEK fam, damn rude, finally is back here with his first few knockdowns.
Well, got a knock, but have yet to secure an elimination point. But as long as they still survive with the full squad, FaZe Clan can't say the same for them. They are out at number 10, 3 elimination points. Now, GEEK fam driving straight into Vampire Esports, but it's going to be us knocking down Andre. Damn rude. Had to jump out. Ravenclaw shot from the other side, but it's going to be Snipes. The one that's still alive for GEEK fam. Vampire Esports still alright as of now.
For the side of Vampires, Ravenclaw! I was standing still. It was a free aim target for the teams out there. Alter Ego also being eliminated out of equation. Now it's leaving out to the side of Xavier. Chuan knocked down. I think it's going to be by the Blue Zone and the help of Alter Ego at the same time. There's no way for them to actually save him since the Blue Zone starts to shrink in. So he will be the sacrificial lamb on the side of Xavier. While the rest of Xavier are playing on a bit of a low ground. Boom do have those elevation and a compound working on their side. But it's all down to the next circle. If they have favors heavily to the side of Boom, there's going to be a big shot for them to take this chicken away.
Okay, 5 seconds and we'll see where the circle goes. We're talking about stage 5 to stage 6. And teams are dropping out like flies now. Looks like it's going to be a hard and fast round. And we have Boom Esports with the circle, with a compound now. Looking good this round for Boom to overtake GE overall by GEEK fam. Out at number 6 without a single elimination point. Vampire Esports do not have Tony K. But Boom with a prime position. Look at this. How is Xavier going to come in?
Feels impossible for now. Unless they start to creep in with a lot of abundance of smoke have to be used down there. The side of Yoodo Alliance still have a full squad as well. They have been keeping quiet for the longest time. Vampires left with Ravenclaw and Flute. And I'm not sure who is the third player coming outside of Vampires that's left. The others have all full squad other than DX and Vampires left of the trio. Sharper and XERXIA have been running and gunning people down. They got quite a number of eliminations by now. But here comes Vampires. Challenging Yoodo Alliance, but he got kneaded down by a Ripper Boy instead. The Blue Zone is saying hi to both teams at the very moment.
Oh, Ripple Boy needs to get away, but he got 4 first aids. He just needs a space to use them. Vampire Esports take advantage. Stone get a knockdown, but he's been counterfired upon. Yoodo Alliance still Adelu to get away if that long range from Adelu takes out Vampire Esports, eliminating them at number 5. And Yoodo Alliance still survives.
It's down to DX. How to get in there as Boom gatekeeping them. Just slowly being chipped down bit by bit for the HP. Xavier's in trouble and the Blue Zone is burning behind the back. XERXIA taking advantage to the side of Yoodo Alliance. Seems like they're winning big on that side, but Iftar is fighting back. But the side on the Persijan is cornered down to the wall. He needs to climb up. There's no other way around it. He's playing a healing game. I'm not sure if it worked. He got 18 mat kits, 18 first aid in the hands of Persijan right now.
Oh, look at the circle. Boom still has that advantage. Xavier pretty much know where to go. They're still caught on the outside. Boom, all eyes onto them. This is going to be the toughest situation for Xavier. We can't even see that Persijan is not even moving. He's just buying time with the healing. But we know with this current meta, the healing game will not work without sign-off. So it's very likely that he'll give himself to the blue.
He got, I think, around left with 15 packs of that first aid. for side of PUBG. It's been a while we actually see a healing game because of how vigorous and how violent the blue zone has been going on, chugging down all the HP going down there. But on the side of Boom, they got this in the bag. There's no way they botched this one. There's no way for them to actually lose this one. And they have a full squad and a component shot down on these Xaviers. Lamborghini still crawling, hoping for help, while Purgin just playing the healing game, biding his time. It's down to Yoodo Alliance and XERXIA, who goes down first before DX finally have to bow out. And never mind. There's no way for him to actually survive with the 18 mat kit packs just now.
Yeah, the moment you reach stage 8 in this current patch, there's no way that you can out-heal the zone. So he has to go out. Now, top 3 teams, and like what you said, Boom is in a very good position to secure this chicken dinner because of their position. And it look on his knees. Look at Yoodo Alliance, probably going to give himself to the blue as well. If not, yes, no point given to anyone else. Boom just needs to wrap it up. Probably don't even need to wrap it up. Megamind might also sacrifice himself to the blue, but Boom will not want to let go of that point. They could use every single point that they got it. No point wasted. Boom Esports starts off with a boom.
Feels like the final week of Boom really booming, coming out from their side with this chicken of the day to start off and setting a tone for the entire day on the side of Boom. Well deserving for that chicken dinner, and was a clean one coming up from the side of Boom. They're more disciplined than they were yesterday. Definitely have more clean and execution this time as well. Can see how well their communication with such a very disciplined movement and motion coming up from the side of Boom this time. As always, it's going to be Yummy May coming up from the side of Boom as the MVP with 534 damage, 2 eliminations. Last time we saw Boom, they got quite still high kill volumes down there.
Yeah, I think they got a decent number overall. Just need to get a confirmation later. But one of the 2 eliminations happened to be Rosemary. Caught him by surprise with a DBS. And yeah, I mean, I would always see like these 2 players in the Indonesian region. If compared 1v1, it's almost like the El Clasico between the both of them. But let's check out the teams to watch overall. So because Boom, they played more of a defensive game, they didn't really need to use any smokes because they are the one defending with the high ground, a lot of territorial advantage to Boom. On the other teams, we got XERXIA and Yoodo Alliance. They survived long enough. These Xavier, because of that circle, and that circle sort of favored the fortress, which is Paradise Resort. They managed to block a couple of teams from coming in, so they picked up a good amount of elimination points as well.
That's kind of true. A sort of GE and Box. I mean, like Box just... This was just collateral damage from the spread of the shotgun, by the way, by Slim Zion. That was a middle ground, not even a CQC to start with. It's just how deadly DBS is these days. But other than that, XERXIA, you have to give a lot of credit to this team. They lasted long enough to stand into the top 5, but they've been running and gunning since the start.
Yeah, because XERXIA, not one of the teams to really play by the middle of the circle. So they would be playing a little bit by the side, not like side like Vampire, but side enough to try to find elimination points. At the end of the day, it is still Boom that plays the strategy that is working right now in the middle, defend that area, collect eliminations from there. 70 total points for them. Yoodo Alliance not too bad as well, coming in from Camp Charlie. So they managed to collect elimination points along the way too, 14 points, some of them from Vampire Esports. But on the other end, we got today's debutant, DVD, playing the first round, but no points secured by them.
I think it's going to be Tash cursing on the side of MORPH and DVD since 2 teams being interviewed early on. Both scored 0 today. It's not on us, okay? Boom! Plays himself at number 1 with GE 1 point shy away, very small margin between these teams. But here comes PERSIJA EVOS. They've been pushed down to the 3rd place. Saying this for GEEK fam because Boom came up from number 5 up to number 1 in an instant here. But coming out from a Group B, we're just starting off today, I think they have an okay start. It's just 1 game for them.
Yeah, it's just 1 game. So somehow it's always this outlier map. But we're jumping into a more balanced map after this. The Erangel map. top Erangel performers, we still have Vampire Esports up there. They really love Erangel. Other than that, Sem9 is there as well. They didn't do too great yesterday. And we have D-Xavier and RRQ that's not playing today. So if you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, and you skip sign off for some reason, don't skip it next time. Sign off will be fast. Boom Esports, the first chicken dinner, raising the Indonesian flag as part of their Independence Day.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I'm not surprised if today we ended up with the entirety of Indonesian flag flying here, especially when Group B is playing, because we do know they will get more aggressive. But coming out from the cave, you guys are, in case you guys don't know, we do have the exclusive PMSL skin, the first time ever PMSL exclusive skin, and it's only during this season. Don't tell us that you didn't hear this out, because we reminded you every single day.
Yeah, just like how we remind you every single day on the first X-Suit with exclusive glide effect for a very limited time up until the 5th of October only. So get your X-Suit right now.
And speaking of another limited car cosmetics, it's going to be up to the 13th of September. We do have Aston Martin exclusive color schemes. So if you guys happen to have this, don't forget to tag us. I do know there's more options than just this two. Speaking of which, when it comes to the first map just now, I mean, that's Sunhawk, right? Sunhawk is something like sort of a warming up game for most of us, since we're playing it only once per day. But speaking of the next Erangel map here, we haven't seen a lot of BTR. We haven't seen a lot of Group B being aggressive yet. Now is the time.
Because if you play by the middle, the idea is not to be over aggressive. If you play by the middle, the idea is that you be aggressive to get the middle. But once you're done, the idea is just to hold and to defend from there and wait for teams to come to you, and you collect elimination points for that. That's why you don't see as much action from those teams playing the middle, unless the ending. Then you will see a lot more, obviously, because they want to wrap up the game. But the team that still needs to wrap up their chicken dinner, shall we not? I shall not mention. It's here.
I think they're starving to death right now. They've been eating fish for the past 2 weeks for the side of Box Gaming. They definitely miss the taste of chicken, right? I mean, everybody loves some fried chicken, at least fried chicken. But if you want to do some fried chicken, you have to get a chicken first. So in the case of Box Gaming, they really just need to score one. And we're not that demanding anymore. We're not hoping for a bombastic sort of a game here. We just want them to score. Even if they didn't secure any elimination, that's fine. But it feels pretty devastated to know that you are the only team that didn't score anything when it comes to the chicken numbers behind the score by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they've been vegetarians for the past 2+ weeks now, unfortunately. If only they can, like, you know, there's this flour version of a chicken that you can have if you're vegetarian. You guys know what I mean. So if they can at least get that, you know, that one dish served to them, because they only have 17 more games to go.
Yeah.
Counting.
Vegetarian, tofu for life. I don't know, man. I don't know, really, honestly. They must have got themselves some drive down there, right? To push themselves to get at least one. Speaking of Box, feels a bit gloomy that side. Not as happy as Thursday, but definitely still have the drive to get themselves those chickens. At least once. We're asking just once. But the side of MORPH here and DBD, both being interviewed early on, both didn't score anything in the first map just now, but cut them some slack. They're just starting off, especially coming up from the side of DBD. That was their first map of this final week.
Yeah, 0 points, but you said it, it's a warm-up round. I normally say that is an outlier map, and we always have to start the day with an outlier map. But if you can't think about it, stats-wise, DBD look like they love Sunhawk, but not the Sunhawk this time, unfortunate for them. So yeah, so they're going to go back for the reset after this, and they're going to play a little bit more balanced map, which is Erangel. And for DBD, they'll be dropping back into Quarry, which is an area that they have dropped ever since the days of R2K until now, ever since the most Goku playing days. So it should be more of a comfort spot for them to start off with.
BN United, we haven't talked too much about them. They're pretty okay, not the best, yet not in the very bottom. They are the middle pack. So I guess they don't have that much of a pressure as long as they maintain the consistency. Maybe most of the team are playing it quite slower when it comes to confirmation. That they feel like, oh, we might actually have almost 100% of chance of getting the grand final. So we're trying to not showing too much, just prepping ourselves for the grand finals. You know, they try to not show all their strategy beforehand just to save it up for later.
Yeah, and of course, that's in line with our narrative as well. This week, we're going to talk about like the bottom 4 teams, who's going to make it, who's not going to make it, because there are some teams that can still make it. You guys know it now. Teams like GE, teams like Boom, even in the interview, it was mentioned, MORPH GPX, DBD, they are slightly at risk looking at how these other teams are performing. So if GE and Boom performs and MORPH GPX and DBD don't perform, like assuming the extreme, they are on like last place, 19-20, potentially one of them would go down too.
Maybe both of them at this state. Because right now, even GE and Boom both are really striving for their life and just strive it up to get the numbers up. Now, we talked about FaZe, Box Gaming and Team Secret since they ended up in week 1 and 2, both weeks having single digit here. So is it really safe for us to say they cannot make it for the grand finals? At this point, I'm feeling yes, they possibly will. But between MORPH and DBD, one team will be dragged down to join in towards the relegation. But so far, we're going to head into Erangel.
So we are starting Erangel for day number 2. Here we go. Welcome, week 2 teams to day number 2's Erangel. Flight path going to be pretty okay. Let's start off from areas of Milta up onto Zaki. Might be a little bit far to go to Ferry Pier Primos, but it should be okay. They can still grab a vehicle and go there. They can glide down to Ferry Pier even. I think that's going to be fine for them. In general, it's going to be okay. For Boom, since we have BTR today, they're definitely not going to drop in Milta. So here comes back to the question of where is Boom going to drop the nomad of the PMSL now?
I mean, whatever works for them. I think they're possibly going to play around with the circle, and even the flight path happened to be generous this time, but the circle has been just super extreme these days. But we're going to have to wait and see. Maybe they will decide some place where there's not going to be a lot of teams happen to be interested around the area. Just from there on, try to find their pavement going towards the side of the circle as well. The paveway, sorry. And back towards the side of GEEK, surprisingly, damn a bit separated from the rest of them. Taking SMB, maybe because yesterday has been a lot of SMB circles, so hence they're dropping Damroot right on top of SMB as the first place, just to gather themselves some intel. But this problem is circle this time up north on your Snaya Poliana.
Oh, Boom has XERXIA to deal with inside the school. This because of the absence of RRQ, so XERXIA decided to drop here as well. And now Boom, Razy on his knees, Yummy in trouble, 3v1, Yummy. He has a shotgun. He got one, but oh man, that reload happened to be at the wrong timing and he got countered immediately. Boom, only 2 players left. We got Pombit together with Achul. Now Pombit with a DBS, counter fire upon with another DBS from RNJ. Now only Achul to hold on for positioning points. And he just got a vehicle, so he's not going to go anywhere near school now.
Boom couldn't shake it off the chicken dinner curse, I assume. Down to only Achul. This is going to be tough starting off not even 2 minutes into the game. We're down to only one last player here. A big win on the side of XERXIA. XERXIA, I have a feeling they're back on their week 1 performance here. Starting off yesterday, down to the second day here. Definitely show how aggressive they can get. They're just devoted for eliminations when it comes to the final week here.
Yeah, and I want to elaborate a little bit more on the Boom drop. They're nomads. RRQ not playing. Drop into school. Fine. Cool. So happened that the circle is in that area as well. They would have loved this drop with this circle. Like the randomness of everything, like the stars just aligned. Except for the only one star, which happened to be XERXIA's team logo. Looks like a star as well. That star did not align that XERXIA dropped. And they happened to drop like 3 players in the school apartment. I guess it's because also they anticipated when they saw the parachute, when they were gliding, they're like, okay, let's get together. Let's win the 1v1. Let's win the 3v1 or 3v2 fights before we continue on looting. And that is a smart move from XERXIA to kind of anticipate that. Got the right weapon at the same time, so that started alive for them, and that's where Boom suffered from the early clash.
It's kind of true. Since REGUM not playing, definitely want to go for school. But you do know when you're playing at the center down there, it's going to be super crowded and rowdy even in the first stage of the map itself. So, I mean, too bad for Boom then. Hopefully they will try to do something else for the next round. At least we still have 2 more maps of a wrangle for them to rectify their mistakes down there. Knowing the fact, if they try to drop on top of school again, it's going to be XERXIA waiting at the other end. But BTR though, they have been rotating quite early. We do know they love to play in the center. Same goes for PERSIJA EVOS. So I can assume that both teams start to move in motion right now to be in the center of a circle. And it's going to be a sniper and a high chance. PERSIJA EVOS, they have the compound as their initial drop spot early on. They have the most knowledge. Every nook and cranny there is when it comes to Yasnaya Polyana. We've seen it before. They're defending Yasnaya Polyana by themselves for the longest time. And they might actually will do it again.
Yeah, I do agree. I do expect them to stay at Yasnaya maybe for the first few stages. Of course, provided that they still got the circle, they'll be happy there. At most, if they do move out, it will be on the high ground house on the left side of the open area of Yasnaya. That's where they got a second place finish until MORPH GPX scored the chicken dinner against them. So that is one of their comfort zones and one of the good positions to be in with this kind of circle, because that area you are able to hold on to the north side choke point in which they will expect a MORPH GPX to maybe pass by there.
Unless the circle shift over to Stalber, then MORPH definitely celebrated. It would be the one that going to choke the hell out of PERSIJA EVOS later. Gonna have to wait and see for the circle to shift or not to shift. Because yeah, it seems like very small side or small portion of Stalber happen to be inside of a circle, but there's still a shot at it. There's still a chance of the circle just heavily will go up north all the way. Gotta have to wait and see for that for the side of a tool. Boom. I mean, you have to play very slow, extremely quiet at this point, just to make sure he will not be spotted by any teams happen to be passing by. The Xaviers, they do take, as per usual, around Pochinki. It's going to be the furthest, one of the furthest away, other than being United. And damn rude of GEEK fam have to be in SMB down there. But these Xaviers, if they opt out to go on the northern side of a trail to go into the center, they might actually bump into more than just one team, because we do know FaZe and Vampires might actually go up north as well.
Yeah. Honestly, about the damn root thing, I'm not too worried about him because the Infinity is not playing. So inside military base, there's that area, there's nobody, no other team except for BN United on Novo. And his objective was just to drop, get a vehicle, and go back onto Primos/Ferry Pier, their regular drop spot. So it's quite clear for him to cut through there. Then they will continue on looting and then they'll come back in. But looking at the timing of how GEEK fam played it and how Damroot played it as well, obviously he's the IGL and most of the decisions in game would be from the IGL. GEEK fam seems to continue to play their own play style, which is to come in a little bit later, fight from the outside, and try to gain elimination points from there. So with the current meta, they might not see many early fights, but if the circle goes away because of their late incoming, that's where they will really need to find a way how to solve the circle issue.
So far, coming out to his side of Yasnaya, nobody actually tried to gatekeep FaZe from entering in. So they have a very clear path just going into the center of a circle here. Passing across Rosehawk and up to Yasnaya Polyana right now. Taking their own sweet time to loot up, and quite a number of compounds still not being looted by a lot of teams down there. Sorry. You mentioned about GEEK fam earlier on. I'm not sure if Dammer already joined in with the rest of the unit to start to migrate himself towards the center, because we don't see Dammer is quite in advance already. He's taking the front line. Now that's a fast rotation coming from Demru. I assume no matter he land himself he got that vehicle, he goes straight to reunite with the rest of the roster and now start to move. The moment we do know stage 2 will hit. Now that's a very fast decision making coming up from the side of GEEK fam. We do know when it comes to any sort of a circle in a wrangle right now, you need an early entry. If you're late into it, you'll be gatekept and choked to death.
Yeah, that's how the meta has shifted, right? Gatekeeping is one thing, the circle to manage is another thing. So the circle is really punishing nowadays. So that is actually the main objective. Gatekeeping will be probably the second objective for majority of these teams. That's why you can see like it's more centered for these teams in terms of parking themselves. Even for Boom, despite Acho being the single last player, look at his movement. He's trying to get as middle as possible into the circle because he wants to hold on for positioning points, obviously. And it looks like he's trying to find a place that is less popular to try to hold his spot. And from here onwards, it's more of like praying that another team doesn't come.
I don't know about least popular places because happen to be two teams at the same place where Boom's standing right now. Achol, GE, and I think D Xavier's coming out on the other end. This is not great for the side of Boom. Oh boy, Small definitely knows, and they heard those buggy, and they can see the buggy park outside. But do they want to take the risk to push in? Because on the other end, D Xavier's just waiting for GE to start to move first and leave those high elevations. Once they leave those high elevations, GE lost the advantage in case D Xavier's start to rush in. Now, D Xavier's, they don't want to rush in. They know for a fact they are on the low ground as well. So they know there's GE on top of them. Might as well just go for the, staring contest on that side.
Yeah, which is why like information gathering is very important, right? Like PUBG Mobile is a 360 game. It's not only like you just look at the front and you know your enemy is there. So you need to have the information of like, okay, before I rush in, I need to know that it's clear, not to be third party in. So GE did the right decision. They probably scouted the Xavier on the southern side. So that's why they're like, oh, despite they see only one player, boom. Is it going to be worth it? Maybe not, because you don't want to be third party later on and just lose everything and only gain like 1 point maybe. So not a risk that they're willing to take. And plus they have the high ground, so they're okay. But for Vampire Esports, still maintaining the play style, which is to come in a little bit later, play by the side. And this is where their idea of getting elimination points come into play. For passing by this choke point, it's going to be a risk for them. I expect them to move onto the right instead, passing through Yasnaya, because to pass by MORPH GPX, who has a good area, it's a disadvantage for them.
Yeah, for Tony K, you have to cut across there. DBD on the start in motion. Just passing through all the teams that have to be busy themselves. But PERSIJA EVOS, right? FaZe as per usual. No covers, doesn't care. It's still going to go for the sprays anyhow. Eyes in, might spot him out. There's GE around the corner too. PERSIJA EVOS have to pull back due to the damage soaked in by the side of Red FaZe. It's quite abundance of bullets down there. But the circle happened to shift all the way down south. What is this circle? This is a circle with a lot of issues here, definitely.
Well, welcome to the PMWI circle, ladies and gentlemen. We all know by now that this is the trend. So, yeah, I'm sure teams expected that. But this kind of circle is actually okay. Why I say that, it's because it's not on the open field outside of Yasnaya. That's why you don't see many teams playing there, because, yeah, you're at stage 2 and you want to play in that open field. Nah, you go straight up to the high ground. Circle happen to go there. That's where majority of the teams are at. Great for them. But great for Vampire Esports. Long range, tapped by Ravenclaw, helped by Tony K. That's where they got their first point. And looking at Ravenclaw's position and seeing the movement from MORPH GPX into Yasnaya, but just passing by, I'm sure he could see that. Very likely they will come in from Yasnaya instead. Or, now that they know that MORPH GPX has moved, I have a second thought now, they will go back to the bridge and just cut across straight.
It's all about decision making by the IGL and their witness. Hey, if they call it wrong, it's going to be detrimental for them. Outside of DBD, yes, that was smart for them. Vampires have to stay there in vain, knowing the fact that their prey has been taken a different route entirely. Box Gaming, on the other hand, Kwang, Spot out 7-9. 7-9, I don't feel like they have a clue that Box is actually watching out for them. but goes a bit too far from Kwang. I'm not sure where are the rest of them. And Sam being shot down. Oh, close enough. Kenny down to half HP, but Kwang definitely a bit disappointed with those sprays. Bull and Breeze are still going to have a go for MORPH next. Two teams happen to be passing towards the eyesight of Kwang right now, Box Gaming, and he gets none.
Well, he gets none, but MORPH GPX doesn't get the circle still. Because right now, with that warning shot, it just tells them that, okay, there's someone in front. How are you going to get across? They have to find plan B. But before they can think of plan B, throws it from the outside of the blue. Okay, this is definitely an unexpected shot for them. Because you wouldn't expect that at this stage, with this current meta, someone will be waiting outside and surprise to them.
That's kind of true. It's all the blue zone and suddenly you're being knocked down. But Vampire spotted out Red Face finally stop his aggressive rotations down there. And Vampires do have almost knocked down on Ravenclaw. PERSIJA, EVOS and GE gunning down to the side of Vampires. They got themselves some crate, a bit of a valley, a bit of a pit to work with. And the terrain can cover them temporarily. But Tony K, bit avoided by the hands of Zoxy. There was a fast reaction, but Tony K want to have another go. Vampires start to fall in love in shambles as PERSIJA, EVOS pinning down a lot of nades on their side, and the sprays has been remarkably well controlled by Zoxy as well. But on the side of Box Gaming, they want to be part of 7-9, a bit of a rotation stopper as well.
Wow, I must say Zoxy did the Matador earlier on by avoiding that vehicle. That was nicely done. And now with the circle shift, we can see all these teams starting to migrate. 7-9 needs to cut in, but they gotta be careful if they're behind. Last we saw Box Gaming was there. Box Gaming without the circle might need to fight through 7-9 now, because if they rotate anywhere else from the north, we see their teams there. South could be an option for them. So, do they want to take this? Okay, looks like they won't take the fight against 7-9. I guess it's because like 18 more seconds, they might as well bail it.
A bit too long for them. Less than 10 seconds here. The blue is start to squeeze in. And Box Gaming Twongs in. It was valiant effort before this. It was such tenacity for him to knock down the players. But Pang fights back by the cost of Box Gaming here. Kwang is way too deep in the blue zone right now. Vampires and PERSIJA EVOS head to head. Zoxy and Lynx down the ground, crawling, and at the same time screaming for help, but nobody's nearby. Where is Misery? He's too far. He's not following up towards the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. He's right on top of them.
Even if the idea was to get an off angle, it's like, you wouldn't be able to get an off angle in this ditch. Like, yeah, I guess you might as well move together. But now he caught himself out in the blue. I don't know if you want to try to deny the point, because if we move front, then Vampire Esports, he knows that they're still there. He haven't seen the vehicle move. So he's also waiting for Vampire Esports to move before he can move. If not, there's no space for him.
But the problem is taking the blue zone after this. It's going to be the fourth stage. How much longer he can actually wait? Side of BN United still having a full squad. Vampires down to 2 here. PERSIJA was down to 1. 7-9 DX having a bit of a go. A bit of a duking between these two teams. But BN United will medal in between. Vampires just arrived as well. We have 4 teams around the same corner as BN United. Vampires. 7-9 Tommy spot out off angle entirely. Break. What an amazing, gorgeous spray that is. Not even whiffing it out. Can he get another one?
Oh, here we go. Nade from Break. Onto Mikhail. Mikhail got to be careful. Nade will be tossed out by Break now. It should land onto Mikhail. And yes, it will. Break breaks the spear on Mikhail. He'll definitely be able to secure the point. We can see the rest of BN United moving into the circle. And I also noticed that Achu got eliminated. So looks like the chicken dinner curse is still happening.
And there's an opportunity, even though it's a curse, it's going to be a blessing for GE. But they need to score, but Depp! Oh, Max, you just have to stop 7-9 from pushing. And that was a remarkably well done side of Max. He got himself 2 eliminations, 5 for the hands of BN United right now. They got 5 eliminations. And across the board, they are dominating. Alter Ego, Rosemary, spot out DBD, Izane, far across that hill. But Echo be tapped out with a mini 14. Rosemary with 8 times scope in his hands. Try to stop DBD from actually pushing and advancing forward. But Rosemary, he needs to move as well. I'm not sure about his decision making right now, because the moment both team leaves, they will have to bump into GEEK later on.
Oh yeah, and GEEK has a circle, so great for them. Looks like they play a little bit different this time. They try to get as middle as possible into the circle. Aldo coming in later. And advantage for them, since some of the teams, they drop somewhere the middle school onwards, so they have more space to play with. But for GE, now this is their time to be in action against the Xavier. On the right, they pretty much have to clear one corner before coming in, because stage 5 circle, I mean, without even knowing or having the map view as a player, you will know that you have to clear your flanks now. Stage 5, this is where everything gets tight.
And this is getting massive for these two teams. GE and DX, again, coming up from Predators Resort in Sanok before. Now another run against each other. And both teams are losing anyhow, because they will be gatekeeper, the inner circle teams here, including BN United, who happen to be just next to the circle, less than 100 meters. But GE and DX, the moment they jump out from the compound, especially DX, there's no covers for them. It's an open space, a flat plane. Anybody can easily shoot them down, but they're just going against each other's throat right now, and they're both losing.
Oh, but losing. Probably the first one to lose will be the Xavier now. Only Levi's left. Probably they have one more behind them. But GE now having the man advantage, making their move. BN United also stopping the Xavier from coming. Parjin on the outside of blue, knocked down. He will not be able to survive this. As we move over back on the GE, making their rotation. But there will be other teams waiting as we expected.
And it's going to be BTR and GEEK Fam. They just plays and position himself in the middle ground. Yeah, high ground elevations taken by the side of GEEK Fam. Low grounds BTR. They just squeeze himself in between these two teams here. While GEEK Fam try to shoot them away, denying their advancement down there. Look at the nades. It's going to be nades galore on top of GEEK Fams. On the side of BN United, they'll be spraying down there. And they got stuck in between. GE stuck and cornered. Sitting ducks for now, but lucky for them, they do have abundance of that smoke to play around, but Mika and also GEEK Fam Audrey will not be that patient anymore. They start to push in. Caught out small, 2 on ground. Zai is bleeding out, and it's looking really dark for the side of GE right now.
Yeah, Mika just needs to circle around, spray. But wait a second, Mika countered. He's on his knees right now. Zai will finish up the job, securing that point before he goes out, leaving GEEK Fam with 1 casualty. But GE is out. We're only 1 point this round, so now they have the same amount of points with Boom Esports.
Next, the one trying to hike up is going to be Yoodo Alliance and another team, BN United, in between there. While one of the players of Yoodo Alliance being knocked down by the hands of Max. Max has been on form today. Earlier spotted out Soas from afar. Another one bites the dust as Alter Ego finish off DBD. I'm not sure if that's going to be the last player or not, but XERXIA being eliminated quite early this time, but it will not go empty-handed.
Here we go. Alter Ego and DBD. This is the fight that may happen because DBD seems to be scouting an opening on the north side. Okay, let's see if they'll go there or not. But Alter Ego will not want to let them go. They don't want to end this round with minimal points. They already got 2 in hand. They're looking for more right now. But Rosemary got to be careful. Okay, the rest of them charging on the DBD. DBD waiting for this moment. DBD only has 2 players. 1 of them down. Only Yen left. Yen with 20% health. Sprayed on by Fnatic from an off angle. And DBD taken out by Alter Ego.
Down to 7 here. 22 still alive. Fnatic need to reload on their UMP for now. BN United split into 1 tree and another one at the flank side. Yoodo Alliance still holding on towards the edge of the zone. Spotted out Soas. It's going to be D Xaviers. Slowly taking them limb by limb. BN United, it's going to be clustered as hell in the middle down there. It's so hard for them to hold their ground even though they got themselves the circles. Yoodo Alliance, at least there's nobody behind them, but for FaZe and GEEK Fam, a bit of a compound fight we go.
Here we go, Snipes, the last man for GEEK Fam. No, there's one more together with him, but kind of low as well. FaZe Clan now charging in. They have a full squad with Mela on his knees. Audrey, speaking about on his knees, he's down. Snipes is down. FaZe Clan will clean them up. 4 points in the back for FaZe Clan, now have 7. And they're playing by the edge of circle with this compound. They can hold on for this stage for now.
I love this. FaZe still have the fight in them. Still want to show us they belong in the PMSL. And even though it's going to be a tough and tall order for them to get into the grand finals, but they want to show the best version of them in the very final week. Yoodo Alliance, D Xaviers will be eliminated by the hands of Adik Luke. Yoodo Alliance still remains as a trio and form themselves a triangle right now, but they cannot cross the route for Adik Luke. Definitely shot down by the side of BTR from afar. BTR Alter Ego. BTR have a lot of shots early on. They're fighting so many teams, still holding on. And Janforce spot out another. They got 2 eliminations just by Janforce himself. He might score another here.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Still tapping away though. Okay, another knockdown from Rosemary onto Ade. Look, Iftar is the only one. Okay, there's still Olio though. He's on another area on the other side of the road. But for Alter Ego, they only see the 2 players from Yoodo Alliance. They're going to try to pick up the points. Genforce on the other hand gets knocked down by Ventores. FaZe Clan needs to fight their way through as well. They need to clear their flanks. But I guess they will hold on in this position. Wait for the next circle before deciding which side to clear.
Oh no, danger zone for Alter Ego. FaZe Onza spotted them out with that mini 14. Quite far apart still, 150 meters apart. BTR taking advantage on Yoodo Alliance. A misfortune right now as Fnatic spot out and fire back to the side of FaZe. Alter Ego kind of stuck himself with a rock in between. That's it. That's the only barricade they got himself here. And nothing else. The structures in between, not so much. Only vegetation. They can hop from one tree to the other. But too many eyes watching on the side of Alter Ego. They can't even move. Smothered by FaZe and BTR at the same time. Same goes for the side of Yoodo Alliance. There's going to be one last player remaining. The smoke will buy him time. But the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear view for Octa to pen him down. That's going to be a huge win for Alter Ego, despite they are kind of being cornered all around.
Yeah, they're taking care of 2 angles at the same time. Beautifully done by Octa, managing 2 teams basically. He got some help from Fnatic onto FaZe Clan. Look at the circle. It moves towards Yoodo Alliance. Leo, the last man. So he needs to try to stay put, try to stay clear. But unfortunately, FaZe Clan from the side takes him out. Yoodo Alliance eliminated. And now, FaZe Clan, they know who they need to take care of. They need to take care of BTR. BTR, with this kind of terrain, they have some space to come into the circle, but they just need to come in a little bit slower just to be careful.
Just next to each other, FaZe and BTR both treading on thin ice right now, tiptoeing around each other, while Alter Ego being blasted by the circle, despite they having only 2 players down there. FaZe, Mormon decide, you know what, we have to take the fight anyhow. They're going to brute force their way into BTR, maybe possibly taking a push, but Octa, what an off angle. This duo makes such wonderful work by themselves, and not just FaZe firing on the side of BTR. Alter Ego is doing the same thing here, and they might actually have a shot at winning this for Alter Ego.
Okay, hang on the second. BTR now caught on the outside because FaZe Clan, they know they have to try to clear one side, and BTR is closest to them, so they'll be their target. Alter Ego, on the other hand, kind of doing BTR a favor by holding down FaZe Clan, but now Octa switching his attention to BTR instead. BTR made into the circle. This is where FaZe Clan must win this fight against BTR, but at the same time, be careful of Alter Ego. But Satar knocked out by the captain, Ventores.
What a Kobe. Here comes another. Can he drop another one? Another nade to change the fate. For the side of BTR, another one down. Only Laporte left down there. On the side of BTR, they're losing men quickly now. They don't have time to reset themselves, even to reassess the situation. Genforce next on the ground. Laporte, how can he actually react to this? But Ventores being denied. He is pushing by the Molly. Tossed over by the side of Laporte. Laporte still can revive on Boychill. They still have hope. But FaZe, they're coming in strong with a full 4 this time.
Oh, here we go. Smoke is out. FaZe Clan can see them. 1 knock, 1 more to go. They clearly see where Lapar is at now. Nade from Mela in hand. He's cooking it up, but he cancels the nade because BTR is done. Out at number 3 elimination points. Now it's between Alter Ego and FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan with the full squad looking good. After this, no more circle. It's going to close entirely, so we're going to see the end really soon.
I have to say, Alter Ego lasted long enough here to be on top 2, despite BTR had a full squad before. They survived long enough and played very smart. Octa down to 1 HP just now, but managed to reset himself. But there's so little space for them on the side of Alter Ego. They got only trees to take covers from, and there's just a limited amount of tree that's nearby as well. Side of Fnatic tried to hop towards the other side of a tree, but Ventores realized without Ventores is going to be easier for the side of Alter Ego, but Ventores opened up the off angle, spot out Mela. Fnatic a fast response on that, down to tree.
Okay, here we go. 3v2. But no clear shot on the Fnatic though, thanks to the trees. And now FaZe Clan, where they gonna go? I wonder if they have any more vehicles, because if they get to go on foot, then it's gonna be quite hard, because Alter Ego have that slight advantage. Okay, we can see them popping out smokes for a moment, just for a moment to get into the circle. And looking at the overall, they have one smoke up vehicle, not the best vehicle to use at this point, so they might want to go on foot instead.
Oh, they can try and bait it out. But the distance between them less than 100 meters now. And there's going to be the last stage as well. Less than 15 seconds they have to decide. And pray that the Blazer will string on the other end first. Between FaZe that still have a tree. And FaZe Miller finish off by Fnatic. Now Fnatic spotted out the entirety of FaZe, but there's nothing for him to take cover. The moment he stepped out from that tree, it's going to be a clear shot coming out from FaZe. On the side of FaZe, they need a flanker to go for it, but it's well guarded by the side of Fnatic down there. How to close the distance at this point?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Okay, this is where Ventores gets creative. He drops a smoke in front of Fnatic, hoping to blind his sight. And smart enough, he managed to move front a few steps. If we can get a knockdown to Fnatic, this can be the closure for FaZe Clan. Or either one, if we can get a knockdown. Let's see now. Fnatic 50% health, heals up, so he's A-okay. So if we look at what Victor is doing right now, he's blocking the vision of Fnatic. Fnatic having a hard time trying to see, but he will be okay again once the smoke dissipates. But by then, FaZe Clan might be in front of their face.
But on the side of Alter Ego, they don't have any other option. They just push forward here. Feels like FaZe do have more space than the side of Alter Ego. They do have some slight elevations. And Ventores did such a smart move. Try to obliterate their visual entirely by Ventores, giving such a support fire. Great one. But Octa managed to knock another one down. Down to 2v1 there. Octa at 20% HP. Got in another. Can he clutch this one? This is going to be a miracle run for Octa. They botch it. FaZe, they in trouble.
Oh man, FaZe Clan. Okay, a little bit of elevation for Onzes, but it's going to be 1v1 Onzes versus Octa. The smoke will go out really soon. At the same time, the blue will put pressure on Octa. Octa will be forced to come out. Octa has no space. Octa, here we go. 1v1 with Onzes. Onzes with a high ground. Could not finish up the job yet. Octa not to go down without a fight. Octa counters on the Onzes. Onzes now still has it, but he's not able to finish up Octa just yet. Almost a little bit more. Octa getting closer and closer. UMP in hand. UMP. Oh! One last hit for either one. Onzes will not drop the ball as FaZe Clan will not give up, fighting for survival.
My god, that was a crazy ending. I literally jumped. I was 1 HP away from getting that chicken, and Octa Alter Ego. We did not see that one coming. They were outnumbered with a full squad of FaZe, just pinning them down and tucked into one corner. It's just so hard due to the elevations on the side of Alter Ego to shut down on FaZe, but the tree just stopping FaZe from pushing forward. And you have to give it to the side of Alter Ego as well. How well they're guarding. I think it was Fnatic on the other side who was guarding that side of an angle so tough and so tight. FaZe couldn't even try to break it in. But oh my Octa, that UMP shot close. FaZe almost let it through their let it slip through their fingers. This chicken, they're close of losing it. So close.
Yeah, but I really love the creativity from FaZe. It's like, okay, in front of us, open space. Where we're gonna go. This is the mindset of a top team. You will find ways to problem solve your way through. Open space, not gonna be an issue. What we do, we throw a smoke, we blind one of the opponents. You just need to blind one. That person can't do much. Then you focus onto the other one. As long as you can keep the other one behind the tree, you can slowly come in. And that's exactly what FaZe Clan did. This is really top tier thinking as a team. Beautifully executed. Love what FaZe did.
I also love what Alter Ego did. Exactly how the same mindset, how FaZe were thinking back then. They know they're just two. They're outnumbered. What to do? They can't do anything from there on, from that point of view. But FaZe, that was definitely double-digit elimination, secured and sealed by the hands of FaZe here. But instead of Alter Ego, it was BTR full squad before. I mean, like, they're left with 2 players, and BTR FaZe have full squad all day long. but they lasted long enough. Even gave FaZe a bit of a run of their money till the very end. I mean, that was tenacity, composure being shown and showcased to us as its limelight right now in this map, just we speak.
Yeah, I really love it, not gonna lie. I mean, if FaZe Clan didn't problem solve that, it's like open area for the opponent to shoot. So the way they did it, they managed it super duper well. Man, this round, the ending is just great. It's just amazing. So as we can see here, a lot of teams play in the middle. It's still the meta. But when we talk about the middle, because of the circle at stage 2 especially, a lot of open space in front of Yasnaya. That's a place that at stage 2 nobody would play. So hence, majority of the teams went to the green area, which is the final area that we see here. And that's why it became hard and fast at some point. Until towards the end, some teams need to take it slow and steady, namely FaZe Clan. And from then on, they just wrap up the game. I mean, of course, it's easier said than done, but how they wrap up, you have to watch step by step on how they do it. From the smoke to without advantage to putting an advantage for themselves, and look at the disappointment at Alter Ego. They knew it should have been theirs.
I mean, like, Octa, that was a bonus if they scored that chicken, really, because they were having it too. They don't have that high hopes, they just tried their best, right? But FaZe, if they lose that one, that's going to be mental. But 15 elimination, at least it secured double digit. Is more than enough with another 10 points addition to its total of 25. But Alter Ego scored a 7. We do have a couple of teams that ended up with 0. Only one team, boom. I mean, the only team that being eliminated early on, and with that Chul survive solo all day long. That's going to be tough after they just got himself a last chicken just now. I mean, the curse really haunting boom. Quite tough this time.
Yeah, that opened up small opportunity for GE. And they managed to get 1 point. But luckily to them, it's only 1 point. So they had the same amount of points now. Just because of the tiebreaker. Boom got 2 chicken dinners. That's why they are still on top. But look at the teams trailing behind them. GEEK Fam and PERSIJA EVOS to snatch away the #1 spot as well. On the other end, DVD, after 2 rounds, only 2 points for them, unfortunately. Only 1 point, in fact, because they didn't get a single point the previous round. So it was a very interesting round, I must say. The circle, although it looks straightforward just because it's on the main peninsula, but it is not as straightforward as what you think. This is complex problem solving.
Yeah, when it comes to stage 5, it was exhilarating. But you know what? We kind of miss our host for now. We have an interview coming up. So Tash, take it away.
Yesterday, we saw Yummy on stage with me, but we didn't talk to the coach himself, Kent, up here from Boom Esports. They managed to get a chicken dinner on map 1. Unfortunately, on map 2 and map 3, they weren't able to do the same. Now, coming into today, I can see that the stress is just slowly settling onto your shoulders. How are you feeling?
Jadi gimana kabarmu hari ini sekarang? Apa yang kamu rasa sekarang?
Relax saja, karena kita percaya kita masih bisa lah untuk perform lebih daripada 2 game awal kita.
So he still feel nothing. He just like it's calm. Like as far as I know that he's calm person. So yes, he just gonna make sure that the boys gonna perform for the next for the remaining games.
I mean, if you guys could see the behind the scenes, hopefully they do put it up. He looks really scary when he's on the coach desk. So I would love to see that behind the scenes. But coming back into you being relaxed, I mean, this isn't your first time that Boom Esports, manages to just make it at the very end of week 3. I mean, we saw that happen at PMSL SEA Spring last as well. And I think for you guys, I mean, is this like a trend for you? Is it planned, or is this like something that you guys really need to make yourselves perform? The pressure, I mean.
Oke, jadi kalau dari season lalu kita bisa lihat yang Boom itu sering ada di situasi-situasi seperti ini. Apakah itu seperti kayak tren di Boom Esports ataupun itu cuman ya faktor-faktor pressure?
Ini suatu hal yang harus kita figure out bareng-bareng sebagai tim juga ya. Jadi kita juga masih mencoba untuk menganalisa, apalagi udah 2 kali. Itu mungkin bisa jadi kegagalan saya juga sebagai pelatih. Kenapa saya tidak bisa memberikan solution terhadap permasalahan ini. Jadi ya mudah-mudahan in the future kita bisa lebih baik lagi.
So what Ken trying to say is, this is the thing that the teams need to figure out. Is because of it's been 2 times they come into PMSL and still the same problem. And yeah, perhaps Ken also did say that it might be his fault is because of he couldn't provide the good solution or the best solution for the teams. So yeah, he hopes that in the future they can settle this problem.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, I teared up a little bit because it's very rare for a coach to take accountability. So I love to hear that, which is always showing that. But you know, when it comes to Boom, they're very dynamic and also in terms of how they play and how they learn. And speaking of that as well, you guys always have a very energetic briefing during pre-match. I hear you guys screaming "Hungry Beast" all the time. So is that the culture of your team to boost the team's positivity, or is it just like in your genetics to be positive?
Okay, jadi setiap game itu kita bisa lihat yang Boom Esports itu briefingnya emang sangat-sangat intens dan kalian sering ya shout kalian punya chant dan sebagainya. Apakah itu salah satu tradisi di Boom ataupun emang dari bawaan diri masing-masing itu udah seperti itu?
Oke, buat kita sendiri hal tersebut merupakan culture dari kita ya, meskipun kita ada di atas ataupun di bawah. Meskipun itu bukan hari yang bagus buat kita harus chin up dan tetap punya energi yang positif. Karena kalau kita misalnya pikir positif, hasilnya juga positif.
Okay. So that one is culture in Boom Esports is because of Ken believe that before the game start, no matter they perform really well or they perform bad, still they need to chin up and whatever. It's similar to what Goku said. Mental is the most important thing, and yes, whatever they think, if they think positively, the outcome will be positive as well.
That's right. Manifestation works, and it's definitely showing in Boom Esports because they seem to be taking the lead here when it comes to taking that 16th place. Now, you guys managed to get the chicken dinner, knocked out early by XERXIA in Game 2. Is there an unavoidable incident, or is it because of high pressure? I mean, like the kind of like the hero mentality coming in from the team who wants to make something happen to go forward?
Okay, jadi di game pertama kalian berjaya mendapatkan WWCD dan di game kedua kalian ditusunin lah oleh XERXIA. Apakah itu perkara yang tidak bisa tidak bisa dilari lah dan adakah itu mungkin pressure ataupun ada satu player yang blunder?
Okay, so it's back to me again. It's hal yang harusnya udah saya siapkan, cuman mungkin kita dari coaching staff ada miss sedikit. Jadi ya, I take the accountability.
Okay, so jadi Ken is actually taking the accountability is because of he think that maybe for the coaching staff didn't provide really well for the teams and didn't prepare the teams well, so that's what happened eventually.
Speaking of that, though, I mean, when you talk about like not providing for the team here, what is it that's not enough from team? Is it their, I would say, communication, or is it their gameplay? Like, what do you think is the missing link?
Okay, jadi menurut kamu sendiri, seperti yang kamu mention tadi, apa yang kurang dari coaching staff yang tidak disampaikan kepada player?
Okay, jadi sebenarnya di game tadi kita punya banyak possibility untuk main dari mana aja. Cuman baik lagi sebagai pelatih kita harus ambil keputusan yang berat. Jadi kita ambil chance itu. Jadi mungkin dari chance dari keputusan itu mungkin ada gameplay yang belum saya sempat sampaikan ataupun belum kita pikirkan sebelumnya.
Okay, so as a coach, they need to provide the players like a lot of stuff, a lot of gameplay, but yet they might have a miss kind of thing, so that's what happened to the game itself lah.
Right, so basically it's just not enough preparation at this point. Regardless, you know, coming into question number 4, in order to overcome GE, I mean, you guys are tied on 13 points together and maintain 16th place. What is it that you think your team needs to do to overcome that?
Oke, jadi poin kalian gimana caranya kamu bisa memastikan yang Boom ini bakal lolos ke grand final dan tidak dibalap oleh GE?
Just percaya sama diri kita sendiri, percaya kalau misalnya kita tuh lebih daripada ini, percaya kalau misalnya potensial kita itu jauh di atas ini, percaya kalau misalnya diri kita tuh nggak pantas ada di bawah, dan kami akan buktikan at the end of the day kita bakal qualify and hopefully qualify for PMGC also.
Okay, so what Ken's trying to say is belief. There's a lot of belief in there. And yes, they're gonna believe that they're gonna make it to the grand final, and of course, as for the PMGC as well. So they're gonna prove to everyone that they can do it.
That's right. The Indonesians and the fans are waiting for Boom Esports up there. Will they be able to make it is the question. Regardless, thank you so much for spending time here and good luck later. There's still 3 games to go here. Let's see if Boom Esports can deliver the 3 chicken dinners that I ordered earlier. Gonna toss it over to casters. See you guys later.
I love that interview, by the way. That was a really deep insight coming out from Coach Ken of Boom himself. And by the way, he's very well versed and fluent in English. But like I mentioned before, it's for all the nations to understand, basically, or for their own respective nations too. But speaking of which, I love his mentality as a coach as well. And you actually have a one-to-one talk with Ken. He's a very insightful and wise person and very responsible as well. Speaking of which, that PMA positive mental attitude, I love that coming up from Boom.
This is my time to drop another fun fact then.
Go ahead.
So Boom Esports, so this is more of a game fun fact. Okay, so Boom Esports actually have 4 in the coaching team. So Ken is the head coach, Rhapsody is together with him in Malaysia, and the other 2 is working remotely from Indonesia. So yeah, fun fact. So I did ask that. So wait, 4? Like, how do you like manage it? And it's like, well, he didn't give a detail, but he just said that it's hard, but it is also helpful at the same time. And he's the one that actually decided to have like up to 4 in the coaching team.
I guess numbers is always not an issue coming from Boom, including the players. I feel like the more the merrier for that side, including a coach and even analysts. But back towards the last few fights just now, that was amazing. I mean, for me, it's all into Alter Ego just now. I mean, I'm not being biased, but when it comes to their position, when it comes to the structures in between, Alter Ego has the least, but Octa made some hope happen for Alter Ego.
Well, Alter Ego not getting a chicken dinner, but it's still a great showing by FaZe Clan. I mean, it was honestly FaZe Clan doing superbly well. So they got the chicken dinner, and if you just join us, Boom Esports got the first chicken dinner. So it looks like we don't get the all Indonesian today, as what Chuchu might have hoped for. But you guys can get the first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser, the set, the suit, the mask, the M16 gun skin. Join the event in-game right now.
Now, so don't forget about the Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super mode available for you guys to play in the game right now. It's going to be a limited amount of time for you to experience this mode, so you don't want to miss it because you can do a lot of content with this.
Yeah, and you can do content with this as well, especially for those of you who love to go to concerts. So the Dandy Rooster excites the battleground together with an M24 firearm inside of the game right now. Check it out because the first draw is only at 10 UC. So do it right now and tell us if you got it.
And back towards our official businesses, which going to be the next map of Wrangle. That we do know for a fact it was quite a generous circle to start with, even a nicer flight path to begin. But at the same time, when it comes to stage 4 transitioning to stage 5, that's where it gets really tricky. You saw how the hard shift happening from north all shifted down to the south, where it's just moving away from Yusnaya and Poliana, and it just forced a lot of team having to be clashing of stage 5 and stage 6 later on. But when it comes to the next one, I mean, the circle is really just, a circle.
Yeah, it's something that, a lot of teams already expected this to come after watching the horror show that is PMWI. No, not that PMWI is a horror show, but what I mean is that the circle of PMWI is a horror show for the coaches and the teams to try to find ways to get success. Just like how right now Box Gaming, they're in a horror show. 16 more rounds to go for Box. I am counting down now for them to get the chicken dinner. Come on, Box, come on!
I feel like I'm having a breakdown if I'm a player here because of how bizarre the circle's been. And it feels like every strategy or every rotation and calculation you predicted for the pattern of a circle have to go down in the garbage can right now because it doesn't really matter. How about just follow your game sense and follow your gut and just go along with it to be the best with whatever situation it is. But we do have a bit of a swap between QEON and Papank. We do know QEON is a high-value player coming up from the side of MORPH. He clutched quite a number of times in this season.
Wow, maybe that's his girlfriend, his J-Wick there. But objectively, MORPH GPX do perform a lot better with QEON in the lineup. And this lineup, basically, without Pepe in the lineup. Objectively speaking. I mean, there is, and I did mention this before, there is some discussion even from Indonesia side, like the analysts there, the content creators, they even talk about like the best lineup for MORPH GPX at this point, because obviously you cannot get any other player at this moment, is to play this lineup. And true enough, I'm sure if we run the stats would favor this lineup as compared to Pepeng playing. So objectively, I would say that this lineup is good for them, and I do expect them to do better this time around.
I agree. I do love this lineup over the other. Same goes for the Son of Empires. I feel like this lineup is more solid because, I mean, like, I wouldn't mind if they swap in and out for Straps with a Nuthi or whatever, but I have a feeling that Stone pretty much the pillar for the team. If they is not really too flashy, he's not under the spotlight all the time, so is Tony K, but actually his supports playing such a big role and such an impact at factoring into Vampire's playstyle that nobody actually noticed and not even giving enough credit to it. But for the others, I mean, like Box is hitting a wall right now. It's not just they didn't score on the chicken. Last week, at least they're quite consistent, getting themselves in top 5 almost every single map in the very last minute. That's why they're being left out and left behind here. But at the same time, now they didn't score any chicken and now barely survived to the top 3 till the end. And they even one of the teams being eliminated way early on just now.
Yeah, I mean it was a tough one, right? And like what we discussed earlier on, although the circle looked like middle, but it is actually really hard based on the circumstances that outside of Yasnaya, open space, nobody wants to play there, and so on. So it gets jam-packed, and it's a challenge for these teams. But again, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest. You have to find a way to somehow overcome all these challenges. So yeah, it's just like how FaZe Clan did. I mean, I'm coming back to the FaZe Clan thing because to me, that was really smart as a team on how they overcome the challenge. And if the teams can find a way, just like how FaZe Clan did, then success can be theirs. Let's see if a team like Boom, GE can continue on the success for survival.
Now this time we do have a northern side of a circle, but I feel like it's going to split the map evenly into 2 sides. It's going to be a beautiful flight path, but don't let it deceive you in this way. Even though the flight path is beautiful, doesn't mean the circle will be generous. So assume and always expect the worst out of it. And this time we're going to go down to Primorphs. But when it comes to the drop spot, since we do have a bit of a northern circle, northern flight path and more towards the right side, Vampires decide to drop right on top of Kamishki instead of the usual spot, which is going to be the North Jogo pool.
Because PB is not playing, so they switched their drop spot. I guess, okay, I don't know. This is just my theory, right? Why they want to drop faster is because they want to loot faster, so they move into the circle faster. Maybe they want to switch up playing into the middle. I don't know. Keep an eye on that. But Vampire's philosophy has always been playing by the side, try to take fights from the outside to come in. But if they want to change something, well, why not? Because they're already through into the grand finals. So if they want to experiment a little bit here and there, I mean, there's space for them to do that. The bigger question is where Boom is. Okay, Boom leaving school, not going to take the fight with XERXIA again since they lost that fight. They're going to Gatkar instead because Team Secret ain't playing. But nobody, not even BN United, is at Novo, and the circle could be there.
And the worst part is going to be GE first contact mate. MORPH Rocket finished off Smile possibly with that Micro Uzi. It's been a while we've seen Micro Uzi players. I wish we can bring them back in the tournament. I kind of miss the long range Micro Uzi going on, but that's going to be a piece of cake for Rocket to finish off a Smile of GE, and Smile starting off with a trio. A bit handicapped, but they will make it work with what they have. On the side of Boom though, Boom Pombit with nothing, no vehicle, naked and afraid, knowing there's somebody behind them. It's going to be FaZe chasing him. Lucky they didn't spot him out. Unless if they make a big U-turn, then Pombit, good luck.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of lucky there though. Somehow FaZe Clan did not see him or somehow decide not to pursue onto him. So that's fine. Okay, he gets a second chance now. And of course for Boom, they'll be happy that GE, one of them got eliminated early. Because now it's the fight for the bottom. Boom and GE. But if you think about it, if these two teams really end up by the end of the week, number one, number two, regardless of whichever team, and DBD is still down there, then DBD might be the one to be eliminated.
And that's what we've been talking for yesterday's topic, and this might be the case here. But at least DBD today is just their first day. They have more extra days later until the end of the week. But I also will be worried for the side of MORPH, because MORPH, they're not safe either, because they are just above DBD with the same amount of point when it comes to the bonus standings right now. So these two teams, they cannot afford to have any room of error. No mistakes can be made. No experimental moment as we speak. They need to make everything to absolute perfection for every single play. Cannot afford to waste any more maps down there, especially for the side of possibly DBD. We already have day here. We're down to the third map of the day. Now coming up to the circle, we do know SMB is so vacant. There's nobody in there. Whoever gets there in first is going to be getting the most advantage out of this circle.
Yeah, tell that to BTR. They're already there. So now they'll be playing the gatekeeping role after scouting out that BN United is not there. So, yeah, big chance for BTR now to score big. But coming back to the point of MORPH GPX, I do agree with that. Honestly, I was kind of surprised yesterday. I didn't really say it because I really wanted to see what came up. When they are in the fight for survival, especially after looking at the performance of Boom and GE. For them to feel Pepeng was a risk that they took. And the risk paid off 20-ish points, but in order for them to really get to safety, they have to garner more points. Because like what you said as well, DBD has a day in hand, and anything can happen with that extra day in hand. So it's not the right time for them to take risks. Instead, they should go for what is tried and tested. And that will bring them better success.
Now, I did mention this before. I feel like Group B, as we speak for the entire week, or all 3 weeks in total, have the most advantage when it comes to trying to secure their overall standing points till the very last day here, because they are the teams that have an off quite earlier than the rest. They can actually scout and revise rotations of all the other teams out there when it comes to the final week especially, and get to play and change their fate till the very last day as well. There's going to be FaZe, Alter Ego, BTR, and DBD. Now, speaking of FaZe, right, this has been absolutely different FaZe compared to the past 2 weeks. I don't know what happened the first 2 weeks of FaZe. This is what we've been waiting for. Look at, today is their first day playing. They scored themselves quite a huge amount of volume of points down there. Why didn't they pull this out early on?
Well, Little Birdie says that Vintorius isn't feeling himself as the IGL. So that's why they couldn't make the right decisions before this. On top of that, they had the Mela issue, not being able to play week 1. So there were a few things stacked up. So that kind of affected their performance. Glad to see FaZe Clan doing well, especially for the previous round. And I would say that however that was executed, it was also because of how the IGL made the call to do certain things in game. In fact, the blind smoke on one corner was by Vintorius. So if he can continue on to keep his mental strength fresh, strong, good, well, FaZe Clan will be able... Okay, I don't know if we'll be able to see them in the grand finals. It's a very tall order because they need to get like number 1 and hope the other teams don't do well. But at least they play for pride.
Honestly, I really want to see them if they can actually execute that to get number 1 by end of this week. Just to see, can they finally squeeze in and just come back all the way from the very bottom within just 1 week of time. And if they manage to get into the grand final with a total amount of around, how much? It's going to be around 26 points. If they manage to secure that 20 points this week. Now that's going to be really baffling for all the teams down there that are being pushed down by FaZe Clan the very last minute. And FaZe to get in there with 1 week with this performance, if they can pull that off, that's going to be the greatest scam of all time for the past few weeks.
Oh, it's probably the greatest scam for the past few years, if you ask me, if that really happens. The chance is really, really low. If somehow somehow they can pull off the greatest scam. It could potentially be the greatest scam ever, even. And it's not only their personal chance and their personal points, but it's also how the other teams are doing, like Boom and GE, how they're doing right now. So I don't know, man. I mean,
Deep down, I feel
I'm
like
still not optimistic about it, but the biggest scam ever, if it happens, you'll be witnessing one of the greatest moments of PUBG Mobile.
I agree. I mean, I deep down, I really want to root them to see if they can actually do that. Like getting themselves that number one and just changed the table completely at 180 degrees for the side of FaZe. Can they pull that off? Now, they take a bit of a late rotation, speaking of FaZe, going around Gaoka Mountain. Same goes for the side of MORPH coming up from north. They are a bit later, and BN United opt out for the boat ride. And we do have a right side of sort of SMB circle. Whoever take Nuvo is going to be a huge advantage for them.
Well, Farm, the House of Yoodo Alliance, infiltrated by PERSIJA EVOS. They don't know Ade Luke is there, so they're still circling around just to be sure. You can see Iftar, I believe he's in the water. But for BTR, now fighting against Alter Ego inside of Novo, so it's going to be the two Indonesians. One more to go for BTR. GenForce on the other side, and Okta is circling around. He knows exactly where GenForce is at, and he's going to come in together with his teammates. Now, Fnatic will join as well, but that one nade will not save GenForce. BTR out.
Okta did it again. A lot of game by Okta today. Is such on peak performance right now. Today is his day. Instead of BTR surprisingly being eliminated heads on. But BTR, they're pretty safe, right? They're not really in jeopardy when it comes to the overall rankings of the bonus standings there. They've pretty much secured themselves in the grand finals somehow because they are the top 5. So even if they ended up with a 0, still managed to squeeze in. I mean, nobody can get a 0 in the bonus point standing, but the least amount you can get is going to be 1. I still think that they still can secure themselves the grand finals anyhow.
Yeah, BTR will be fine. Because you only have that one elimination slot left, assuming that the bottom 3 stays. So that's why it's the fight between the few teams that we've been talking about, including the one that we can see on screen here. So I wouldn't be too worried about BTR, honestly. I'll be a little bit more focused on those teams that we saw. For XERXIA and Box, again, could this be an early elimination for Box since one of them went out? Not only that, they are still on the outside circle. Man, not looking good for Box again.
On the side of XERXIA, their aim for today is going to be bulldozing people from behind. Slowly sweeping off the floor clean with Namcute. Now taking the blue zone. At least he got 3 first 8. Can last long enough. The other two are going to leave Namcute to be sacrificed. My God, what has he done wrong for the team? As Namcute being left by himself to hold the ground here. While the rest of XERXIA tries to take him down. He's going to be 3v1. Oh, Namcute, you being abandoned by the entirety of the roster, but still fought back. Kwang will not leave him by. He would not abandon his teammate. He's taking a bit of off angle and repositioning himself to help Namcute to survive.
Okay, right. But how long will he be able to survive? Now they're taking out the blue. Okay, Namcute has 6 first 8, so he can still tank, but he still needs to win the fight first. Because XERXIA is not letting them go. Because they're on to Gosu. Okay, Gosu should be able to heal up. Maybe. Okay, he is pumping it in, but the nade from us. Okay, it did not land on the Gosu, so it's still fine. But XERXIA still holding in the blue together with Box Gaming, and they're 12,000 meters away from the circle. This is going to be a lose-lose situation.
I don't know, maybe they have a shot at winning this based on how much they have for their first 8. It's all depending on their pockets right now. Speaking of being luxurious, Gosu spraying out with AKM down there, getting on 1. Z on the ground, and that's finished off. XERXIA losing a lot of men. Mega Mind bleeding out. Well, in the meantime, Namcute still crawling down there, and I don't see anybody can save him at this point.
Well, who can save Kwang from the nade? Tossed by RNJ. 1 more to go, and it's going to be Box Gaming again. So XERXIA, now for them to survive. Okay, look at the bridge now. 7-9 MORPH GPX. By the time XERXIA arrives, it's going to be a crowd.
If they can arrive. We're talking about the blues are way too deep for the side of XERXIA, but on the side of MORPH, they can't get in. 7-9 just slamming the door. No way in for you. You shall not pass, as Sam9 said at this point. None of the team, including PERSIJA EVOS, can make way and squeeze into the bridge. Sam9, I'm not sure how long they will lurk around here. They definitely have to leave now as the Blues start to squeeze in. Third stage it is still bearable, but you don't want to waste all your resources by healing up. But BBH resort to that for now. Down to only last first 8, down to the very last one. And PERSIJA EVOS, if they can spot out BBH, that's going to be a bonus point for them.
Oh man, what happened to positive Choo Choo? I thought you said that, oh, they have enough first aids, they can survive. All of a sudden, if they can survive. But honestly, I highly doubt they could. But now for Vampire Esports, Alter Ego coming by the edge. But Vampire Esports, when it comes to fight, they will not go down with that one. But they still went down anyway. Alter Ego picking up 7 points so far. PERSIJA EVOS, now is their turn to get across. Do they have enough of utilities? Okay, 2 first aids on the hands of Lynx. Not too sure how the others, but Sam9 is still waiting on the other side.
Two teams going back to back out of this, including Vampires and Morph here. And for Vampires, I mean, like the Circle really kind of giving a lot of punishment for the players. Don't know what the players did wrong, but the Circle definitely don't like them. The entirety of this PMSL. XERXIA, Megamind, and RNJ, the only one left. This is what I mentioned before, right? Yeah, they do have those first aids. Can they actually survive long enough to wait it out for the people of Sam9 to leave the bridge and finally they can squeeze in there? And speaking of the Blues, and here comes the 4 of the running man. These Avis taken out by Yoodo Alliance. Rebel Boy will try to take down on Persian, and both Lamborghini and the side of DX lost 2 men down there. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance just farming on the sidelines, but the Circle will shift right now. GE got the center and GEEK as well.
Oh, and look at the Circle. So Sam9, they still have a chance to block PERSIJA EVOS. XERXIA is coming in later. As we expected, it's going to be traffic for them. It's going to be hard for them to get across. Xavier take out the blue, but they're blocked by Yoodo Alliance. So they have 1 knock, a little bit of advantage. But we move back onto the bridge fight. PERSIJA EVOS trying to get across. And Sam9, they're ready. They're set up. The Circle is just behind them. So there's almost no way for PERSIJA EVOS to get across. Same goes for XERXIA. After looking at what's happened to PERSIJA EVOS, XERXIA, maybe they want to consider to deny the point.
Look at this.
Let's see what they're going to do.
Right, FaZe, we're trying to just score any points here. I know he wants it so bad. There's no way out for him anymore. Might as well get 1 point of consolation. Make it 2 even. You can score out Megamind. And before I go down, I'm just going to score another. Megamind, clear line of sight, never mind. That's going to be Megamind, finished off by Sam9. I mean, like, by the end of the day, still going to Sam9 wins the game down there when it comes to the bridge fight. And a fourth side, PERSIJA EVOS and also XERXIA. They tried.
At least PERSIJA EVOS, they scored an extra point before going down.
Redface
Pretty
still
sure they're
survived.
going to go down really soon. Yeah, that was his last first aid. So they're going to end anytime soon. But for Boom, now, this is going to be critical for them. Okay, we are at stage 4 now. Losing this player, Rosemary. A little bit of a revenge from him because earlier on he was taken out by Yummy, so he takes out 1 player from Boom now, and they're going in for more? Or what are they going to do now? Okay, they got to be careful because GEEK happened to take the highest peak in this Circle. So GEEK, if they overshoot the line of sight, then GEEK can shoot them from that distance.
Yeah, the worst part for Alter Ego being spotted out from the top and the bottom. They are in the middle ground. It might actually be sandwiched between, but Chua spot out Tom, that 1 shot managed to knock on 1, make it 2 even. Oh, that make a big U-turn. Sam9, they will taste their own medicine right now. Be gatekeeping a lot of players on top of the bridge. Now it's going to be these Xaviers trying to take them down slowly. Chua managed to secure on 1 elimination towards the side of Sam9, down to 3. The side of Sam9, how did he respond to this? Will he try to fight or will he go for disengagement here? Because Mikhail just go all the way towards the back line, reposition himself, knowing the fact they want to guard over the gatekeeping side of the Circle. DX taking a lot of the Blues on his stage 4, by the way, going to stage 5 in less than a minute.
We only see Chua. His other teammate is on the other side. Nice and safe. Chua, now he's caught out. And Sam9 looking at the trend, like how they deal with PERSIJA, how they deal with XERXIA, they are now going to do the same with the Chua. So Chua has a very low chance of surviving this. But speaking about surviving, PERSIJA EVOS, looks like they survived. Okay, looks like, I think they looted and then they found enough first aids. and somehow they managed to get in. So one more guy from PERSIJA survived it, and he's in the clear right now. That's going to be red place.
I don't know, I feel like Chua can go for the off angle, just go towards his right side instead, all the way through, so his teammate can actually support fire on that side. But at the same time, the Blues start to shrink, and we're talking about the next circle. We'll move away from the axe, and lucky for Chua, still within reach. But PUBG have to open up the space so Chua can rotate in. But the rest of Sem9 in a triangle, guarding heavily to the side of Chua. And we have PERSIJA EVOS Red Face managed to survive in here. Chua finally taken down by Kenny, and that's going to be an easy, clean one coming up from the side of Kenny. I don't know how Red Face make it through.
Yeah. So he looted the boxes of XERXIA, and so happened that XERXIA had enough first aid, so that's how he made it through. And he even took the buggy. He even had the buggy to take, so that's how he survived. Lucky for him, he had enough first aids from the boxes. So that's how he is still in the game now. Still at 9 teams, so if he goes out now, no place on points. So you have to survive further. What about Alter Ego?
No.
Not only surviving, they already got 10 elimination points down. No, make that 12, Alter Ego.
Wow.
And they're not stopping yet.
And sort of boom, this is really a roller coaster ride for them. Very hostile in this vehicle with a 3-player in this UAZ spraying across GE, parked himself in the middle of the open. I mean, this is not the best place for them to take covers because even GEEK fam can spot them out from the peak of the mountain and easily taken off one by one. There's also FaZe down there. And they kind of stuck in between GE, between GEEK fam. Damn, even got himself some ghillie suit. That's going to be hard to spot on. A FaZe even spotted out Boom as well. Boom just caught himself and instead just snapped in a trap in between of a crossfire.
Yeah, here we go. It's in a FaZe Clan or GEEK, but GEEK won't have the view now that they move on the inner side of the slope. So it's down to FaZe Clan, really. He still has nades, and Mormon is going to go in on a different angle, but Mormon cannot overextend because GEEK fam is up there, and they know by now. They have that information, so they have to find a way to be safe enough to eliminate Boom from a different angle.
Doris spotted out one of the players of Boom, palm it down to only Yummy May, if I'm not mistaken. The last player, PERSIJA EVOS, might actually lose their top 3 as well because both Boom and PERSIJA EVOS a bit shaky right now with GE still surviving, but they don't secure any elimination just yet. FaZe spotted out the smoke, try to spray and pray, hope it will connect. But GEEK fam on the other hand, they got the most pleasant view up here. Not just that, nobody can take them down easily due to the hot hike towards their side is just ridiculously steep. GE, they still can play indoors if they want to because the circle's still on their side. But those actually around the cliff of the mountains, this is going to be tough for them to hike up.
I'm sure for GE, they're looking at the elimination feed, and they know that their first mission is to survive above Boom. Boom, only 1 player left. GE, 3 players. So far, so good for them. But for Alter Ego, they want to take this high ground, the highest peak in the area of Novo. They want to try to take it out of GEEK fam. GEEK fam with a full squad. They are distracted now by Boom, so they cannot take care of the other side. But this is going to be the right decision because they need to stop Alter Ego from coming in. That will be the first objective.
But they need to wrap around and not extend this fight anymore because less than 5 seconds. We have stage 6 coming in. And it will move away and move into Sem9 or GE. It's just GEs all day long. The side of GEEK fam, they have to climb down their high horses now. They cannot afford to lose any more seconds because they are the closest one towards the blue zone. We do know DX, even though they are playing around this outside of a circle, the circle will close a bit later. And GEEK fam, they know this for a fact. Finish off Volta in an instant. Maybe Alter Ego next. But they need to really wrap things up here. One more down for Alter Ego, leaving only one last player that is jumping down possibly on the side of GEEK fam just to find Fnatic and Rosemary 2 more. And that's going to be Mika sacrifice himself for the sake of gathering information.
Not too sure if that is a worthwhile one. Yes, GEEK does get the information and they do get the elimination points, but I mean, sacrificing Mika when there's still like 8 teams like that, I don't know about that. But for Rosemary, popping out the smoke, trying to exit the other way, and not enough cover for him maybe. Okay, Damru just need to get around this hill. If he can get around this hill, that's it. Clear shot for him to take out Rosemary. He should be able to see him really, really soon. But Damru is also taking that precaution of not revealing himself too much.
Rosemary is just next to RedFaZe. Yeah, I don't know how RedFaZe respond to this, but lucky the terrain kind of covers RedFaZe down there. Rosemary, surprisingly, in the open without getting punished down there. RedFaZe open fires to the side of Sem9. That calls out for Sem9 to pull over. And Rosemary on the high, a bit of elevations, middle ground. RedFaZe at the ditch side, which is going to be a bit of a pit in there. The Sem9, they want to spot out Alter Ego and PERSIJA EVOS. They might actually get GEEK Fam in the addition to that elimination if they can actually score this one out. So Sem9 with a trio, there's going to be 3 teams against them. If they're not being aware of this, all the teams, including GEEK Fam, will start to push on their side. So they have to make sure nobody can breach through that side of a circle.
Smart move for Rosemary to be hugging the hill. Because from that angle, if you're like down there, if you're rift-based position, you cannot see him. And now Sem9 trying to stop GEEK Fam from coming in, but GEEK Fam going all in on the Sem9 instead. Currently in the circle, so this is going to be a worthwhile fight for them to take. Dap on the lower ground, and a GEEK Fam slight elevation for them to play with. And now GEEK Fam, they're playing with 3 players, but Sem9 has 2 active players. Now Snipes knocked down. Could this be the counter from Sem9?
It's going to be 2v2, since Sem9s also do have 1 knocked down on their side. GEEK Fam Snipes bleeding out as well. Audrey, do they have enough mollies and throwables just to pressure on the side of Sem9 so they cannot revive and reset? Audrey giving them too much space. Same goes to the side of Damroot. They're not approaching the side of Sem9 fast enough. And Mikael tried to keep them at bay with that pressure, bringing back that mollies and grenades to the side of GEEK Fam here. But not being careful, there's 2 teams. So it'll be just backstabbed by the teams right in the center, which is going to be GE. Sem9, Kenny, Mikael, and Dap fighting against Damroot, Snipes, and Audrey. They managed to revive on Snipes, but the Blues start to close in there. And the circle shift away from them again. Both teams might lose this one.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, the circle moved away. Oh, my goodness. But they have to cancel out each other before going into the circle. So this will be really, really interesting on how are they going to do that. I mean, someone has to go out after this. Okay, 30 more seconds, and we'll pretty much know who wins the fight. Now, GEEK Fam going up against M9, 3v3. It's balanced. Border on the outside circle. Pretty much same circumstances between the two. Man, when is this going to end? They're still dancing. The blue will arrive soon, but Damroot opens it up by taking out Mikael. This is it. He's going to rush him with the DBS.
Damroot, randomly spray. Have to wrap it around now because we don't have time. 3 more seconds to go. The Blues start to hit. Damroot with the DBS, hoping it will finish off, but somebody sprays behind. Can he make it work for the side of GEEK Fam on the other end? Oh boy, no, it's actually Sem9, sorry. It's 2 knockdowns on the side of GEEK Fam. Damroot slid off valve remaining, and the Blues start to close in here. They don't have time. They don't have space. Can he clutch it out? But they need to leave now. It's going to be now for Sem9. They don't have time to waste. Not a single second.
Oh, they won the fight. Now it's all about getting into the circle next. Because GE, they do have this compound. Boom! Yummy somehow still survives. He's on the other side. Nobody is on his area. FaZe Clan seem to be interested to go into the area where GE is at. Unless they decide to rotate somewhere else. But speaking about rotation, Sem9 making their move now. They should have an entry point. Yes, they can play by the side. On the box, by the edge of this small city. And be in the circle at least.
But Monet is going to gatekeep this one. It's all down to Monet. Coming up from GE, the only one that will actually stop the bridge of Sem9 right now is just going to be Monet. But the rest of them, if they're not having an eye out to the side of FaZe, that's going to be a problem too. But for the luck of GE right now, FaZe kind of busy themselves. Mela spotted out the 2 players of Sem9. Mela been off angle all day long. Now 2v1. He got on 1 on Dap. Down to the last player. Kenny slid off valve remains. Mela clutching it out with the help of Venturis as well. We're down to 3. Never mind, we're down to 4 because Boom and Alter Ego. Never mind, down to 3. Boom down to 1 last player.
Oh, yeah, Boom, yummy. He's going to play the ninja right now. He's like, okay, I'll just do my thing on the other end. You two get busy with each other. Okay, I'll just stay here. I'm not going to come in. But I saw the shot on the minimap. It seems like they know the existence of Yummy behind. This will be really interesting. But they have to put an extra focus on the FaZe Clan because that's the 3-man squad now. Mela knocks down Merne. FaZe Clan, this could be their moment to come in after that 1 knock.
but they need to climb out of this. They need to climb in. And that's going to be the opportunity for GE to shoot them down. But that was a smart move coming from FaZe. Just blind the openers with the smoke. They cannot shoot us out if they can't see that we're climbing across. And Nonsense and the rest of FaZe start to breach on this side. GE in trouble. And once Monet is down, there's nobody to go over this side. With that VS as an enhanced, just changing over to AKM for the side of Monet. While Onzens with M416, that rifle will make it work. Now this is going to be super funny if Yummy actually won this chicken by himself.
Absolutely, it would be hilarious. But Yummy would love it because it's GE that's still standing now. And that's the team that they need to beat. FaZe Clan getting closer and closer thanks to the smoke. They created a smoke bridge and now they're hugging the walls of GE's compound. Now GE's compound infiltrated by FaZe Clan and they need to defend this. It is a big must for them. But we're at stage 8 now, moving to stage 9. Stage 9 will close entirely. But the first one to move is probably going to be Yummy. But the big fight is in this house.
I feel like Yummy is definitely in his own world down there. It's like, I'm just doing my thing down here. Nobody cares about me. But he's being fine. He's doing great down there. But at the same time, it's the last stage. Anyhow, we're down to 5 more seconds. And the team will have to brute force their way in for FaZe and GE at the same time. Zod of Boom, I'm not sure how he can survive this last circle. There's no more circle to live with. It's just going to be blue zone all day long. But Yummy, at least nobody can hear his footsteps because they're quite far apart. Different compound entirely. Different building entirely. But if they're not being careful for the side of FaZe, they might actually being stabbed by the back by the side of Yummy May. Now that's going to be pretty ridiculous ending if FaZe make that happen. Just let Boom to backstab them all day long.
Yeah, and he has the MJ3 though. The weapon with a very low recoil. So it is a good weapon that you can only get from the airdrop. No DBS, or at least we don't know what his secondary weapon is. If he has a DBS at this point, and he is obviously Yummy, then it is of course the best weapon for him to try to clutch this. But the focus now will be back onto this building. It's going to be a stalemate for now until the blue forces them to move. So it's probably going to take a while because both teams not wanting to drop the ball at this stage.
Nobody willing to just have a pick ended. No, for fact, all the entry regarded heavily to the side of GE. So FaZe try to play smart as well. Might as well just climb up to the rooftop if they want to. Because it's a multi-level building anyhow. So but I feel like we're watching it like in Impala sort of circle where we have multi-level of terrain down there. You know, everybody wants to be stacking up on top of each other. It's all down to the timing game here. It's going to be the staring contest. Who don't blink will win this one. Is it going to be Boom or FaZe or even GE? Everybody have a fair shot in this. But Yummy May spotted one on ones, and here comes the brute force way out of their way and force a fight towards the side of FaZe.
Well, Yummy revealed his existence to FaZe Clan. Now they're putting focus onto him instead. And Murder will be the one to steal the point away. Thank you so much, he says. But now FaZe Clan, when will they move? Boom eliminated as we speak. But Torres, he's still alive. Murder is still okay. He'll need to heal up. So now GE, they have the advantage because Onses is on the second floor. No way for him to be revived at this point. Vin Torres, up, back, and healthy. But now, okay, Vin Torres dropped down. Onses dropped down. Okay, Vin Torres. But he's just trying to bait
Mela, there's no room for you. You need to climb up the wall. But for Venturis, he doesn't have enough support fire. Mela can hold on. GE, all they need is just stay indoor. If they stay indoor, they're going to be fine. But here comes Slim Soy. Oh, Venturis, GE scored it.
Yo.
My God, if they actually pick out GE, definitely you're going to lose that one because it's just heavily covered by the bullets of FaZe. But FaZe, such consistency showcased to us for today. I want them at #1 by the end of this week for FaZe to see if they can squeeze into the grand final in the very last minute. But GE, they needed this.
Wow, okay. This is huge. This is huge for GE as well. Towards the end, Yummy did GE a favor. You know, this is the plot twist, right? Like, Yummy wanted to score something for himself and his team because of survivability, but he indirectly helped GE. Man, and GE took the point out of Yummy. So Yummy's like, oh no, the point to GE. And they helped, and he also helped GE to win over Boom. I mean, it's just like his intentions was good, but the outcome was just not favoring Boom.
Yep, for the side of Boom, of all people, they have to give away that 1 point of Yummy to the side of their highest contender, which is going to be GE. But on the side of GE, I mean, that was not the best run for them. They got the circle, they got the compound, and they played patiently. That's most important. They have discipline. They know for a fact they cannot pick out the moment, because the circle just close to them till the end. I mean, like that last blue zone will close. The last one is going to be on top of GE. Whoever's not inside of that compound will be finished off by the blue zone first. And Mela just got stuck around the wall. And the side of Merne and Zai, that was such a close one. Almost lost it, but close enough between all three teams, including Boom.
Man, I'm thinking multiverse, right? What if FaZe Clan had 3 players? Like, Yummy did not exist. Then there might be that possibility, you know, because all 3 of them rush in, maybe something would have happened. Because Ventoras had a shotgun, that range would have been good. So
True.
even if he trades himself as the man to stand in front, his teammates can follow up from there. But because they don't have enough manpower, they were on a deficit, then, well, GE, they obviously have that advantage to wrap things up. And plus they're in the building, they just need to take care of the door, and all that comes together. So stars align for GE really to get this chicken dinner.
And so I do want to know how much 7-9 secures for the eliminations. They've been gatekeeping the bridge for the longest time. I think there's around 3 or 4 teams they managed to knock down on, but I'm not sure about their managed to translate secure as a point of elimination or not. Same goes for the side of GEEK Fam. Unfortunately for GEEK Fam, the circle just moved away from them. They do have those elevations, the pick of a mountain just now, but it didn't actually fare them well. But Zai, lucky didn't follow pursue with the rest of GE to pick out. If he did, then that's going to be FaZe's chicken.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can see the frustration in Ventoras. It's like, if only Yummy wasn't there. But the first place team, the most point team, is not GE. It's Alter Ego, because he got 13 eliminations this round. So it brings them a total point of 17. GE will take 12 points this time. Same goes for 7-9 with the 9 elimination points that they got. But for Boom, 8 points. Okay, not that far. So now that difference is 4 points between GE and Boom. Looking at the other end, Vampire Esports, mid to the base circle, very difficult for them since they dropped in Kamishki. So they had to come in later. And yeah, we all know what happened after that. Choke points and so on. And looking at the overall weekly ranking so far, minor changes, but impactful. GE now number 1.
So we get to see a lot of interchangeable on the first page, especially up to maybe even for the 4th place, where GE, Boom and GEEK, good luck just swapping places up there. But should we start to worry about DBD now, since they got average of 1 point each map? But today is their first day. Is that something that's okay for them at this state? Because we're talking about GE and Boom pushing the numbers really high up there.
Yeah, it's not okay. GE and Boom, if they go number 1, number 2, and DBD goes number 20, DBD is the one that's going to be out. And that is the possible plot twist. The possible plot twist is that both Boom and GE will survive. So they also hope, to a certain extent, both of them hoping for DBD to not do well, and then they don't need to worry about each other.
I mean, call whatever praise you want right now. All the whatever praise you can do for the side of DBD, they need to make it work, because if not, I mean, it's gonna be a very bitter taste, very bitter aftertaste in the mouth that been dragged down all the way to its relegations in the very last minute. Now imagine if FaZe actually make through to the grand finals. Here's going to be the 2 unfortunate teams joining in Box and Team Secret down there.
Maybe MORPH, because they're the next one after that. But anyway, we're going to talk about this later on, because this is the most dramatic week of all. I need to take a breather right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you guys need to as well. We'll see you guys after this market break, all right?
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. dark side that's always a part of us. But we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Hailing from Malaysia, we have Geek Fam with me. I have Snipes on stage with me. There's a lot of talk around this team coming as, I would say, a high-pressure team because there's a lot of expectations onto them as the PMGC of 2022 winners. So before we start, Snipes, apakah perasaan anda pada hari ini belum chicken lagi?
Hari belum chicken lagi, saya tengah excited nak dapat chicken lepas ni. Itu je lah, saya excited untuk hari ni.
So I was having a conversation with Snipes earlier about how he hasn't gotten a chicken yet and how he feels about that. And he was telling me that he is looking forward to delivering a chicken dinner from me. So let's see how that goes. And I think there's a lot of conversation when it comes to Geek Fam in general. And a lot of people were questioning Geek's abilities when it came to adapting to the new meta and styles of play. But you guys are showing us otherwise today. You guys are showing us a very, very strong start. This week, what happened? So, bagi kita tahu kalau Malaysia kan, dia banyak berbual pasal meta dengan style of play. And selalu menyatakan yang Geek Fam tak mampu untuk adapt kepada meta baru ataupun style of play baru. Apakah yang telah terjadi daripada minggu pertama ke minggu ketiga yang menunjukkan yang korang mampu untuk adapt?
Well, since kita tahu kita punya cara untuk main, kita dah tahu macam mana kita punya forte. And dengan kedatangan meta-meta baru ni, kita just ambil sikit dari meta-meta baru tu and just adapt kat kita orang. Senang, kita buat guna cara kita orang.
Mengambil masa sikit lah.
Ambil masa sikit lah.
Right. So what he said was it took a little bit of time, but what they did to adapt to the new meta was to really learn and take time to understand how these new meta works and then integrate it into their styles of play, which I love to see. And it's really showing and starting to bear fruit, especially on week number 3. Now, last year you guys took the PMGC spot, the top spot with You High Boy. Do you think you guys could do it again this year? Pada tahun yang lalu, korang dapat tempat pertama kat PMGC bersama dengan You High Boy. Tapi tahun ni tak ada You High Boy, tapi korang rasa korang mampu tak untuk lakukan sekali lagi?
Sebelum ni kita dah pernah menang banyak kali tanpa You High Boy. So bagi Snipe tak ada masalah lah untuk kita orang dapat spot tu.
Right. And sekarang ni dengan roster yang baru ni tanpa You High Boy, korang boleh tak cerita kat Tasha sikit apakah kelebihan atau kekuatan tim anda? So without You High Boy, with this new roster, what is the strength that you guys have in your team?
Okay, kalau dengan You High Boy kita ada brute force yang sangat-sangat kuat. Kita boleh bulldozer je semua tim kat depan. And kali ni kita lebih kepada guna otak and guna tactical. Sebab player-player Geek Fam pun semua yang berotak. And tiba masanya untuk diorang guna ni lah. Guna otak-otak dan strat-strat yang mantap-mantap.
So I'm so sorry. So what he said was that with You High Boy, brute force is the name of the game. Aggression, rather, is what we saw last year. But without You High Boy, they're starting to use their brains a lot more, starting to think a little bit more with their brains and starting to adapt new styles of play and strategies, which is why I kind of cracked up because it sounded like they were just brooding force last year because it totally wasn't the case. Now, coming back to my first question, is there anything you want to say to the people who doubted you? Kembali kepada soalan pertama Tasha, nak kata apa tak kepada semua orang yang berkata-kata tentang Geek Fam tidak mampu untuk adapt kepada style play dan meta baru?
Untuk kita orang, korang cakap je apa korang nak cakap. And sebabnya kita orang tahu apa yang kita orang buat and kita orang sedar apa yang kita orang buat. Kita orang pun nak belajar juga, kita orang pun nak ambil experience ni juga dekat PMSL. And tengok Geek Fam pada week 3 ni guys. Lagi ganas.
So what he said was that, just keep watching us. We are a team that's eager to learn, that takes time to learn. We want to take all the new experiences in with us. So keep watching us, especially this upcoming week, because we are going to become even more ferocious. Final question for you. Soalan terakhir, ada apa-apa nak dikatakan kepada fans Snipes di rumah di Malaysia ni?
Untuk Maya kat rumah tengok, untuk semua tengok, thank you ya dah luangkan masa tengok kita orang. Keep support kita orang, keep doakan kita orang, kita lakukan terbaik untuk korang dan untuk kita orang juga.
Right, so what he said was to Maya and to everyone at home who is spending time and watching them and supporting them, keep them in your prayers and also give them thumbs up and support because they are going to do their best to bring Malaysia to its glory. And for now, let's see what Geek Fam has cooked up for us because he said that we're going to see a very, very ferocious Geek Fam. So on to our casters. We'll see you guys in a little while.
We're back here for the half of the day. And speaking of which, that was an interesting interview coming up from GEEK Fam. We don't see the best of them just yet. But at the same time, they might actually show us something. Maybe they've been keeping it secret for quite some time now.
Yeah, but what's not a secret is his dad. Because,
Yeah.
okay, now we are into fun facts after the interview, right? So Snipe's dad is a absolute follower of PUBG Mobile. I mean, where GEEK is, he's there. Even sometimes GEEK is not there, he's also following. He is like so into it. Even the gossips of PUBG Mobile. It's like I would get a text from him any now and then to like, hey, you heard about this? What do you think? And that sort of conversation. So, yep, thumbs up to dads who support their kids in esports. You guys are amazing. Papa Moas, you're awesome.
And it's so rare to actually have parents that supportive coming up from the esports background. If only we have all the parents acting that way, imagine how big esports can get out of it. Imagine we do have tournament for mom and dads too one day. I'm still waiting for that to happen.
I'm imagining it, right? Like, okay.
I feel like show match next time when it comes to big tournaments, right? Instead of having this remarkable famous people, why don't we let the parents play?
Yeah, you get your mom, you get your dad, be on stage, right? Why not, right? Yeah, that'll be really interesting. I don't know how they react to it, but that's the fun part. But the fun part is also looking at these players play, amazing gameplay. We got Dap representing Sam9 and GEEK represented by Damroot. These two teams, they butt heads with each other inside of that previous Erangel. Looking at the stats, eliminations do favor Damroot, but Dap has more damage than him. By the end of the day, we know who won that fight.
And so far, we're waving different flags here for now. But we do lack one more flag, which is going to be coming up from Philippines. PBE not playing it today, in case you guys didn't notice. Group A is not playing. But Erangel, I mean, a circle. I don't know what else to say now.
But today, too bad we don't have PBE. If not, we can try to complete the circle. But we do have the PMSL Southeast Asian Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser Suit Mask Gun Skin M16 in the game right now. Join in the event and get the skin for yourself.
There's a high value, very few amount of you that actually see the value of this, and this is the time for you to see it more, because look at the cosmetic. It's gonna be almost 20 cosmetics in there. If you guys want to pick and choose, why not? And also, we do have the Aston Martin, in case you guys didn't notice. It's also with exclusive color schemes alongside with PUBG Mobile this time. Drive with power. But if you wear this cosmetic, even if your car flip and accident happen, nobody will mock you out of it.
Well, at least you go out in style. That's what they say, right? It's like, I got style. You don't, right? So, yeah. Right, but which team will go out not really in style? Because now with DVD's current performance being at number 20 after 3 games, very disappointing round for them. And GE and Boom both performing up there. I mean, DVD will be looking at the charts as like real scary. I don't know, it's hard.
I mean, put FaZe Clan in the fray too.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not, right? Okay, we don't add in box because they are the only team that don't feel like fire up in this final week yet. So at least score. I mean, you guys know this is pretty straightforward. We're waiting for at least. We don't have high expectations anymore. At least have a chicken. That's it.
Okay.
But imagine if FaZe really actually scores and get into the grand finals.
Okay,
imagine that possibility.
Right, so for FaZe Clan to do it, okay, with the current state, right? So we got GE and Boom up there. Assuming that FaZe Clan goes really up there as well, maybe like 1, 2, 3 is them, right? MORPH GPX will need to be the next target. So MORPH GPX, if they don't perform and if they go down, maybe roughly somewhere around where DVD is at, then FaZe Clan can make the big escape, because FaZe Clan needs to have 2 teams to drop at least for them to be in the safe.
It's possible, provided that GEEK Fam MORPH don't have more than 5 points in total when it comes to the overall bonus point standing. 5, which means they will place themselves 16. If they place themselves 16 or 15, that's a very shaky place by end of this week. So they have to be sure they will actually play their heart out, especially when it comes to a team's not playing the last day and they have 3 more days to go. That's gonna be Group D. Sam9, Vampire, XERXIA and Box. If these 4 teams happen to be not securing a gap that's significant enough for any teams to catch them up, then the teams down there will have to pay out. They will have to face relegations, like it or not.
Yeah, I'm looking at the scores, right? So MORPH GPX now at number 15 and FaZe Clan at number 10. And today is their first day. Let's not forget about that. So they have extra games in hand in total. So if we kind of like average out the points, so far doable still for FaZe Clan to make the great escape. But they also need to hope that MORPH GPX don't perform. So yeah, I mean there's a lot of different possibilities that might happen. But if you kind of like put that all away, right? Like you cannot like control how MORPH GPX will perform to a certain extent. So I'm a believer of like control the things that you can control, which is your own performance, which is yourself. And so far, FaZe Clan, look at how they're performing for the first 3 rounds. They are taking control of their own performance and doing well.
So we are in the at the sideline, just commenting about what should not be done in the game here, because we don't have to worry about ourselves. We're not playing. But despite of that, I'm calculating in my mind right now. I have a feeling a PBE, even up to PBE 12th place of the bonus point standing, is not safe right now. If FaZe happen to be just push up the numbers with 20 points by end of this week, then they secure 26 points. If PBE, GEEK, MORPH, DBD and Boom can secure more than 5 points, now that's trouble.
Yeah, so that's why there's a lot of things involved for FaZe Clan to survive this. It's not only their own performance, but it's also the performances of others. But if my personal philosophy is that focus on yourself rather than other people, then all they need to do is just focus on themselves first and worry about anything else later, because you can't control what happens to the other teams. But they're going to start it off again after this. It's going to be huge. It's going to be big. It's going to be dramatic as we head on to our second half for the day. Here we go.
Heading towards the last wrangle of the day, coming out all the way up north, a bit towards the right side of a flight path this time, down to SMB. Whoever wants to drop on top of Jogopol Hospital, that's going to be Vampires, included some of the other teams down there who happen to be Nomad. Most of them will resort down to maybe up to GEEK, Pochinki and Ruins. If you want to go to his hospital, might be needed some vehicles to make it work. But by the end of the day, it's all about the circle. And how beautiful the flight path is. We've seen that happen before. If it targets in one corner, if it happens to be SMB again, oh, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, that's why I always like, okay, I'll wait until the circle shows up, only I really talk about it. But what we can talk about as a start is where they drop. Vampire Esports still sticking to Kameshki, similar flight path like before. So they're going with a similar plan, not going to North Jogopul again. For Boom, because they're Nomads, so this time, not Gatka. We've seen it in school, we've seen it in Gatka. This time, they drop they're going towards the right. BTR is there. Milta Power, normally you have XERXIA. Oh, yeah, because XERXIA is taking school, so Milta Power is empty. So Boom will take Milta Power instead.
But it happens to be a quite generous circle this time, a bit too early for us to say it to the very last minute. Speaking of the circle, we're contradicting to as a flight path, which are going to end up on the left side instead of the right, just like how the flight path were. But we do not have team clashes, but I was hoping somebody will actually happen to be clashing by the end of the day of how the Medusa is such a bit overcrowding right now. On top of Shelter and around Milta is a lot of teams down there. But coming out from north, which is going to be the only one team there furthest north, Starbow Vampires, they can take their own time since nobody will try to venture out where they're at. Unless if MORPH happen to be, want to butt into it. I don't think they want to waste their time there for MORPH because they are quite close to the circle.
MORPH GPX. Are they going to play in the middle? But then they might. Because if we kind of look at like the overall, right? And if they were to study as well, like the previous round, they might have an idea of like, okay, Vampire will be behind us. So in front of us will be pretty clear. So you won't have that middle point clash between Vampire from North Yokopool to meet them at the bridge, something like that. So for MORPH GPX, normally in Severny, they should have a clear access from the North Bridge into Gatka. And if they can access that clearly, I think it will work well if they can go up to the Gatka Mountain, since it's also somewhere in the middle of the circle.
Now, speaking of Gatka Mountain, there's going to be a high chance of a circle ended up there. We've seen that before. It's quite a rare occasion, but it might be chances of that this time. But speaking of the other teams, now we do have a very skewed towards the right side of a flight path, right? That means all the teams are moving to the same direction towards the left. So I assume it's going to be when it comes to the fourth stage, we might actually do have major clashes happen. I feel like I'm a weather person predicting what's going to happen next. Like how the weather is going to happen tomorrow. But right now, one of the top spot that will have a lot of skirmishes, it's going to be possibly Rosshawk.
Yeah, I mean, that's our job, right? We have to come out with potential outcomes of the game, especially at this stage, very early where everyone's looting. And as, you know what, as just we were talking about Papa Moas earlier on, he just texted me. But he's not texting me about us talking about him. He's showing me that, he got the new version of the Geek Fam jersey. It just says caption, ready for grand finals. Hey, hey. Yeah, that's Papa Moas for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Papa Moas, buckle up your seat. We don't know what's going to happen. Who's going to get into the grand finals right now? Up to the 11th and 12th place of the bonus point ranking. It's not safe at the current moment. But there's two teams definitely cannot do much more than what can they deliver by the end of this week to just get themselves not be relegated. That's going to be Team Secret and Box Gaming. Team Secret's not playing here today, but I definitely anxious about DBD right now. Yes, it is their first day here when it comes to the final week. We still can give them a bit of benefit of doubt, but if tomorrow they have the same performance, I'd say they have to start to worry. Really worry.
Then we'll come back to the story of Southeast Asia stage. Is it the kryptonite for DBD again if they don't make it? Because this is their best performance outside of Malaysia so far in any of the major tournaments. Even if we look back at the history of the last chance qualifiers, when we had that for PMPLC back in the day, even if we look back at last season's PMSL, this is their best chance because they performed well in week 1, week 2, not so, and now week 3, at least for the first 3 games, worrying, so to speak. And they are currently at 3 points. 3 more games to go. I don't want to jinx it, but if this continues, if they get 0 all the way, they will break Team Secret's record of the lowest point collected in a single day, the record that nobody wants to have. And if that continues to happen tomorrow onwards, like what you say, it's going to be very worrying for DBD. And then it will still be the story of the Southeast Asia kryptonite for them.
Now, DBD actually performed pretty well last week, but not so great when it comes to week 1. Pretty much in the same boat as MORPH GPX. They are definitely have their peak performance in week 2. But on the side of MORPH, happen to be sharing the same boat as DBD right now, since they're playing 2 days. Not just today. Yesterday they played as well. They got pushed down. And FaZe, on the other hand, started only playing today, but managed to squeeze in the top 10. And keep going for more. We can see how aggressive they can get here. And this feels like the old version of FaZe back in the days, yeah. But at the same time, I'm extremely curious to know if FaZe push up to number 1, what will happen down there? If FaZe, Boom, and GE happen all shoot up to the top 3 by end of this week, what's going to happen next?
Then the next potential to drop is DBD and MORPH GPX. Because then the next in line after that to be in the bottom 4.
Well, Geek Fam, at least they are quite secure for this week. For now. It's a bit too early for us to say it. It's still the second day here of the final week. But also it's going to be 3 more days to go for some teams out there. And then they're done. That's going to be a wrap for the entire league for them. All that's waiting is going to be the grand finals if they manage to get into it. But most of the teams coming out from Group D, I think, except for Box, 79 Vampires and XERXIA pretty much secures their position to be in the grand finals. I think they don't have to worry too much, but the one that we should worry and have our eyes for is going to be BTR. That was a fast, clean execution by Tom.
Yeah, they were waiting for it. And speaking about waiting, look at this. Everyone plays in the middle. So you can see a lot of teams concentrated there. And the moment circle shifts, you still have a good amount of teams in the circle. Even if you're not in the circle, you're not that far. So this is why, again and again, I said, they're all starting to play in the middle. Go as middle as possible. Of course, I can't say all now, right? Like some teams still want to stay with their philosophy of play by the side, which is fine. You play with whatever that you're comfortable with. Just like what Snipe said in the interview. You play with whatever you're comfortable with. Maybe you do a little bit of adjustment here and there. That's fine. If you want to do a total adjustment, as long as it works for you, that's absolutely okay as well. But the general meta is that the middle is the most popular spot now. So with the circle shift down south, that's where you will see more teams going to the middle area of the circle south.
Not just that, this is going to be a very massive circle, by the way, due to how it is a flat plane of Gutka field right in the center. And all the teams are rushing to go towards the left side of the map, knowing it's so vacant right now. And 79 Spotter BTR happen to caught themselves in a trap of 79 before lost Satar quite in an instant. But 79, they're not safe either. BN United come out from the back line here. All the teams happen to be moving in the same motion, same direction. And like it or not, they will be clashing early on. We have BN United, we have 79, we have BTR just crossing by. And we do have DX in the middle as well. I do know DBD is right around the corner too. GEEK fam is around here. Everybody try to get into the circle as fast as they can. But if they pick the wrong spot, then that's going to be the end for the entire team. They happen to be in the center of attention.
Yeah, and why they want to get in as fast as they can? Because they want to get the best position possible, as middle as possible. So if you come in a little bit later and other teams there, you got 2 options. 1, you take the fight. 2, you take somewhere else. So just like what we see the movement from, I believe it was BN United, that they wanted to go uphill, but because 79 was there, it's like, okay, we're going to let that go for now. And they go down to, well, in Malaysia, we call it the 7th house, just down south. But looking at the current situation, it looks like 79 is like, haha, we just wanted to scare you, and they moved to another location. So yeah, so that place is now vacant. Whether BN United wants to go up there now, it's really up to them.
For the side of VTR, can they get their redemption after lost 1 player? Managed to knock down 1 player of DBD from afar. Not sure if they can translate it into 1 execution point. MORPH taking on Vampires. I'm not sure where the fights are going. Definitely the ones that are leaving Rosshawk right now, having a bit of a gunshot. Including MORPH versus Vampires in the fray. Vampires, Ravenclaw closing by the Blues. Are still stage 2 bearable. Fluke and the rest on the left side of the map. Not really. Where are they, Vampires?
On the left.
So left that we can barely see them. But MORPH definitely have those elevations actually to work for the side. They do have big advantage. But the thing about Vampires, how to get in there, because FaZe already gatekeep on the lower grounds, and they do have MORPH on the high grounds guarding over that side. There's no entry in for the side of Vampires.
So this is where they will start to utilize what they're good at. They're good at taking fights. Their gun skills are amazing. So we might see Vampire be forced to take fights. What they want to do. But now, speaking about doing, Alter Ego doing it onto the Xavier. We got Lamborghini on an off angle on the other side, but not able to knock down anyone from Alter Ego. Instead, it's Mikael knocking down Oktar from another angle. And they might lose him. But they're trying to save him by popping up the smoke, going in for the save. Boys still unfortunately bump into PERSIJA EVOS, and they lost the El Clasico with them. BTR, the first team to be eliminated.
tough to be BTR, but at least they are quite comfortable when it comes to getting into the grand finals. They are 100% confirmed to be in the grand finals for now, so they can be experimenting or just trying to have some fun around for the side of BTR when it comes to the final week here. But we do note it about the circle. A lot of teams try to take the small shack on top of this car field. We might actually have some teams going around the trenches as well. But the trenches is not exactly inside of a circle. But the compounds, quite some of them are. So for the side of XERXIA, they try to take the compound at the edges of the circle instead. Well, they do have FaZe just behind them on top of those elevations. And Vampires try to cross over the side of FaZe just to get into the safe zone. While it will be Gatekeeper side of teams that are waiting on the compounds right inside of a circle. We're talking about Vampires. They're having a hard time to find themselves an entry in.
Well, the moment you mention it, they're going into the entry. But because MORPH GPX is there, so this is where Vampire, this is what they like to do. Find targets to take fight. You can see them getting down their vehicle. The moment they see one person, one vehicle, they'll be like, okay, let's go for it. Well, that's where MORPH GPX is like, okay, maybe they're not in the mood to take fights. Not sure, but looks like they stopped. And they will take the fight with Vampire Esports. Okay, we're going to see the first big action.
Not really. I feel like they want to go for this engagement and try to get himself compound side of a circle first, knowing the fact a bit too risky for them to fight at those elevations with Vampires. Well, their firepower definitely incredible and scary to fight against. Sam9 taking on Alter Ego. Now, funny enough, we don't have the view about the teams fighting right now. I do want to see what's happening. But GE definitely tried to fight in the blue zone, which we've seen this before. Definitely not ended up well for the teams, extending themselves just to fight in the blue zone.
Yeah, and plus we're at stage 4 moving to stage 5, right? So it's definitely going to hurt. But GE should have an entry based on their based on the last vision that we have of them. BN United, Sam9. Okay, from the start, these two teams have been butting with each other. I believe now is the time for them to end it.
One nade of Kobe coming up from Mikkel. That's going to be the order to a side of BN United. Here comes another. Pombit taking off Empires. Tony K, a couple of knockdowns by now. 2 times in a row. Managed to get a reset, but can he survive this one? BN United finish off. Max, they reply with a respawn. Now Porsche in trouble. But they do have the warehouse, but already occupied by somebody else. Possibly later if they're late. But at the same time, the moment they leave this compound, this vicinity against Sam9, where Break will be left behind because it's a bit too far, they'll be actually gatekept by the side of GeekFan. But Porsche, yep, the moment we mentioned about them, it's going to be them having some explosion of those vehicles the moment they're trying to leave. Sam9 trying to just secure this elimination by themselves instead of giving away to us the gatekeepers in a circle.
Yeah, BN United try not to put themselves at a terrain disadvantage. That's why they moved to the left. But yeah, one of them went down. I mean, probably is like the best option that they have, because if they kept playing at like the lower ground versus Sam9, they know that, okay, this is not a fight that we can win. So might as well try to do something else and try to survive. And indeed, they still survive at least till now, despite losing one player. But speaking about losing players, we might see one of these teams losing a player between GE and Yoodo Alliance.
I do want to see what's happening in center of the circle right now, because it seems a bit rowdy with the kill feed. Back to the side of GE, they are guarding over a bit of a slopes of a hill. Quite hard for them to visualize what's on top from this angle, from this POV. But GE, if they just overextend themselves, this overstay here, that's going to be rough for them to get into the circle. DBD waiting at the other end. Box fire on Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance just cutting across out of nowhere, ramping into this compound and secure this building for themselves.
Well, GE around the corner too. So they're definitely not going to stay on the outside of the circle. They found an entry, but they cannot go into this compound because we got Yoodo Alliance and DVD there. So GE is going to hold their ground for now. But look at the spread from Yoodo Alliance. 2 of them inside the compound. The other 2 is at that high ground. Not too sure about the vision from that. I don't think the vision is suitable enough for them to support the ones in the compound. So they are now in a 2-2 split that they need to depend on their own.
Yoodo Alliance managed to take Box out of the equation. It's next going to be GE Zai out in the open for Oli to shoot him down, but PERSIJA EVOS just next to Yoodo Alliance as well. DBD, GE, PERSIJA EVOS, eyes on to a side of Yoodo Alliance. They're attracting unwanted attention right in the middle of a crossfire between 5 to 4 teams. Mane fight back, countermeasure on the side of GE, but at least they still have 4 men still standing. But the circle will speak for itself. We will know who will win this based on the circle. Alter Ego got the center this time. Boom. Vampires left with only 1 player. Managed to squeeze in anyhow, but at a great cost.
Yeah, that's going to be Stone. Interesting. Okay, so at least he got the circle. Let's see how long he can last there, because the migration from teams on the left might go to his area. But the bigger question right now, since it's the drama of the bottom, GE on the outside the circle, caught out by DBD, the number 1 and the number 20 team now.
Doesn't matter where the standings, doesn't matter what's the present for both of them. There's something that can change their future here. Slim Zai spot out RNJ, tapping it out with a mini 14. Hoping it will connect somehow, but RNJ got a reset. The distance is just too far. A bit ambitious, bold and brazen. Kill, try to keep the tap onto his side of the other end. But we do have to say Vampires having a tough time in this one due to the circle itself. There's no entry in for them. That's what I worry for them just now. But 4 teams out in the stage 5. GE are taking a bit of a bold move here. In motion. The plan is to get in safe, but will be safe enough the moment they get into it, because there will be a bit of a crowd waiting at the other end.
That's why they don't go zoom straight into the middle now. Maybe they are taking that cautious move. Okay, they're still going to risk it. I see a little bit of movement for GE. Myrna is probably doing the scouting work just to be sure that, okay, their area is clear. So they need time to reset as well. Some of their players are kind of low. They got 1 player caught on the outside earlier on, happened to be Zai, and he got eliminated. So 3 more players for GE. But looking at the minimap, their area is one of the most crowded areas in this current circle. So GE got to be prepared to fight.
Boom, kind of stuck in between it with XERXIA. Start to ramp in. Everybody skirmishing themselves, pincering just to get themselves inside of a circle. GE take the fight against Boom, trying to shut them down. But there's going to be XERXIA shooting at the other end if they're not being careful. BN United taking out on GE as well from being in a circle. And that's a Kobe from Mela, dropping 2 with 1 nade. Make it 3.
Oh, wow. FaZe Clan, they're opening to come in. They know that they have the man advantage. Boom on the left with Yummy. Yummy healing up with a medkit. Can he make it in time? He should be able to. But then again, it's 1 against the world. Oh, FaZe Clan found him out. Yummy taken out of the equation. Only 2 points for Boom. GE, so far they got 1 point. They can extend their lead against Boom.
Outstanding nade by the side of Mela just now. Open up so much possibility for FaZe to get into the circle and just keep on shooting. XERXIA in trouble now. They are being hammed down. Sandwich, whatever you want to call it. Pinch in between FaZe and DBD. Both shooting on the side of Sharper and RNJ. Because of the smokes, giving away the position here. Both teams, DBD and FaZe, want to take XERXIA down. The problem is how XERXIA can last long enough, because the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear view for the side of DBD and FaZe to shoot it down. But the circle happens to be shrinking. It's not too far off from FaZe, XERXIA and DBD.
Oh, circle shift up north. We got BN United break in the middle. 2 members of MORPH GPX in the circle as well. So looking at the teams that is available left, I would say the focal point now, MORPH GPX and DBD. How well can they do? We're putting focus on to XERXIA. One of the knockdown is going to come from Lamborghini. No, it's going to come from Yen from DBD. The knock on the Shopper, but not securing the elimination point just yet. Okay, nade from Yen. He kind of knows that someone's down there, but he doesn't have a good vision onto RNJ yet. But DBD, they do have a chance to take this fight. They just need to be careful of FaZe Clan, who can third party in or shoot from afar.
Oh, they still away in the very last minute now. For RNJ, that's a very limited amount of space for him. FaZe got to finish off the last of XERXIA down there. The DBD spotted up PERSIJA EVOS. Speaking of the center of a circle, feels like Alter Ego is the only one that's not being spotted by this team. Mela got himself 5 eliminations by himself out of a FaZe 6 eliminations right now. He's going rampant. One more spotted out the rest of GEEK fam scattered about in the open field of Gotka. We talk about these Xaviers have that one shack to hold on to. They have the airdrop, but they can't even get out. And there's going to be a big one. Mikhail down on his knees, down to 1 HP. Well, that Molly will work things out for Sem9. They're still breathing.
Wow, the Molly landed nicely into the shack, taking them out, and they can reset now. Coming back to DBD, knock down the moment, and now Aizen revealed his position towards FaZe Clan. Nate will be onto him. Aizen gotta be careful because he's 40% health left. And the second Nate landed onto Mela this time. Victor is knocked out by Jimmy OP. DBD wiped out FaZe Clan.
Oh, this is not great for FaZe. They cannot afford to even lose one map here. They have to make a flawless run. Speaking of flawless, Rocky, that was absolutely gorgeous spray. Pinning down almost the entirety of GEEK fam. With that one single spray by Rocky. Incredible. They didn't even whiffed. Every bullet connects to us. True that smoke. Where Audrey is laying down by himself. Damroot cannot even reach out to Audrey at his state. Where Bubu will finish him off, burning him out quite alive. Alter Ego finally being under the radar for the teams down there. That's going to be PERSIJA EVOS trying to take them out of this shack. Well, out of nowhere, got only 5 teams left.
Well, here we go. Stage 6, 5 teams. DBD, the team with the full squad still. This is where MORPH, GPX, and DBD, who will last out each other. MORPH, GPX on the south side, DBD on the north side. Now, DBD, the circle is close enough for them to tap onto each other. This will be super duper interesting. But for the other teams now, everyone else is in between. Let's see who will cancel out which.
DBD fanning out, spreading wide across the map right now, trying to capitalize over the northern side with the circle. Who will it favor? In less than 3 seconds, we'll get to know now. Because if it happened to be on the southern side where DBD cannot even reach it out, this is going to be tough for DBD to walk out of here. And just to get into the center of Gotka Field with Sem9 spotted out. That's going to be AWM, if I'm not mistaken. Shoot by the side of Sem9, and it's going to be one knock on Echo. DBD realize how detrimental they will be if they keep on staying here. They realize they need to move out. But Boo, the pressure's on to the side of Echo, being revived just now. They're being reset on his feet. But Canny spotted out every single pixel. The protrusion of Misery, just a tiny toe. He lost his toe. Misery, that toe was so important, but at least he got a reset now.
Well, the bad news is that he's still on the outside of the circle. As for DBD, okay, they need to clear that side. So, Alter Ego is the team that they need to clear for them to get into the circle. Now they're taking the fight against them. Echo managed to get a knockdown to Potato. 1 more to go. Fnatic inside the shack. They need to land the nade inside of the shack. Here we go. Aizen. Will it be a Kobe? By Aizen. Eliminated Fnatic. Now DBD has an entry.
Oh, not really. And look at that. The moment they try to enter into the shack, they're being showered by those bullets. Misery down to last health. Couldn't make it. PLAYZone finished him off, denying his points. Back towards the show we go. MORPH, DBD, and Sem9 all having a trio mostly, but DBD still can revive one of their teammate. Jimmy OP is spotted out by Rocky from afar. Here comes the spray. Didn't connect. But on the side of DBD, can they get a 4 again? Rocky tried to drive that almost exploded buggy. It's not the right decision. Taking another one. Can he spraying off to Aizen? DBD in trouble. They kind of stuck. 2 teams just cornered them all around.
Yeah, both teams, Sem9 as well as MORPH GPX, putting focus on the DBD. MORPH GPX will be happy to get eliminated DBD. They are rivals for the fight for survival. Now MORPH GPX getting closer and closer. They're leaving Sem9 for now. Sem9, outlier between these teams. Rocky knocked out by Kenny. Sem9, they can be the playmaker who might determine who will get the chicken dinner.
Rocky couldn't actually reach out to all the other teammates. Canning spraying out to Rocky, knowing he's been knocked down before, with the Blue Zone helping as well. I'm not sure if they've secured the score because it's kind of a Sem9 finish off the side of Rocky just now. They secured 9 eliminations for the side of Sem9. They have to just hold on, but they need to push up as well. They need to advance because the circle happened to be capitalized over the side of MORPH, who happened to be just having 2 players left. But MORPH just dominate over the circle with that 2 players. While Sem9 a bit busy with DBD right now, down to 3 players on the side of Sam9, but DBD have a full squad. Can they use that as the advantage now to confuse MORPH and Sam9 at the same time? Do they have the vehicle to just push and try to confuse the team still remaining in here?
Look at the vehicles that Sam9 has. Looks like the answer is no. They are on their feet now to get into the circle. They don't have it. The circle will start to close. DBD on the other hand, no vehicles as well. And they are semi on the outside. Kenny knocks down Aizen. Jimmy tries to counter back on the Sam9. Now MORPH GPX will be the spectator instead.
MORPH Boo-Boo taking advantage and steals away. DBD, those kills taken over by the side of MORPH in the very last minute. We're down to only 2 teams here. Definitely it's going to be MORPH and the side of Sam9. DBD no way out of this at all. Leaving only 1 player there is. Can he squeeze in? He touched the rim of a circle, but the circle not going to last long. Jimmy OP, that percentage of health, that's going to be a long shot. He got a first aid, reset himself. Dap with 1 player, DBD 1 player, MORPH down to 2. MORPH had no squad, full squad just now, remaining as a 2, still survived this long.
Here we go. So, put the pressure to Jimmy OP. He'll show himself. He knocks down QEON. Beautifully done by Jimmy OP. Can he be the one to clutch up off GPX? But he has 2 more teams to deal with. Okay, 1 by 1 they say, but it's going to be the zone that takes out QEON instead. Dap gets into the zone. Now, they're putting focus on the Jimmy OP. Jimmy OP actually has 2 players looking at him.
This is going to be Boo-Boo-Hoo's game. Nobody noticed him now. He got himself a shack. He's definitely not really been closing but the blue finish off Jimmy OP. He got 3 out of this. Last top 3 fights happening right now. Down to the classic mano to mano between Dap and also Boo-Boo-Hoo. Randomly spray for the side of Boo-Boo. Try to fish out Dap to show himself out. But Dap, he's playing it smart. He tossed over this nade. If it lands, it's going to be the end. And it's going to be a Kobe if that happens to be in the right perfect angle. Close enough. Not quite yet. A bit short with those nades just now. But Boo-Boo got all the time he needs to reset and replenish his resources. He got himself a lot of nades in that box, by the way. 6 in his hand with 1 molly. One side of Dap running dry with his resources, hoping it will connect somehow. But Boo-Boo and also Dap, it's going to be the nade war.
Oh, here we go. Boo-Boo-Hoo on another angle. They're standing up right now. Boo-Boo-Hoo 1v1 with Dap. Dap goes in. Dap in the shotgun play. And Dap will win it for Sam9. It's been a while since they last got the chicken dinner. And it came at the right timing for Sam9.
That was incredibly rough to watch for the side of Sam9. They didn't actually rotate the furthest into the circle. They're definitely already inside of a circle the moment they drop themselves on top of farm and shelter. But on the side of MORPH, coming up all the way for Severny and lasted that long as duo till the end of it. Sam9 had a 4, but the side of MORPH give them a bit of a run on their money. Sam9 and DBD just now, what a heated up, exhilarating even for their fights. But the damage don't lie with those numbers. 6 elimination, 1,222 damage by Kenny alone. This player is just high value plays out of Kenny this time.
Absolutely. PMPL Malaysia MVP Kenny coming in with an MVP performance for Sam9, and another round that they got a lot of elimination points. Previously, no chicken dinner, but still got the elimination points in. This time, elimination points in as well with the chicken dinner. It's a lot of points for Sam9. Beautifully done by them. Let's make the calculations. It is 11 elimination points in total for Sam9.
Everybody pull their own weight here, except for Tom. I mean, like, he's been eliminated way early. They're working as a trio, if I'm not mistaken, around 10 minutes into the game they lost Tom. Or maybe even sooner than that. But based on how Dap and Mikkel just pushed the numbers up as well, and they all average taking up quite a number of damage too, they've been brute force their way into to squeeze in the circle. And like I mentioned before, they did not travel as much compared to MORPH. But the way they hold their ground, the defense, the fighting after one team to the other, that was a big win for Sam9.
Absolutely, absolutely. It wasn't an easy win as well. Like, the circle kept going away from them, and they were like 2 other teams. So they overcame all that to get this chicken dinner. It was not an easy one. on top of playing with 3 players on majority of the round. This is crazy for Sem9. And now let's check out the great moments from that previous round. The crash in that came from the north side. Majority of the teams were still there, but the circle shifted, and that's where all the fights happened, including this win against FaZe Clan from DBD. That is a huge win that they need because of the points, and it came from Izane. It started here with the knock, and the other 2 are by his names. Izane is just insane.
I agree. I mean, like Izane, he has been insane since week 1, day 1 there. We saw how he plays with those grenades. Just perfect trajectory and calculation on his side. But when it comes to the points, there are 21 points on the side of Sem9, but DBD scored 13 eliminations. That's going to be just 3 points away from Sem9 here. DBD, this is what they really need here. But I'm having my eyes on side of GE and Boom. Both teams happen to have some difficulty in this map.
Yeah, Boom not able to get into the middle of the circle. GE, majority of the time they play by the side. Sometimes they play in the middle. So I guess they're trying to find their comfort spot there. But this round didn't really work out for them. But between them, not too far. GE will still be at number 1, 80 points. But let's not forget about GEEK Fam as well. 1 point behind GE now. But GEEK Fam will not affect the drop between GE and Boom. So GE still above Boom. That is where it matters for them.
For GEEK Fam, out of nowhere, shooting up high to it from the 4th or 3rd placement early on. That it's really GEEK Fam, Boom, and GE keep alternating between those 2. But PERSIJA EVOS will take away those thrown anytime as well. But on the side of Yoodo Alliance, XERXIA, they place themselves stagnant in 5th and 6th place. But we have our eyes towards the bottom. Now, we should worry about the bottom at the very moment. Will be enough for DBD here. But that's what they needed for DBD, that kind of elimination. But FaZe Clan, can they still push it?
Yeah, this will be the big question, right, for FaZe Clan, because they really need to be up there, and they need to hope that the closest teams to them don't do well. Again, that's the repeat of the story. I feel like I'm a broken record right now. But we're moving on to the next map. So it's going to be something fresh for today. The top Miramar performers, Xavier, PERSIJA EVOS, REGUM, XERXIA. Obviously, REGUM is not playing today, so all eyes will be on to Xavier, PERSIJA EVOS, as well as XERXIA for them to perform. But the narrative for the final week will be the survival from the drop.
And we do know for a fact when it comes to GE, Miramar is something that they love to play around. And definitely most of their comfortable maps out of all the other 3. All the other, so far we do have different flags flying. Yeah, thinking about that. I love this, but can we have one Vietnam team to close up the day just to make ourselves not really as complete cycle for the all nations to actually have their flag waving, but at least one Vietnam team, right? This is where DX can actually score one.
Yeah, Xavier, PN United, Box Gaming. Look at you guys. Come on, do it. But I'm also looking at you guys. If you guys don't get the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser, that has an event in game right now, join in on the event, get the skin, and get the entire set.
Now, speaking of broken record, I feel a broken record myself every time I see this graphic now. But Dandy Grifter. Also, there's a lot of ultimate sets you guys saw in the trailer. This is one of it. Maybe you get lucky enough to get in the first 10 UC, because I actually do have one of the luck sometimes to get a very expensive item with a freebie UC to just push it in. But also don't forget about the Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super available for you guys. Make sure you record this and just post your content away, because this is going to be once in a lifetime to have Dragon Ball Battle Royale happening in the game. Maybe one day we have a show match of Battle Royale of Dragon Ball, hopefully in the grand finals if we have one.
Yeah, this is the show match that I honestly really want to see, because the game mode is very different from your regular Battle Royale PUBG Mobile game mode. So yeah, if it happens, great. Come on guys, you can make it. And it'll be even sweeter if whoever who's playing that show match does a cosplay. Yeah, cosplay as their favorite Dragon Ball character. That'll be perfect.
Do you know how uncomfortable it is to play games in your cosplay? You got itchiness everywhere, and you might get rashes out of that as well. But speaking of which, I mean, we really wait for box. I I feel like I'm waiting for pigs to fly for Box to finally score himself one chicken here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for myself to get rich as well. It's as long as waiting for Box to, get the chicken dinner. Because the way
They're
that they
allergic
play,
to chicken.
right?
I think they're allergic to chicken, possibly. They can't eat chicken, that's why they resort to fish. Or vegetarian.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know their dietary. Okay, now that I think about it. Oh yeah, I was in the same restaurant with them before. Okay, yeah, they eat anything. But yeah, I guess now it's vegetarian period for them. So come on, guys. I mean, there's also chicken-ish options for vegetarians, so they can still, go for that if they're feeling like it.
Seriously, Box, like one of the most renowned team back in the days. Like that was 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. One of the best teams, even back in 2 years' time. 2 years ago. That was 2 years, not that far. I mean, 2 years is a long time, but still, if you want to say it's because it's SLD lineup, that kind of fair. But I don't know. It's supposed to be better than the previous one. But at the same time, I don't know what is happening on the side of Box. It feels like they're not motivated to play at all.
Well, to answer your question, it's the SLD lineup, correct? But it's SLD without Paragon. So even even the fans or even the Vietnamese community, they even think that they failed to replace Paragon after he joined the Xavier. So that is a big loophole for them right now. And I think, fair enough comment. Because before that, SLD, great. But the moment the switch happened, there was no tournament that they did well. We're talking about PMWI. We're even talking about Ruthless Esports, the preseason tournament. Nothing went well for them ever since this whole change happened.
That's gonna make sense. Probably kind of true. But we do have the swap as per usual when it comes to Marama. Yuhai is playing, swapping in and out with Lapa. Also, we have Keenan as well in the lineup of BTR right now. We're gonna have to wait and see. We do know Keenan always plays either Sunhawk or Marama of the day, but on the side of FaZe, there's still some light by the end of the tunnel. There's a slight chance. The probability of them to get into the final might be very small. There's still a shot at it, but they cannot afford to make any mistake. Every single map is so important. It's like a lifeline for them right now.
And they need to hope for two other teams to take the drop. So I think I kind of feel it when DVD got the chicken dinner on their behalf. It's like they must cringe, like, oh man, DVD got the chicken dinner. Ooh. Because DVD will be one of those teams who could potentially replace them at the bottom. Same goes for MORPH GPX. So happened both teams number 1, number 2. So for FaZe Clan, they really need them to underperform for them to have a good chance onto the next stage. But what is most important is that to focus on themselves. I'm a firm believer of focus on yourself, not on the others or not on anyone else. And as long as they can keep that in mind, they focus on themselves, continue to do well, and let everything else take its place, because you never know. So you never know as well who will get the next chicken dinner inside of this Marama game. Let's go.
Now, I have a bad feeling when it comes to the end of this week, who gets into the grand finals. There's a high chance we have a lot of ties down there as well. If that's the case, then it's down to as a chicken, placement points, then only eliminations. Just hope it's not going to be more than 2 teams that happen to be a tie. If it happened to be a 3-way tie, that's going to be more painful to watch.
Wow. 3-way tie, and then you bring it down to the tiebreaker. That will be insane though. I don't think we've seen anything like that ever. It will be really dramatic, and I still think that whether it's a tie or not, I still think that the bottom will be a dramatic end. Maybe even like a surprise.
Because right now, if you look at the bonus points standing, between 16-7 is the tie, 13 for both. MORPH and DBD, 18 for both. PBE and GEEK 19 for both. That's 6 teams having the same amount of scores right now.
Okay.
That's a lot. That's a lot. So there's a high chance that some teams will have a tie by the end of the day, and the circle just happened to drop right on top of a flight path too. And we've seen this before. If it happened to be going down south, man, that's going to be a big mess.
Okay, I'm doing the logic math, right? Like the logic math is that if you got all those teams with the same amount of points, and you got this one last week, the tie is a very if you say two-way tie, maybe three-way tie, slight possibility, because like you won't get like the same points from a week. So you get different points in a week, and everyone else has the same, and the current weekly points that they already collected is like the same. You will have a differentiator.
But that's the thing, is because it's different every single week, so the add up numbers might actually end up the same for some teams, because it depends on how they perform now. Well, let's focus on the now then. It's something that we cannot predict anyhow, the future. Something might happen along the way in the middle of a week. We have no clue what's going to happen tomorrow even. Not even the next couple of games there. Which we do have the remainder of 2 more Mirama maps. But for Misery, I mean, multiple times on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, I don't know what's going on here, but Misery always the first one to be knocked down. Barely scores any. I'm not sure if he's being put up the role as a scouter for now, or he's being the bait entirely all the time. But speaking of Misery, he actually will have a bit of deja vu. He happened to be knocked down again.
For Kenny, okay. Looks like he's okay for now. So I guess it's just one of those starting, like kind of poking, and then they just go their way, just like what we saw with Yoodo Alliance.
Hopefully that's the case here, because I do want to see Misery for once manage to open fire instead of being hunted down by all the teams multiple times. He's been eliminated early this time for today, specifically today. Just hope it's not exhaustion kick in. Now speaking of exhaustion, right, I don't know how Team Secret is doing playing with the same players for the past few weeks here. Maybe that's why they did not make it up there. That's one of the main reasons, I guess.
Well, if I want, so I did this analysis, right? So you guys can follow me on social media, self-promoting. If you think about it, majority of the games as of now, PBE has been playing with the same lineup, so it didn't really matter for them. And DBD as well, majority of the games they've been playing with the same lineup, and obviously they're on top of Team Secret. So if you kind of put that into perspective, right? Like, how is that an excuse? Yes, I understand exhaustion is real, correct. But if you're in this situation where you can't change anything, then you have to deal with it. And DBD, although they have the option to swap in Ziggs, Mosgoku is a registered player, he can be swapped there as well, but they choose not to, and they dealt with it. And they're doing obviously better than Team Secret.
And I guess another excuse going to put up by the side of Team Secret is going to be they don't have analyst and coach in that sense. They are the only one without any extra third person observing to just give them extra input by the end of every day. That kind of exactly reflecting right now. But speaking of which, we do not know if some of the teams don't have their coaches, but most of them do. So I guess that's going to be a bit of a pat in the back for all the coaches out there, and never underestimate the value of a coach in a team. Definitely have huge value that we cannot see because they are not the player, but they're definitely the mastermind behind the teams.
Yeah, that one I agree. If in education terms, you call it independent variable. So the independent variable of not having a coach that leads to their underperformance is definitely a good point there. Because true enough, if I were to look through all the teams, all the 20 teams, they are the only team without that sort of support system. So that could be it. That I think that is a strong, valid reason there.
Hopefully that's the only reason for now, because, well, they're not playing it today. But on the side of Box, I don't know what is their reason to be this. To be this team that don't score on a chicken. But they were quite consistent, getting themselves sort of second place multiple times in week number 2. The second half of a week especially. I don't know where that drive went off. Where did their thirst, is their thirst being quenched by now? Are they just satisfied at where they stand without any chicken? I mean, like, by the end of the day, even though you cannot get into the grand finals, you should have the drive to prove yourself that you're well deserving the slot to be here. Just show your best. You will fight till the end. The fighting spirit should be valued in that sense by the final week here. Whilst for the teams up there, I mean, like, we do know for the top 5 teams, they can have the luxury space, the leisure time that they have left in the final week here. They can be doing some experiments, trying to do something creative, something new, or a gameplay that cannot be read out by all the teams down there when it comes to the grand finals. We do know for a fact some teams, including like Vampires, they are pretty strong when it comes to the grand finals. But when it comes to the league, when it comes to the marathon, right now we can see that they're showing some flaws down there.
Although if you look at last PMSL, Vampire was good at the league and not good at the grand finals. Just putting it out there, right? That was like based on like last season. But if we look at like recent times, this is of course sort of like a revamped Vampire by subbing out Nuzi, putting it as a future program instead, and playing majority of the rounds without them. Now, what has changed over time, over the last week at least, and as of now, is how the meta of other teams play.
Sure.
Playing in the middle. So this is where I also discuss in my content, #follow me, that why Vampire is not performing as well as last week. Because all these teams started playing in the middle. Vampire is still sticking to their philosophy of play by the side. Look at this. They are still outside La Bendita. So if you play by the side, and majority of the teams play in the middle, you would have lesser targets to take out. And that is why we don't see them taking that many early fights, and that's why we don't see them getting as many elimination points.
But I beg to differ in that sense, though, because you know for a fact, yes, I think they're kind of obvious right now that a lot of teams are playing in the center of the zone. But if everybody having the same mindset, why not just play at the side? Since everybody just trying to ferociously get themselves in the center, then you can take advantage from the side, and you can actually be the third party coming in all around. But speaking of all around here, surrounded all around, it's going to be Leo. Alter Ego is there, but he still fight back. Fnatic knocked down first. That UMP will put that to work. There's a brilliant call coming up from Yoodo Alliance, but it's actually a bigger trap set up by Yoodo Alliance down there. Alter Ego walked straight into it.
Well, here we go. Yoodo Alliance. But since we have some time, Vampire Esports is still playing by the side, sticking to their philosophy. But for Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance, they are coming in onto each other. And it looks like Yoodo Alliance have a big advantage now, surrounding with one knock onto Octa. Unless the DBS from Rosemary, he can pull off an insane one. But even he got knocked down. Potato in the same building. Yoodo Alliance have him surrounded. Not looking good for Alter Ego. Yoodo Alliance will be happy to win this. Straightforward elimination. And they take all 4 points without giving anything to Alter Ego.
For sort of Alter Ego, I mean, like, they're pretty safe, I guess, right now when it comes to getting into the grand finals. But they scored none for this one. That's going to be hurting when it comes to getting up the numbers. And this is their first day playing still. Cannot afford to lose any more maps after this. One more map to go for them. They have to be prepared to at least get themselves in the 40s for the next map. But Box, DBD, and BTR. BTR, surprisingly, down there at the very bottom, across all the map. We did saw DBD barely scores any early on, but once they got themselves the chicken, it shoot up to 20s. Another one is going to be Vampires. Vampires, they definitely have a bit of a struggle when it comes to today. But a bit of a trading down between Misery as always. The first one to be knocked, but Tony K also on his knees. Ravenclaw tried to open up the angle. PERSIJA EVOS closing the distance with Stone coming up to give help to his side, Ravenclaw. Stone shot down on Misery and his finish off. Lynx fire back, but he got knocked down instead by Flick. The angles of Vampire is just remarkably well and intelligent.
Yeah, this is where Vampire, their strength, is taking fights. And so far, they're winning it against PERSIJA EVOS. Okay, looking cool. And because of that, knock onto PERSIJA EVOS, onto Lynx especially, they have time to reset. So they'll be okay for now. PERSIJA EVOS will need to take this slow and steady, especially if they want to save Lynx. The good news is that they're not too far from the circle, so they can still try to hold on to this area for now. But the only one they might need to be careful of is MORPH GPX, depending on where they want to rotate now, because MORPH GPX coming from Lost Learners has that option of either going to them or going to the upper side instead.
I have a feeling Morph do love North more, so maybe BN United will be the contenders there. As out of box, we just mentioned about them. Will they stay vegan or finally start to try to find some chicken out there? Feels like they prefer to stay vegan for now because left with only 2 players. But Kwang still want to fight back to a side of GE. GE1 knocked down. DBD taking those elevations and wonderfully well placed himself getting those taps going on but not connecting. But GE will fight back. That's leaving only Kwang right now to play for the part for the entirety of box gaming. He got very limited amount of space down there. Chumasera, yes, there's a lot of compounds, but the problem is there's a lot of high ground. So if you want to hike up the Chumasera mountain, it's a bit too late. And even the circus not on top of the mountains right now. So box, Kwang, he's being left alone here. Lucky from DX actually walking away. But we do have, I think that's going to be Sem 9 or Boom nearby, lurking around. Now Kwang really wants to stand still here. Don't want to give any sort of information that possibly can be shot down by Boom.
Only one more to go. The entire Boom's coming. Nowhere for him to move. I mean, this is pretty much it for Kwang, unless he can pull off an insane clutch that we can clip. But for Kwang, okay. I mean, it's Kwang, alright? Got a lot of experience. It's not over till it's over until now.
It's over. It's down to one more game for the side of box. Somebody just gotta slap box back to reality and just show them why they're here in the first place. I feel like they are going down the vortex of not having the drive anymore right now. We don't see the spark of fighting back on the side of box so far. 2 teams out, we're down to 14 teams. With Vampires, Fluke already secures 2. You might actually want to tap out that next. That's going to be the pick, lead pick, over pick. And Fluke is the guy you don't want to flick around. Because right now, with that many 14 and 8 time scope, if you try to just pick out, he will make sure it will hurt for you.
Well, punctured tire at the same time. So that's one vehicle down. Bad news for them. But for GE now, high ground. Okay, look at the teams, right? Like on the right side, there's one. On the left side, there's one. Trying to hike up towards GE, I guess. So GE, it's time for them to defend this ground. Okay, circle time. If they still get it, defending this ground is going to be really important. Everyone wants to go up to the high ground. And yes, they still have the circle. So this is about defending. Outer teams are coming. And XERXIA is the team that's interested to come in. GE needs to defend before thinking about DBD behind them.
It's a high value ground for the side of GE, holding that ground for the longest time. It's quite open, by the way. Bit risky, well worth investing if they can actually afford to defend this as long as they need and they can. Boom, Yummy May, spotted out by GE. It's going to be another team across them, which is going to be DBD if I'm not mistaken. BTR spotted out Boom as well. So Boom, left, right, center, have bullets. We saw how bullets flying over their heads right now. And GEEK them open up their angles. Damn route open all the way towards the flank side. Try to shut down the PERSIJA EVOS, but there's DBD breathing on top of them. PERSIJA EVOS rat face where to run. Burn on the side of already barbecued. But Mika and the rest of GEEK fam will pull off their weight as well. PERSIJA EVOS eliminated next. That's unusual.
Well, but gotta give it to GEEK fam though to pull off the unusual. Is that their follow-up is great. Like they know that, okay, the toss happened, he moved out, Audrey gave the information, and then it's like, okay, just come in and clear it up. Just that now, the position, unfortunately, is spotted by DBD. DBD tapping, putting pressure on the GEEK fam instead. And if Yen continues to stay there, which he can, The moment GEEK Fam steps out, Yen will be the one to shoot them down.
But GE will try to take DBD out of their comfort zone up there. If they didn't realize that GE start to hike up just next to them, there's going to be trouble smelling out for the side of DBD. The Axe on there then, a bit of busy business to his side of XERXIA. Levi cooking up the nade. We saw the kill feed going crazy as the Blues start to squeeze the health and life out of players. RNG got hit by Kobe, by Levi. Here comes the push. Lamborghini and Levi working hand in hand, going in unison to move towards the side of Chopper. But Chopper still got one, secures on Levi. Chopper now have to fight another one. The spray hits.
Yo!
He got one. The entirety of the Axe being clutched out by Chopper alone.
Nicely done by Chopper. My goodness, defended his ground really well, taking out the Xavier. Wow, nice. That was 1v2 action from Chopper himself. I mean, XERXIA, we have seen them having a lot of firepower, and that's something that we can expect. But, I mean, it's against the Xavier, though. They do have a lot of firepower as well. But that's done and dusted. We move on to the next team now. MORPH GPX. Trying to stay away from the drop. Now, fending off against FaZe Clan, who's also doing the same. Venturas down, Bobo down, both captain on their knees.
One's winning. It's going to be 7-9. Both teams didn't realize they're being watched from the back by the side of Kenny. Kenny's such a high valuable player on the side of 7-9, putting himself up there. Everyone to see what he's capable of. FaZe Clan, a bit of trading done between them and MORPH right now with those grenades in hand to prep up and cook away. But not being tossed out by the side of FaZe yet. Mela got hit. Quite a number of damage down there. A bit of slippery slope on the side of GE. Zai bleeding out. That's DBD and GE having a go. We do know GE tried to capitalize over the high grounds over the heads of DBD right now, but Circle speaks for itself once more. It'll be right on top of DBD. This is the most valuable compound, valuable mountain out of this circle right now. And if DBD holds it, the chicken is theirs to take.
Yeah, good for DBD because he came from Chumasera, the drop spot. The quickest access to where they are right now. They just need to hold on to this area like what you said. But GE needs to hold on to the teams that's coming up, which is XERXIA. Now, XERXIA must take this fight. Okay, they're trying to find a good angle, trying to get information. Megamind trying to bait out the shots from GE so they can get as much information as possible. For them to rotate away, maybe if they want to go for the desperate move, but you got to be prepared to be shot at from the high ground.
XERXIA, there's only one option for them. It's going to push forward, but instead of FaZe, things are not doing great either for them. After the highs early on today, there's going to be the lows right now with 0 elimination points as well. Sam 9 on the other hand, scattered about. Vampires try to pressure them from the ditch, going in for the push, hopping from compound from one building to the other. Flick will take the lead here. Support fire from Tony K and Stone. Tony K going for the flank side. Mikhail surrounded. Canny on the other hand still not being spotted yet. If he actually pushed slightly forward towards the left, Canny can do so much more right now. It's a bit dangerous and a risk he's not willing to take. Flick spot out Canny possibly and now try to charge towards his side. Now Sam 9 surrounded all about and finally being spotted. Tony K. There's going to be a difficult task on the side of Canny to fight against one of the greatest, and Tony K won anyhow.
Nicely done by Tony K. Swift movement by him to come through the side. And Kenny lost the gunfight against Tony K, even though Kenny had the DBS. But Tony K evaded the shot. And the moment Kenny moved into the house, he used the window to his advantage to take down Kenny. Nice spray. Nicely done. That is gun skill from one of the best.
For the side of DBD, still holding on to this high ground. But GEEK Fam tried to take them out of equation. GE attempt to do so, but they have to resort to knowing the attempt was a failure. But GEEK is a different story. Snipes pushing it out with a Molly. BTR taking on DBD at the same time. Two teams going towards the side of DBD. They are in shambles. They're leaving only Yen left up here. And things are not doing great after they're holding this compound for the longest time. DBD finally being contested. Maybe up to 3 teams since Yoodo Alliance joining in and meddling into these high grounds as well. They know for a fact it's going to be the last few circles on top, so they want this place for themselves. Yoodo Alliance spotted out Snipes, shot him down. GE not being spotted by 3 teams right now. While Adik Luke trying to zigzag himself, advancing to the side of GEEK. Snipes will try to be finished by Rapper Boy, but Drumroot! Adik Luke! What a response there, swinging over that side.
Yeah, nice left-right opening from Yoodo Alliance to secure that elimination point. Winning it against GEEK fam. Now Audrey's on the other side, Snipes on his knee, so Audrey's pretty much alone now. Good news is that he's in the circle, but in about 5 more seconds, we'll see, because we're still at stage 5. Okay, here we go. Circle time, where we go. Bouncy, bouncy circle. Not so bouncy this time. In the middle, Yoodo Alliance has the best spot.
Vampires can actually enter in slowly towards the valleys. BN United will gatekeep MORPH, BTR and Vampires, but BTR split into 2-2 formation. Way down south for Yuha and GenForce, just 2 of them. Same goes for the side of GE remaining with the duo down there. 7 eliminations in the hands of GE right now. They want to go for more, but the smokes just blinded his vision. Couldn't visualize Yoodo Alliance players on top of it. DBD, that Yen's gonna be the last one to survive, and he goes down as well. Finally, DBD taken out of the equation from that high grounds, leaving Yoodo Alliance, GEEK fam, GE, BTR trying to contest over the side.
Oh, on the other side, Vampire Esports now on the other side of the road. So it's something they need to manage as the circle will close onto them. The blue will close onto them. They need to win this fight. Okay, 2 teams on the other side. We got BN United and MORPH GPS. They're busy with each other. Vampire Esports just need to find the right timing to come in. But Yoodo Alliance sent Iftar to open up the flank and stop Vampire Esports from coming into the zone.
Dangerous game for GenForce. BTR split it way too far from each other, even though they do have a full squad. But Yoodo Alliance decide to stick as a 3-1. One of them going for flank low ground. Rapper Boy got shot by Stone. They fire back for Vampires. He clears it well. And Stone, right now, lost 2 of their members, leaving with only Tony K. Got himself in the blue zone, got shot down as well. Look, trying to make sure Vampires will be denied their entrance to the circle. BN United might actually spot them out at the same time. Addict look keeping the pressure towards the side of Vampires, but Stone with 8 times a minute with that mini 14. That's an easy shot down of the head. Bullseye to the side of Yoodo Alliance, but they're not done. Yoodo Alliance investing a lot of resources to fight Tony K and Stone right now.
Yeah, because they know that they have a better advantage when it comes to the terrain and the blue as well. Now the blue has arrived onto Vampire Esports. Stone only has 2 first aids. He needs to get across, but there's nowhere for him to go. This pretty much is for Stone, as O'Leo will be the one to land the final blow onto Mr. Handsome.
Yoodo Alliance marching into the circle, taking their own space and repositioning himself to get the most comfortable position. BTR taking a bit of a blue zone right now. I think that's going to be the other half of it, because UI and GenForce is very near and close by to the side of GE. GenForce and Satar spotted out. GenForce and Satar actually spotted out BN United across them. But BN United have to cross the street, by the way. They managed to cross over, but MORPH will stop them as well. The valleys make it so hard for these guys to visualize the other out. The uneven terrain is ridiculous. A mounting challenge for the players. Article kick spraying on that side. But I wonder how much longer they can last for Yoodo Alliance on top of that mountain, because their resources are running dry.
Yeah, that also depends on if they get the next stage at the circle and if they need to move or they need to hold. But they already got themselves 10 elimination points as of now. 1 second, circle goes to the middle. So not only Yoodo Alliance, but BTR, despite having a full squad, will also need to move.
BN United, the Blues is too close right now. The moment they step out here, Yoodo Alliance can spot them out. MORPH is just across them. BTR is nearby. Where to go for BN United? They are being cornered here. And BTR want to push as well. But the moment they barely get into the circle, just at the rim of the circle, are those elevations that kind of give a clear sight towards Yoodo Alliance to shoot them down. BN hugging their corners. The smokes indoors will not be of help. But they definitely toss a couple of them down the outskirts. GEEK fam Audrey shot down on GE. GE down to only one last man, Zai. Cook the nade up. GEEK fam 1v1 between GE, but GE to be shot from afar by another team as well.
Wow, Audrey still alive after all that. Amazing survivability. Well, let's see how long he can survive now that he also needs to move in. BTR on the other hand should have a clear entry, and Max, no entry for him, but it's going to be the zone that denied the point away from Keenan.
Down to 5 now. Satan next. BTR, the spread did not make it well for them. And foresight of QEON, he didn't know where the shots came from. He was confused. And coming up from afar, Adik, look, it's going to be 100 meters apart. Those shots coming up from this guy, but he's running out of bullets. That's 0 on those rifles. Oh man, Yoodo Alliance, they barely have enough to keep it going. Yeah. They have 4 men, yes, but no ammunition.
Yeah, they need to share ammunition now. M4, lucky enough, we got a couple of M4s on the side of the Yoodo Alliance so they can still share the bullets. Now it's Audrey with the Scar L in hand. Leo, he can still drop some. Iftar can drop some as well, but he wants to try to finish off Keenan, who's trying to get in. Keenan going straight into the middle of the circle, hugging the hillside, and he managed to stay alive inside of it for now.
Dangerous positioning of Iftar right now. If Iftar goes down, it's a bit too far for the rest of the team to loot from his death box. And Iftar got charged in by 2 BTR players. Go and help Iftar. BTR! Rapper boy, what are you guys doing? Watching him from afar. But Iftar got shot down by Satan instead. And Gen Force, saying this for you, are not marching in. Arctic Yoodo Alliance didn't have nothing. Just toss your rifles away if that's needed. Throw anything you have. Whatever it is, your vest, your helmet, your pen, your rifles, if that works, that'll be great. But I don't think that works for them.
Well, speaking about throwing, BTR will be the one to throw the nade onto Yoodo Alliance, putting pressure onto them. And now they are forced on the outside of the circle. At the same time, Iftar being picked up by Ripple Boy. This nade from Keenan might be critical. And it is! It knocks down Iftar. Bang! Luckily enough, Iftar was revived. So he has a second chance. But Adelu now down on his knees. Only down to Ripple Boy and Leo. Leo takes down Santa. He needs to win against Keenan and the rest of BTR. But Ripple Boy off and go. Ripple Boy! 1 more to go. That's going to be Keenan. Can they wrap things up? Ripple Boy putting pressure on the Keenan.
No
Keenan
bullet.
pushed down to the hillside. Ripple Boy needs to come in. UMB in hand. And Yoodo Alliance wins the fight against BTR. That was insane.
Down to the last magazine. And they shot down the one with the most ammunition as well. And it was Iftar. Lucky enough for Yoodo Alliance to take that one out and get themselves a bit of reset for their resources. Loot back up from nearby death box just to get those ammunition going. The bullets are so crucial for Yoodo Alliance right now. Regardless of how many players they have, but if they don't have bullets, it's gonna be no value, even though you have all 4 men alive. But it's down to 3v1v1 GEEK. Audrey not being spotted out by Yoodo Alliance. Zai, on the other hand, might be discovered by the hands of Ripple Boy here. They expect it's gonna be somebody in the shack, but none of them actually in the shack. Audrey, start to leave all unnecessary stuff, even the gas can behind him just now. Marching up. At least he got some bullets to work around. But it's going to be 2 different angles for Audrey and Zai. Zai being spotted out first.
Okay, gotta be careful, Audrey. He could be the kingmaker here in this finale. Zai, they know exactly where he is. They're going to come in right now. Oleo together with Iftar. Oleo is going to start off. Oleo will be knocked down. Iftar will need to follow up. Zai has 50% health. He has to yes, 2 knockdowns back to back. But look who came in. Audrey! Stole the elimination away. Kinda say Yoodo Alliance, but this now leaves Ripple Boy and Audrey for the chicken dinner.
He needs to secure this. He needs to secure those elimination points for GEEK fam. And GEEK fam, they promise will deliver 1 chicken today. Can they pull that off? Audrey going 1v1 against Yoodo Alliance, Ripple Boy down there. And at the same time, wants to secure Iftar. Iftar said quietly now. Audrey wants to finish you off, but Iftar will try to deny his points down there. Down to Ripple Boy versus Audrey. And Audrey have a bit of a refresh of the loot, while the Blues start to close in on his side first, flushing out with those Molotov, but his bullets running dry and running low here. Cannot afford to whiff. Whilst the Ripple Boy, he got himself a shack. Tried to play a ring around Rosie, but the Blues are closing in. It's down to the last wire. GEEK fam, deliver what they promised, a chicken today.
Audrey! We're talking about him being the kingmaker, and he did! He not only took down 1 team, he took down 2 teams, including GE as well. Audrey, the star transfer for GEEK fam. hailing from GEEK Fam Indonesia. Man, this guy, if he's not the MVP, I am out of here.
This is even comical to watch, honestly. You know, when you save up so much of your bullets till the very end. Audrey barely got enough. He got the last magazine stacked up. That reserve was limited, but made it worthwhile, and he secured that one more elimination till the very last end of it. Knowing that he didn't knock that person down for Yoodo Alliance, he need to translate into GEEK Fam points. And it took a lot of courage to do that, knowing Rapper Boy was well and alive behind the shack. It was a difficult decision, he made it out anyway. And Audrey, that was close to being eliminated just now for the side of entirety of GEEK Fam. He managed to squeeze out from that very sticky predicament and made it out alive and scored the chicken. While on the side of Yoodo Alliance, that was a bit of a blunder with a lack of ammunition.
Well, they had ammunition after they looted BTR's boxes. So I think it's just about gunplay skill between Audrey and at least the first two members of Yoodo Alliance, because he was waiting behind the rock. So he got the first knock. The second follow-up, he lost that fight. Whoever it was, he lost that fight against Audrey. So even the second follow-up lost, and then there was like two more left. And then it's like Audrey just came in to wrap up Rapper Boy from there. So that was like something really insane that came in towards the end. And you kind of think about it, right? There was at one point that Yoodo Alliance fought GEEK Fam at the entire ledge, but they did not finish up Audrey. So if they were to look back at the replay, starting from the fight with GEEK Fam, it will bring them nightmares of, oh man, we should have finished off Audrey first.
What comical for me is that Yoodo Alliance, yes, they have that reloot from the death box. It's kind of obvious after the finish of the entirety of the team at GE as well that time. But when they actually do have a glimpse, a clear view to shoot out all the teams down there, that's where they start running out of bullets. This is one of the best examples down there. They got a clear shot and sight to take them down, but the bullets not going to be enough. Vampires are actually in the same boat. And that was scary for them, because they've been reserving those ammunition and been firing quite a number, being overused it too far and too much. A lot of whiffing to be done. But the moment the view is clear for them, the reserve's gone. That's when they start to realize, oh no, we need to reposition ourselves here, because knowing the fact we might actually running down of our bullets when they try to push in. And the one actually with the most ammunition is actually Iftar, the first one to be knocked down. And that's worse. And putting Yoodo Alliance in a position where they're kind of stuck. But for that 1v1, it's really Rapper Boy be close up by the blue zone first. He caught himself behind the shack. But on the side of GEEK Fam, Audrey played that so well. Such finesse show till the end. But for Yoodo Alliance, they scored 14. So that's all the reserve went off to, eh?
Disclaimer, ladies and gentlemen, the bullets on the recap, don't trust that, okay? It's always going to be 0, except for the bullets being used at that time. But in the magazine, it's going to be 0. So, yeah, you ought to see the bullet drama, look back at the actual game itself. But anyway, looking at the points, 14 eliminations from Yoodo Alliance still. No chicken dinner, no problem. It's still 20 points in the back for them. But because Audrey's insane ending, they are only 1 point behind Yoodo Alliance in terms of overall points collected, and they have the chicken dinner to break any tiebreaker. But with that sort of performance, GEEK Fam is now at number 1, pushing GE down. But most important is that now GE and Boom, they start to have a 15-point gap. This is starting to look scary for Boom.
A bit shaky for Boom right now. Not the safest spot there is. G can overtake them any time now, but this is actually a good sign. A lot of teams that played 11 matches 2 days in a row now already got themselves on the first page, but the ones on the second page here, some of them. But we do have Box, the only team with 11 games played, 11 matches performed, still down on the second last page, on the second last place. But between the head-to-head of Gemforce and Nordic, look, I mean, that was really a close one. Between Yoodo Alliance and BTR, there was a really heated up battle between these two teams.
Yeah, the BTR Yoodo Alliance. It could have gone either way, honestly. BTR pushing onto Yoodo Alliance and they almost won the fight until Repo Boy pulled off some heroics moves and saved Yoodo Alliance again. I mean, Repo Boy putting out a captain's performance, I must say. But we are also comparing Adeluke here, who got 3 elimination points for Yoodo Alliance. But the key thing here for Adeluke is that he dished out 1,500-ish damage for them. So we have 2 teams from the Malaysian region back-to-back chicken dinner. Sam9 as well as GEEK. We still have one more space for someone from Vietnam to at least complete a cycle of different flags up here today.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if it's Box even. I really want to Box to actually have scored 1 chicken, at least for today of all the days there, because you do know it's getting tougher later this week. But also don't forget, it's always going to be our reminder, our PSA for you, which is going to be the exclusivity of this season PMS. So we have so many goodies coming up, including this exclusive PMSL skin.
Yeah, and this is exclusive and also for a limited amount of time. The Royal Pass is in game right now. The new beach and pool party theme. Check it out. Reward yourself while you play.
And also my more exact suit is, if you guys happen to be one of the sea lovers and love jellyfish and love something extremely flashy exclusive, it's with the glide effect. There's time for our first act suit with exclusive glide effect. Now back to the last map here. Speaking of Miramar, Miramar Circle has not been kind as well. The entire day has been ridiculously hard for all the teams when it comes to the circle.
Yeah, I would say it's rough. This circle is because of how rough the terrain is as well. So it's rough plus rough equals rough times 2. So it is very difficult for them, I must say, because you need to win the high ground fight. DBD had the earlier high ground, if you kind of remember. They were in a very good spot, but they lost the high ground fight to the teams who want to take that high ground, and then the rest was history for them. But anyway, we still got one more game to go, and Miramar is looking exciting, but I do hope that it will look exciting for Fox Gaming if they can score the chicken dinner. Come on.
I just hope they really do score, because we're lacking one Vietnam team to score when it comes to the chicken dinner for today, since we don't have PBE. And also, speaking of which, I don't know, Box, it feels like they're very demotivated right now. They definitely just, I don't know, I feel like they don't have the means to play anymore. I really wish somebody tried to give them some morale boost, and at the same time really try to push it out till the very last minute, you know, because it's hard to get into PMSL slot. Why not just play your heart out to it? But speaking of the previous circle again, DBD, yes, I agree, they got the high grounds. GE tried to contest them, which cost them quite a bit when it comes to those throwables, but they managed to hold strong. But the moment BTR, I think it was Gemforce and Yuhai squeezing in there, tried to disrupt the flow of DBD. That was a big one for them. And same goes for Boom, happened to be marching in there as well. When that happens, where 2 or 3 teams happen to be pushing towards your side at the same direction and at the same time, it's pretty much not going to be enough for 4 players to hold the grounds.
Yeah, the discussion about Boom reminds me of, it has been multiple rounds that GE and Boom sort of meet with each other. So that's where the whole thing becomes a big drama. Like the drama continues just because of these 2 teams are the key focal point. So I wonder if it will happen again later on. So Boom being Boom, making a substitution. Ponbe is going to stay out the last game. They're going to let Gremory play instead. And we'll see if the drama will happen inside the game, whereby GE will meet up with Boom again as well. So it looks like it's not only Ponbit out, but Achul out as well. Ichan is going to come in for the final game too. So major changes for Boom, because they need the final push. They need everything for survival at this point.
Yeah, I can feel the desperation seeping into a sort of Boom right now. Without major changes, I'm not sure. It's sort of a double blade change in the very last minute with one last Miramar to go. I feel like it's a bit risk, but at the same time, if it's working well, it's what they needed. But it will be a bit too much of a risk for them to just change it up right now, because I don't know, a bit risky, but it's Boom doing Boom stuff as per usual, down to the final week even. Last season, they don't have any that major swaps when it comes to the final week. This season, definitely have a lot happening till the very last day, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, it's just down to a team philosophy, right? Like, Boom, we know their philosophy right now is change is their philosophy. Vampire Esports has a different philosophy of trying to stick with however the gameplay is. That's why they don't make as many changes. So these are actually, we can really zoom into like the two teams that have very different philosophies. I will put the comparison between Boom and Vampire Esports. Now, which is better than the other? Of course, it's up for debate. It's really not as straightforward as just to what philosophy works better. It's just like in football, right? If you say like, oh, it's a 4-4-2 better than a 4-3-3, we don't know, right? So it really down to like what is the philosophy of the team and what they're comfortable playing to adapt. Exactly like how it was mentioned like by Snipes during the interview.
I agree. It's down to the preference of the teams and how well they gel together and how to work as a unit. It's so important right now. Communication is the most vital importance of each of the team. Make sure they are on the same page. Now we're down to the final game of today. It's going to be the wrap up. We're back into Mirama.
All right, final game for today. Some teams are going to wrap up day number 2. Here we go. Flight path, pretty nice this time. Going to start from Minas del Sur up onto Torre Ahumada. So the question again, Boom, where are they going to go? Before this, is Torre Ahumada for them. Are they going to change their drop spot? Some of the teams change. We can see a quick drop here from MORPH GPX. They played this before. If it's this kind of flight path, they go down to the Minas del Sur island. So it looks like they're going to repeat that again. GEEK fam, instead of going to El Pozo, expect them to go to Puerto Paraiso instead. And because PBE isn't playing, so even Impala is free for them. And if Telco happen to be on top, GEEK fam can easily take the right path, passing Impala into the circle.
MORPH, on the other hand, this is them dropping all the way down south, just on top of Los Higos. Previously, they dropping themselves quite on the north, like you mentioned before. It's going to be a big change due to the flight path itself, and GEEK fam dropped like how they did in the last one. It's going to be them sharing a neighborhood with MORPH this time. XERXIA dropped just on top of Valdemar like how they used to. DBD on top of Chumacera as per usual. Not much of a change other than MORPH for now. But BN United do actually change their drop spot as well. They were in Crater Field before. This time resort to Torre Ahumada. Are they hunting down MORPH? Did they realize MORPH changed their drop spot just now?
I don't think they purposely hunt, because normally they do drop around that south side. But as they jump out the plane, maybe they saw MORPH's parachute. So if they see that, and now we can see that the circle is like main peninsula wise, they can sort of try to bridge camp. I mean, GEEK fam, time and time again, they have done that. But they have another, well, of course, for MORPH GPX, they have an option, which is, I think, is a better option to take the left bridge instead. But this is where XERXIA, depending on how anticipated they are of MORPH GPX's drop onto the South Island, they can also play the gatekeeping role. Although we don't always see XERXIA play the gatekeeping role, not that they have a lot of that opportunity, but they can do so if they anticipate that to happen.
I miss week 1 XERXIA, where they play so well as a third party though. They're not really directly gatekeeping, but there's also another way for XERXIA, that's bulldozing. But so far gatekeeping, I agree, not really their strong suit so far. We haven't seen that much coming out from the side of XERXIA. Mostly they're hunting people down or taking a sideline just to tap out from afar. But we do have a bit of a contender on the southern side. Another UAZ spotted out, BN United. Yeah, a bit calm before the storm here. DBD have a very clear Chumacera to loot up from. It's going to be a big place for the entire team to loot up to. Have to be extra careful if somebody creeping up behind from the high mountains of Chumacera. Those dropping in Valdemar and Los Higos, so marching up this way. And GE, can they finish the day strong here at number 1 spot? Because GEEK fam overtook them. And I love the fact the interview with Snipes before, such confidence portrayed by the side of GEEK fam to score 1 chicken today. They honor their words. There is for the side of GEEK fam.
Good point. Yeah, and they did it through Audrey. Yeah. That will be one of the best. I don't know which is the best player right now. It's either the FaZe Clan one or the Audrey one. I mean, both have amazing reasons to it. And RNJ, what? Okay, not sure what happened though. And
I think he slipped himself.
Yeah, I guess. But how? Like, they are unchallenged. Like, how?
And maybe it's just, he dropped his shoe, tried to grab it, and happened to be slipped. Maybe that's the case, yeah. There's nobody stopping him. I think he just slipped down. Yeah, trying to catch a bird, possibly. Chasing butterflies. Just got attracted and distracted to the butterfly and just didn't realize he's actually at a cliff. RNJ. A bit playful right now. I'm not sure if he got himself some first aid to healed up. I'm not sure if Mega Man wants to share this point.
I'm sure he has, but that was nice poetry, by the way. Yeah, I was.
It's a story of a young people, okay?
I was like imagining Shakespeare and Choo Choo reciting Shakespeare in that manner, but replacing it with those words.
I used to though.
Okay.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. What's the poem again?
Oh, come on. I was expecting more than that. Come on.
I forgot the Shakespeare. Oh, let me. I forgot. I forgot it.
Okay, that was very entertaining, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause.
Thank you. The Macbeth poem. Yeah, back to our game, right? I don't know. FaZe didn't score that much in the last one. But I am hoping for them to really get it up to number 1. Just to see how much it will impact once they got themselves number 1 and got themselves 20 points. It's total up 26 points. As the initial bonus standing point. If it's 26 points for the final number, for example, if FaZe can make it through, then what's the safest number to be having to get into the grand finals as well?
Possibly that. Because
25,
if
26.
Yeah, possibly around that. Because if I just look at the current state of like, there will be high potential that if FaZe does that, 2 teams will be down. So you gotta take into consideration that, okay, if there are like 20 points and then there will be some at the bottom and then the one that gets eliminated, the 2 teams. Okay, I'm not putting out a logical number here because I don't have it offhand, but roughly I can imagine that to be the case because of oh man, I don't have a logical explanation, so it's hard for me. But just imagine that they go up together with either Boom or GE, either one. Then the one that gets eliminated probably has like less than 20 points or so.
Now, don't forget that FaZe just starting off playing today. And when it comes to Group B, they are one of the best in Group B right now. Compared to Alter Ego, compared to BTR and DBD, who's starting off just playing today. They are actually at the top of Group B when it comes to today's performance. And they only started off their day 1. I mean, we all closed one eye to the side of box since they played day 1 until today. We're still down there. But speaking of FaZe, right? They didn't play for the entire day now. Imagine what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think it will be determined who actually will be in the bottom 3. But that 4th one to be relegated is still a grey line for so many teams down there. I mean, if GE and Boom really shoot up with their numbers, DBD is going to be next on the line to be chopped off to its relegation.
Yeah, and that's where the whole drama that we've always talked about, right? I think the key focal point will still be, I know it's nice to see like a drama, like if FaZe Clan sort of made it, but the key focal point will still be, oh my goodness, what the heck this circle is. Oh man, that just caught me off guard. But
I don't think we ever have this circle before.
I have. Wait a second. I probably have seen, because I've seen too many games, right? So
No, we never have this far left, even out of the map circle.
okay, the one that I could remember, I think it's one of the scrims that I hosted back then. So this kind of circle, you notice that there's like a curve at the left side. That is actually unplayable land. You cannot climb up there. So
that's pretty much only 70% of land left for these guys.
okay, thank you for explaining. Yep.
I think in official tournaments, there's only one time we had it. That was years, way back in the days. I'm not sure even you already start casting or not, but there's only once that time. Because I specified the same exact thing that you mentioned just now. That piece of land, the Zygrass, is not playable. But speaking of playable, not Box Gaming, BTR is going to be the one that's charging them out. I'm not sure why Trongs is so far apart from the rest of Box. They try to give support fire from the flank side. Definitely well worth it. As Yuhai being knocked down, Keenan down to being knocked as well. Gaming here.
Well, Trongzin's off angle is fine. As long as he can have a good vision and he gives support fire like that, that's okay for Trongzin's position. It's just that FaZe Clan is behind him. So now, because of FaZe Clan creeping on the Trongzin, he is in a tough position. He gets knocked out. That's it. His teammates inside of the other compound is going to have a hard time as well.
Satar spotted out Cute on top of him, but couldn't have a clear view to shoot him out. Spotted out. Satar in trouble. Couldn't even pick up. Can't even properly stand up there. Cute. Can see FaZe coming up to the end. A BTR. They're down to 3 players now. Box Gaming down to 2. FaZe quite interested to have some meddlesome moment towards these two teams. We have Boom coming into this side of the compound as well. Gosu finish off Yuhai. FaZe spotted out Gosu possibly with those picks a shot, but coming up behind, I mean the one that gonna change this tempo between these two teams is gonna be Boom.
Let's see how fast will Boom want to take over this high ground, because now they heard the gunshot from afar as well. That's where Box is at, knocking down one, and Momo was going for the save, but BTR counters on the Namkir. Okay, here we go. BTR, time for them to move in. Let's see where the circle goes. It's still going to be worthwhile for them to win the fight.
Oh man, it still covers a lot of that left side here. I'm not a big fan of that. Coming up to the side of Ladrilera on the southern part. Vampires and Geek Fam go against each other with the Blues and start to close in. And mind you, this is going to be stage 2 only. We have this sort of a circle already. And less than 35 seconds is going to be a bit more difficult for the teams are holding into the blue zone longer. Vampires and Geek Fam. Geek Fam just caught himself a chicken. Will be the curse now, hitting Geek Fam once more. Vampire, Stone still alive, Mika in trouble, but on the side of Stone being knocked down, Tony K on his knees as well. Geek, they are wrapping around the corners of Vampires. What is happening?
Well, unfortunately for Vampire, first team to go out. It was a rough rotation for them as well, since the circle's like tucked on the left. I mean, yeah, they are supposed to be the team that is good at taking fights and all that, but yeah, just put in a bad position against GEEK, since GEEK had the elevation against them.
We do have another teams passing by, migrating towards the circle. MORPH tried to stop Alter Ego. DBD taking the compounds. There's no entry in or trying to have a bit of a pause for the side of Alter Ego here. Caught themselves in a stuck in the corner. DBD and both MORPH eyeing out to his Alter Ego. Izane shot down. Jimmy Octa on the ground. Fnatic fight back against Jimmy. Echo taken out on Fnatic. It's gonna be being run down. Almost close enough. Potato and Izane. What a face-to-face moment down there. Yen shooting up from above. Caught Rosemary off guard. Alter Ego, they are in trouble. Rosemary going to be last one standing still, but Yen couldn't spot him out due to the angles, the edges of this rocky mountain. Now all he can do for Yen right now is just trying to steal away, but Alter Ego being shot by Echo anyhow. Another team out. And Alter Ego's not doing well as well.
Yeah, 37 points today for Alter Ego. Yeah, not the best of Alter Ego. I mean, we know that they can do a lot better. So unfortunate for them. But anyway, they have an extra day in hand as compared to like the teams that played yesterday. And now we're back onto GE, the team that's up for survivability. And Max, okay, it seems Mernat doesn't know Max is there, but Max knows because of obviously Mernat running around. So this could be a surprise for Mernat.
It's not great. Dangerous game. Here comes the spray. Mernat caught off guard. One loss of health. He couldn't make it through. Max got it unscathed, unpunished. It's a big one, but can he score it? Here comes the circle once more. It'll be up north or down south. Feel like it's going to be in between. Here it comes. A lot of team being favoured by this circle this time. Not so much for GMBN United. DBD have to cut across MORPH to get into there. And the street for them to cross over that side. That's going to be tough for MORPH, DBN United and GE. But if they go up all the north all the way, like how Smell rotate himself, that's going to be great for GE. But probably caught themselves in the fight with BN United. With Yoodo Alliance, they have to cut across. XERXIA and GEEK Fam will gatekeep them as well. And don't forget about DX, happen to be in the center with Boom.
Well, look at the strip on the right. That's where the spot was really, really popular and one of the key areas in this sort of circle. The majority of the teams are there. It'll be interesting if the circle move away from there, because now the bouncy circle is a thing. So if it bounces away from there, everyone from this high ground, this stretch needs to come down. So Yoodo Alliance, XERXIA, GEEK Fam on the other side, this is where they need to manage the second stage, the next stage of the circle. So GEEK Fam in their current position, very likely they need to win the fight against XERXIA, because if they rotate down, XERXIA will have a clear shot onto them.
Unlucky now, XERXIA happened to be a bit busy with Yoodo Alliance. Managed to knock on one down. Z got a Kobe just now. It's going to be Sharper taking a bit of a front to face of a fight. The duel is done. But XERXIA, they left with only 2 men. 3 on the side of Yoodo Alliance. Megamind to make amends of what have been lost. Damage control there is. That nade was big by RNJ. Even though it projected upwards just now. Knocked 2 on Yoodo Alliance. Equal out the field between these two teams. Rapper Boy toss around, giving away his position. But the sprays of Rapper Boy once more. Almost clutch it out. Down to Iftar. Iftar, can he redeem himself from that last map before?
Well, Megamind will be the one to stop him if he wins this fight. Okay, he has the lower ground. Iftar has a little bit more elevation, but no one's landing any shot onto each other now. Megamind moving in, getting closer and closer to Iftar. Iftar reloading, shows himself. Megamind gets the first tap. Megamind wins the fight against Yoodo Alliance. And after all that effort, knocking down 3 players of XERXIA, Yoodo Alliance got nothing.
They have to make it fast. I'm glad that GEEK Fam actually not interested on this side. For XERXIA, they can survive. All 4 of them will have that reset. They've got themselves probably an upgrade of loot based on the death boxes laying around. There's going to be 4 in the bag of XERXIA, right? DBD to make sure that they can surround them all around. The spread is quite thin between MORPH. But DBD fanning out. DX trying to open fire towards their side as well. And MORPH happen to be in the center. The elevations giving away their position here for the side of DBD. Trying to pick out, hoping it will try to flush somebody out from there. But BN United also trying to score them from the back line. DBD is not safe at all. We're talking about 3 teams spotted them out by this time. But XERXIA need to leave. But I think they're going to be okay. There's a lot of valleys around this area, so they won't be scouted out by GEEK Fam.
Yeah, the rough terrain does favor them a little bit. So they can take their time, play by the edge, and see where the circle goes next. That's going to be okay for them. Now we have a good view of where the teams are, but we also have a good view of the circle next. And it's going to be a circle that still has that high ground. FaZe Clan on the other side will try to stop PERSIJA, EVOS, and BTR, the El Clasico, from coming in. And this is going to be interesting. I'll be looking forward to seeing BTR and PERSIJA, EVOS next.
I'm worried about BN United more than DBD right now. How to cross over to the other side? It's going to be a tough one since Boom got a compound for themselves and slight elevations on top of that. And DBD, even though they have to fight against MORPH right now, split it into 2-2. The biggest problem is getting across that. They can actually just part ways, disengage and go down south of the way and take a bit of a rotation just to get into the circle, but they resort to just cut across straight into MORPH. Yoru will be scored by Jimmy with that DBS, but Boo Boo Hoo Prepare himself with those DBS in hands there. That Molly tried to flush him out. Lucky he just tucked into corner, not being burned off. How much longer he can wait in here? Now, if Yen starts to show up, it's going to be him shooting down. Yen get a glimpse of it a bit later for the response of Boo Boo Hoo, but nonetheless, wrapping around the corner, ring around the Rosie. For the side of DBD, the outnumbered Morph. While the other two try to give support fire at the back, but it's impossible from this angle.
Oh, Mega Mine from the high ground. Also trying to get something out of that. So far, not able to, but he still landed a couple of shots. But instead, they knocked down Audrey. And Levi's is the one that got Jimmy OP. Okay, D Xavier also on the other side, taking advantage of the fact that the DBT and Morph GPX not able to get across.
This is what I worry most for them. The problem is going to be the circles, not going to be that forgivable after this one. Heading to stage 6 anytime now. PERSIJA EVOS slowly hike up to the side of FaZe Clan. Ventura is already prepared on this angle. But the rest of them quite occupied with PERSIJA EVOS. They have to be sure that nobody breaching on the other end of the high grounds. Venturas have to got over the whole team of PERSIJA EVOS. 3 players of PERSIJA EVOS start to reach in here. We have BTR on the other end as well. Onsen have to got over to a side of BTR. Ventura's a bit busy towards PERSIJA EVOS. But lucky they have a bit of a corner to play around for the side of FaZe. Since it's not a flat plane up here, they do have those covers from this rock. A very big rock. A high mountain rock. Zaxi spotted Asatar. Try to force him out. But 7-9 creeping in as well. BTR might caught himself in a trap here.
Well, if Zaxi can land this one nade into Satar's building, it will be beautiful. Open top though, so that's going to be the advantage for Zaxi. Building with a shadow roof, that is where he will toss his nade in, and he will score it for PERSIJA EVOS. One more to go for BTR now, trying to get away. That's going to be GenForce, staying away from the competition. But the moment he shows himself on the other side, even there's another team waiting.
It's going to be the D Xaviers, if I'm not mistaken, with that sniper rifle. Shoot them from afar. But here comes the circle once more. DX still got the grounds. Boom just going to gatekeep BN United and Morph at the same time. Same goes for DX. They are covering Morph and DBD at the very same moment. GEEK fam, they have to be careful about XERXIA. That's their prime position right now. And I have to make sure that they're not bridged in by the teams coming from the southern side. There's going to be only one team from the south. That's going to be XERXIA. PERSIJA EVOS keep the pressure on. But they need to cross. They need to get into it. There's 2 teams on top of each other right now. Impossible to get out there without falling apart. Look at how Redface just tried to hike up slowly but keep slipping down. Mega Mind spot out DBD. While on the side of GenForce, the last survivor of BTI doesn't want to make too much of a noise here. Because it's totally surrounded by 3 teams.
Well, Rocky. Oh, Levi's exploded his vehicle. Now down on his knees. MORPH GPX, as we expected, having a rough time getting across. And it's going to be Boom to pick up those points. 1 point at the back for Boom right now. Now that the fact that GE is out, this is the chance for Boom to actually try to overtake GE.
On to spot out GenForce. But he knows there's going to be somebody there. I don't know if he actually spotted out GenForce. It's kind of obvious how he runs around in the corner of the house. GenForce definitely surrounded here. FaZe taking on PERSIJA EVOS. Now while they're busy trying to focus on one player of BTR, the rest of the team taken it out from afar. Sam and Mikael take advantage of their situation and take the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS out of equation right now. Everything seems to be unfolding. Whoever's got themselves in the center of the circle, which is going to be DX and Boom. Can Boom score and try to push the numbers up because they are in the need of it, and GE have no way to push themselves up there. But GEEK fam on the other end still have a full squad. DBD next to be eliminated. Boom start to fire against Morph. Now what Boom decide to do will affect all the teams still down there.
Well, speaking of effect, BTR affected by the shot from Mormon, and now they are out and eliminated. Boom still needs to collect the points. Okay. Remember that the last time we saw them, they are 15 points away from GE. Now they are 13 points away from GE. And they're starting to collect placement points at the same time.
It's kind of true. Mikhail reaching up to Mormon. He heard those footsteps. Wanted to toss the nades. But he saw his teammates slowly being taken apart just in front of his eyes. But it's a bit too late. Mikhail, too much hesitation on that spot. Out of the team for Sem 9. The whole team out by the hands of FaZe Clan right on top of them. But on the side of FaZe, they're not done yet. We're talking about Boom and D-Xaviers. Caught their attention down there. And BN United, I don't know how Porsche actually want to play healing game in Marama. But there's no for him to cross over this road right now.
Yeah, he's just doing whatever he can to hold on. And it seems that he would deny his point away. Okay, he's just going to try something ambitious. But we all know that's going to be in vain. Number 6, 3 eliminations for BN United. 5 more teams, stage 6. And we got a couple of teams on the outside still. XERXIA, one of those. And a Boom Esports coming into the foot of this hill. Above them is going to be D-Xavier with a compound.
Boom going for a 3-1 formation, leaving one behind as the one that will be feeding all the information about the position of all the other players. And that's going to be... Was it going to be Yummy May? Is it Razy? I think it's Razy. It's a bit far apart from the rest of the team here. D-Xavier spotted out the kick fam. Damn root. His position a bit too far, but Mika playing a very dangerous game. A nice bait. Kind of know exactly where the shot's coming out from now for Mika. But for D-Xaviers, spotted out a lot of teams down there. Definitely got quite a view. Might actually take FaZe out. A bit of a run on him. And Mormon is out. Knocked down for now. Lucky they still have those smokes to cover themselves. But Razy tempted to take a shot. Being tasked to feed information for now. And GEEK spotted out XERXIA early from behind. And XERXIA, on the other hand, it's not going to be an easy entry for them.
Well, if they want to make it easy, they have to take out Boom. But yeah, that's definitely not going to be easy. They're still on the outside the circle though. So there's a fight that they cannot avoid. It's going to be Boom. 3v4. Here we go. Low ground. Not a good spot to be in. Earth opens up an off angle. But how much of a vision that he can get against Boom, it's not going to be much. Just look at how rough the terrain is.
There's going to be a huge bump in the middle of a road down there. But Mega Mine, being caught by surprise by Shano. That's going to be DBFs at his best. Ichan, alongside with Boom, slowly tried to take out XERXIA from the get-go. SZ fighting the blue zone right now, going against a GEEK fan possibly, knowing that they cannot cut across Boom. One of the player being knocked down and finished off in an instant. They take a bit of a rougher terrain on the southern side, which is going to be GEEK fan waiting.
Oh.
But Sharper managed to shut down on DX. One player down for Chua. FaZe down to 2 players. Mormon is bleeding out, down to only Ventoris as well. Sharper open up the smoke, try to help his teammates. Won't be enough time for him to actually be revived, but Sharper cannot make it through as Ventoris, the last player. Never mind, Mormon is still there. Is bleeding out right now. Ventoris have to decide whether to save his mate first or go for a fight. He's being forced to force himself to brute force. But Grammy won it over anyhow with the support fire come out from the back line, which is going to be Razy if I'm not mistaken. We're down to only 4 teams. Make it 3.
Okay, and the circle still sort of favor D-Xavier's compound, so it's still the stronghold at this point. But we got GEEK fam again at top 3, doing well. Boom. On the other hand, top 3 as well. GE will be looking at this game and cringing at this moment. Make the top 2 for Boom because GEEK fam got eliminated. So now it's 4v4 with D-Xavier and their compound.
And we do wish we're going to get a D-Xavier's chicken by the end of the day. We do want that Vietnam teams to fly their flag when it comes to the scoreboard later on. But Boom, they're not willing to give it away. They are in the dire need of these points. They need to push the numbers up since GE actually scored better than them right now. And try to reposition himself. Try to get a bit of an entry point to a side of DX. Grammary, try to open up the space. Finding any loophole in that sense. In the meantime, it's a bit of a stalemate for both teams. Both waiting for the circle to be gone. In less than 50 seconds. But Boom not willing to wait anymore. He can't try to bait them out. Here comes a spray from Grammary. Spotted out Levi indoors. It's 2-1-1 formation on the side of DX. 2 of them indoors, the other 2 on the flank side. But couldn't spot any play of Boom as well.
It's going to be a tight finale. Both teams pretty much by the edge of the blue. Wonder who will be forced to move now. It's going to go down to like the mini inch in this game. Okay, Levi's making his move, but Chua naded out by Yummy. Okay, that's going to be the signal for Boom to try to find the other members of Xavier.
Levi gonna have to 1-to-1 against never mind, it's gonna be Yummy, and also Lamborghini shut down on the side of Razy. Has opened up a bit of a space, 1-to-1 trade between these two teams, DX and Boom at the same time. Lamborghini spotted out Yummy May, and that's gonna be a big win. It's go time for these Xaviers. It's green light now. They can go for the push since 2 of them being knocked down, but never mind that. We're down to 2v2.
Okay, Parjin, no time to pick up his teammate. He has to come out now. Okay, Grammary just right in front of him. The smoke is blocking his vision. Parjin spots him out. Knockdown. Now 1v1. It's going to be Ichan and Parjin. Parjin with the nade. Levi's on another angle. They're going to come in on Ichan, but Ichan managed to revive his teammate. Ichan currently on his knees. 1 more to go. Razy 10% of health. Healing up. Buying time with the smoke. But Levi sprays into it. And it is going to be a Vietnamese flag. And we complete the cycle without PvE.
Yep, I wish we got this yesterday. On the side of these Xaviers, it's been a while. We actually see their banners flying and waving up there. Finally closed the day with a chicken dinner. There was a lot of standing still and a stalemate till the very end for the past 2 maps of Miramar today.
Yeah, that is an ending that is it can be 50-50, right? Like, because like Boom got the first knock, and then you kind of felt that, oh, Boom can do it. And then when they traded it back, they knocked down one from Xavier, and it's like, oh, 50-50 again. And then Xavier knock, Boom knock. I mean, they were just going back and forth till the end, and even at the end, like Boom still had time to revive. So it's like, oh, you're just going back and forth with the manpower numbers. But at the end of the day, it was still Xavier. I guess it's because also they had like more ground advantage to run at Boom at towards the end when Boom was busy reviving.
Also, they got the compound for themselves, and the elevations kind of work, even though the terrain is pretty rough to actually visualize what's happening on the other end. But it's between Levi and Paragon, really. Both players have been such a pillar for the team in this map just now. But Paragon, this is a high valuable asset for the entirety of these Xaviers. I have to say it. Persia has been playing his heart out for the entire day here. It shows. Even though Lamborghini always being the star player for DX, but one by one DX players start to show what they're made of. But coming from Boom, FaZe and GEEK fam, Boom definitely needed that chicken so much. But I think they scored himself quite a number of eliminations still.
Yeah, I think they didn't do too bad too. But in terms of overall points, because of the teams to watch, well, Xavier collected more. And they got 10 elimination points in that round. So it's 20 points for them. So Boom could be like maybe around 18 or 19. Shouldn't be that far between them and Xavier. Other than that, we still got GEEK fam up there. After the chicken dinner, they still perform well. So they're not cursed by the chicken dinner curse after getting it from the previous round. So good finale for GEEK fam.
Yes.
This is it.
Okay. He didn't realize it was a cliff. He tried to jump out of his motorbike and got slipped down instead. Yeah, he's fighting somebody. He's fighting with himself, okay, on the side of RNG just now. He did try. But XERXIA, there was so many teams being eliminated due to the ping-pongy circle and also an extreme shift of a circle as well. It was totally trash. It was really tough for the players. On the side of FaZe, they're close off getting those numbers up, but it just happened to be right in the center of everybody else. The moment they didn't actually get themselves those high elevations of ground, nobody actually tried to take DX out of the compound until it's very too late. And they're being distracted by another team at their sidelines or around their flanks when they try to focus on DX. So DX, I mean, like, they are, you call it lucky or luck or just skills entirely. If it's just luck, I mean, where did those 10 eliminations came out from?
I would say it's a mix of all that, right? Because you played by the middle of the circle, and a good thing that the circle didn't go like on the left side across the road. So that's the mix of luck there, and also they're good at defending their ground, not allowing other teams to come in, whether it's through warning shots or whatever, as long as they hold to their ground towards the end and wrap things up. Now, speaking about wrapping things up, GE still maintained as well above Boom, but the gap now is 2 points between the two of them. The other two bottom contenders, DBD rising to number 15 and MORPH GPX number 11 now. Both teams still on page number 2.
Now I'm trying to recall how much the maximum points that we managed to gather for the past 2 weeks when it comes to day number 2 here. And for GEEK to actually get those triple digit quite early this time, I mean, there's definitely a lot of room for them to actually push the numbers way more since they're playing more days later on. But GE, can they hold their ground? GE and Boom just love to be next on towards each other, right? It's just when it comes to bonus point and even on the weekly rankings there. But on the start of second page, I mean, Box, I don't think they can actually go through the grand finals anymore at this state because they played 12 maps and they are the only teams on the very bottom, down there with 12 matches done.
But to answer your question, if you're a top team daily, you would score like high 50 to almost 60 points. That is like the average. Or maybe even 60 plus, around that area. But speaking about areas, you guys can drop onto this area, the main entry of the Sunway Velocity Mall. That's going to be the grand finals, 25th to 27th of August, basically next Friday until Sunday. So if you're from overseas, you got to book your tickets fast because, yeah, who knows, tickets might be sold out. And I'm saying the flight tickets, okay? Entry to the venue is free.
A lot of our viewers are screaming in the chat before, and the tickets are expensive to fly over this side. I promise you, try to stay around 2 weeks, not just for PMSL, because there are a lot of good places for you guys to adventure out in Malaysia. And if you guys happen to know us, you drop us an IG message as well, so we can actually give you some tips where to get good food. But we're going to toss it back to its Tash Bunny to interview the teams that are waiting at the other end. Take it away, Tash.
The day has finally come to an end, but not before we have an interview with me on stage. I have a very special team right now, which is GEEK Fam from Malaysia. Alongside him, Audrey is his boss, Sheep. But for now, before we talk to the big boss of GEEK Fam, let's talk a little bit with Audrey first. Because for first Audrey, if you guys didn't know, in the previous match, she managed to do a one-on-one clutch against a rival Malaysian team from Yoodo Alliance. Audrey, you had an insane one-on-one just now, and let's just walk us through what was the thought process during that fight.
Jadi Audrey, ketika di game Miramar tadi kau ada 1 lawan 1 sama Yal, bisa nggak cerita apa yang ada di pikiranmu saat itu?
Tadi udah ini sih infonya udah masuk semua, Yal bertiga, Ji sisa last guy juga. Jadi pas lihat kill feed Ji ngenokin 2, ya udah langsung majuin aja.
Okay, so Audrey managed to know what's the situation, and yes, based on the kill feed, GE knocked 2 players from Yoodo Alliance, and that's why he very confident to push Yoodo Alliance.
I mean, it wasn't just that, it's just insane game sense in general when you think about it. The fact that he was able to throw that, I would say, molly inside the air to take up that space is something to be reckoned with. So it is definitely something possible to see GEEK Fam's return after the interview we had earlier with the team. Now let's talk a little bit about you, Audrey. You are the latest player in the roster. Was it very hard adjusting to the team? And can you share with us your experience joining the team?
Oke, kamu di GEEK itu adalah player terbaru buat roster. Adakah itu menjadi satu permasalahan buat kamu lah untuk kamu adjust bersama, misal dari chemistry-nya atau dari gameplay-nya atau dari segi bahasanya?
Pertama-tama sih lebih ke arah bahasa sih. Jadi adaptasi dulu, soalnya coba buat ngomong Melayu kan. Jadi ya butuh adaptasi ya agak lama lah. Tapi udah oke sih sekarang.
Okay, for him, at first, of course, it's because of the language barrier, and it took him sometimes to adjust with the Bahasa Melayu. So, and yes, now he already can speak a bit Bahasa Melayu.
Right, so how long did it take for him to adjust to the language?
Kira-kira berapa lama kamu ngambil masa buat bisa Bahasa Melayu?
Nggak lama sih, soalnya di outgame kayak biasain ngobrol terus, di GH ngobrol-ngobrol terus. Pokoknya apa aja diobrolin gitu. Jadi Enggak terlalu lama.
Okay, so it's not that long. It's because of outside the game they used to talk in bahasa Melayu, so that's why he can adjust so fast.
Right, so they were already prior friends to this, and I really love seeing this. I would say this changes coming in from GEEK Fam because they're having so many different teams from different countries coming through. Now let's talk a little bit about you having your boss here today. Is having the boss here today giving you extra pressure? Do you feel different? Is that why you got chicken dinner?
Okay, kita bicara tentang kehadiran bos. Apakah kehadiran sosok bos buat kamu itu ngerasa pressure atau apakah gara-gara itu membuatkan kamu dapat WWCD?
Before, you can see him, he's smiling. He smiles all the time. You're not going to see him angry face. So let's talk about you, Kiat. So congratulations, first of all, on building a super team. I feel like every year, the team you build just get better and better. Can you share with us how you decide on the players who join the roster?
Well, thank you very much for saying that. That's very kind. Can I share much on how we select our players?
Yes.
Well, truth be told, I think I've been very lucky with a lot of good people that has joined our organization across these years. Damrud has been a mainstay, even before PMPL1, you know. Jungs, for example, was our captain in PUBG PC and he was around to help us. Audrey was from GEEK Fam Indonesia as well, you know, in one of the top teams in Indonesia back then. So I don't really know, but I guess somehow we have been very lucky and blessed with a lot of good people in our life. So I just hope to be able to contribute back to the ecosystem in my own way, in my own small little ways. Yeah.
And that's really exciting to hear. Now let's talk a little bit about you coming here today, because I was not expecting you to be here. So, you know, seeing your team go one-on-one with one of the best teams in Malaysia and getting to see a winner chicken dinner face-to-face, how does that feel?
Well, it wasn't just a one-on-one and getting winner chicken dinner, but the fact that it was like, I think we were down to one man for the last 6-7 teams, you know, and it was amazing how he was like just cool about it. And I was just telling my friends beside me, and I was saying to them like, okay, no worries. Audrey's like really good as a technical player, you know, he knows what he's doing. He's been in high pressure situations, you know. If we are gonna be able to do this, you know, it just cements his position as one of the best players that I know. You know.
Wow, hearing that praise from the big boss had him smiling really big. So, you know, that's very nice to hear. So let's talk a little bit about the player environment over at GEEK Fam. What's it like in the gaming house?
Well, truth be told, I can't say I'm the most familiar with it these days, you know. But I would say that generally speaking, I try to instill as much as I can through the management and to the players with about positivity, you know, and keeping the eyes on the prize, you know, being focused and working hard, you know, because I think these kind of qualities, it doesn't change no matter what you are doing, whether you're playing games or you're working or anything, you know, just having a positive mental attitude, you know, PMA, you know, it just gets you really far. So I'm proud of our team.
I mean, I think that is the topic we talked about today a lot, alongside with Mosgoku's ideas as well as Ken's as well. So thank you so much for spending time here on stage with us. I'm really looking forward to seeing you again in PMSL SEA Fall Grand Finals, which will be at Sunway Velocity on the 25th till 27th of August. So you guys at home, please be there. We get to see him. We get to see GEEK Fam. Maybe we'll see Jungs. Who knows? But for now, we're going to toss it back to the casters to end the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Why do I have to try the Jungs that way, man? I mean, like, why am I not supposed to be in the grand final, but Jung and also Audrey to have that boss standing in between them? You can see how disciplined they are there, right? It's like not having too much naughty thoughts and not being too funny down there, and just try to have a composure all the time. But yeah, I do love that GEEK Fam is such a great support from the boss itself, the head of the org himself, to go on ground with the players, to give them support. You know, you don't have a lot of bosses to do that.
Yeah, you don't always get to see bosses showing up because they're that busy, right? They're running the entire organization, and GEEK Fam has more than just this team. They have also other businesses as well, so naturally he has to split his time. But for him to be able to show up at the PMSL venue, and when he shows up, they perform really well. So maybe it's a signal that Get should come to the venue more often then.
And then we have a show match between the bosses. That'll be fun too.
Get Tommy. Who else?
Yoodo.
Let's see. Yeah, so many names out there, right? I mean, I wish I could name them all, but there are just too many of them.
Yeah, maybe all 20 teams, their head of orgs will come down here one day. But speaking of PMSL, don't forget to watch it on ground. And you guys can actually, I do hope there's some gift given away for the viewers that flew over just fly over to Malaysia to watch that one. But I think that's it for today, Cloud. I think we're gonna wrap things up now.
Oh, okay. Wow, I thought you were going to wrap things up, but
I
looks like...
give you the honors.
Okay, anyway, I'm going to wrap things up on behalf of Choo Choo. So we'll see you guys again tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in. Same channel, same time. 3 more days of drama. Who is going to see the drop? We will know after the next few days. So that's all for us today at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. See you guys. Bye.